From untamed wilderness to a nation stretching from sea to shining sea, the American frontier is one of the most captivating stories in history. But how did it happen? How did pioneers, presidents, and powerful corporations transform an entire continent in just 150 years? From the Louisiana Purchase to the Civil War, from violent conflicts with Native Americans to the rise of the railroads, this was a time of triumph, tragedy, and transformation. But behind every victory, there was a cost, and a story you've likely never been told. This is the untold story of how America was built, and the people, battles, and bold decisions that shaped it. Welcome to the entire history of the American frontier. Chapter 1. The American Frontier of 1763. By 1763, the American frontier had undergone a significant transformation. Originally established as a precarious foothold at the river mouths along the Atlantic coast in the early 17th century, the British colonies evolved through intense struggle. These settlers faced numerous adversities, including harsh natural conditions, difficult communication with Britain, the hostility of displaced Native American tribes, and competition from other European powers, such as France and Spain. The colonial frontier, defined by frequent conflicts like King William's War, Queen Anne's War, and the 7 Years' War, was marked by bloodshed and devastation as both sides fought for control of the continent. After a century of wars, the end of the 7 Years' War in 1763 marked a turning point. Britain emerged victorious, having defeated France and secured control of North America. The Mississippi River became the dividing line between British and Spanish territories. This victory led to questions about the colony's contributions and the emergence of a distinct American identity. By this time, the colonial population had grown to about 2 million, most of whom were American-born, with many tracing their ancestry back to English immigrants. Colonial society in 1763 was still primarily agrarian. The vast majority of colonists were farmers living on or near their lands, while only a few cities, such as Boston, Philadelphia, New York, and Charleston, served as hubs for trade and wealth. Commerce thrived within the confines of British mercantile policies, and industries such as banking and manufacturing remained underdeveloped due to restrictive laws. However, colonial merchants, often connected to British exporters, were key figures in the economy. The population of the colonies was not homogeneously British. Significant numbers of Dutch, Germans, and Scotch-Irish immigrants had settled, adding diversity to the colonies. Germans, fleeing war and famine, settled in areas like Pennsylvania, contributing to the agricultural frontier. Similarly, the Scotch-Irish, descendants of Scots who had settled in Ireland, pushed westward, often clashing with colonial authorities. Both groups played critical roles in expanding the frontier, bringing resilience and a strong sense of independence. Geographically, the early settlements clustered around navigable rivers, which provided essential transportation routes. By the mid-18th century, settlers had reached the Appalachian foothills but were impeded by the mountain range's natural barriers. These Appalachian valleys fostered a mingling of diverse groups, including Germans, Scotch-Irish, and English settlers, creating a melting pot of cultures. Over time, these settlers intermarried, blending their traditions into a unique American identity. This evolving frontier culture clashed with colonial elites and the British government. Political tensions arose as the frontier settlers demanded self-determination and representation, challenging the established power structures of the older coastal regions. The Proclamation of 1763, which restricted settlement west of the Appalachian Mountains, was an attempt by Britain to maintain control and manage relations with Native American tribes. However, it frustrated settlers who had fought for the right to expand westward. Instead of curbing westward expansion, the Proclamation line became the starting point for the winning of the West, as settlers disregarded British policies to pursue their aspirations. In summary, by 1763, the American frontier had evolved into a dynamic, multicultural space characterized by resilience, independence, and a burgeoning sense of unity. The experiences of war, hardship, and interaction with diverse groups forged a distinct American identity that would soon drive the colonies toward revolution and the eventual conquest of the continent. Chapter 2. The Forks of the Ohio. By 1763, the western frontier was not a single, unified expansion, but rather a series of distinct advances shaped by geography and local conditions. In the northern frontier, settlements stretched from Maine's St. Croix River, known for its fishing and naval industries, to the Connecticut River. This eastern region faced disputes over land titles, such as between Massachusetts, New York, and New Hampshire, which delayed organized settlement. The Green Mountains of Vermont were eventually assigned to New York in 1764 for military reasons, as New York was better equipped to defend the region from French and Native American incursions through Lake Champlain. The Iroquois Confederacy, 6 nations, maintained dominance in central New York, resisting settlers until their land was ceded after the 1768 Treaty of Fort Stanwix. Meanwhile, the Cherokee and other southern tribes, later known as the 5 Civilized Tribes, maintained relative autonomy west of the Appalachians, resisting disintegration from European contact for 2 generations. The forks of the Ohio, where the Allegheny and Monongahela rivers merged to form the Ohio River, became a crucial objective for colonial expansion. This location served as a gateway to the Mississippi Valley, with settlers from Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia converging there despite disputes over land boundaries. Notably, the Mason-Dixon line was drawn to resolve boundary conflicts between Maryland and Pennsylvania, but similar disputes with Virginia persisted into the Revolution. Speculators like George Washington and the Ohio Land Company pushed westward with surveying expeditions and fortifications. Fort Cumberland, built in 1750, became a key outpost. However, French resistance intensified as they sought to maintain control over the Ohio Valley. French expeditions, such as that of Céloron in 1749, symbolically buried lead plates claiming the land for France, while the French built Fort Duquesne at the Forks to counter British ambitions. The struggle for the Ohio Valley escalated into the French and Indian War, 1754 to 1763. British forces, including General Braddock's failed 1755 expedition, suffered early setbacks. However, later campaigns, such as General Forbes' 1758 march westward, succeeded in capturing Fort Duquesne, renamed Fort Pitt, modern Pittsburgh. This marked the end of French control in the region and secured British dominance. Despite these victories, the 1763 Proclamation Line restricted settlements west of the Appalachians, angering colonists who felt entitled to the land they had fought to secure. Pittsburgh emerged as a central hub at the forks of the Ohio, embodying the resilience and determination of settlers to push westward, even in defiance of British restrictions. Chapter 3. The Shenandoah Country and the Tennessee. The British Proclamation of 1763 sought to limit westward expansion beyond the Appalachian Mountains, but settlers quickly disregarded these restrictions, spurred by the allure of fertile lands and new opportunities. While the British aimed to stabilize relations with Native American tribes, treaties like Fort Stanwix, 1768, and Hard Labor, 1768, gradually ceded land to settlers, signaling the inevitable push westward. The Shenandoah Valley served as a key gateway for expansion, with settlers from Pennsylvania and Virginia steadily moving into its fertile lands and beyond. Communities like Winchester and Staunton emerged as early hubs of settlement, while trails through the Cumberland Gap provided access to the Ohio and Tennessee River valleys. This movement westward was facilitated by a lack of major geographic barriers and military roads established during earlier conflicts, such as Fort Loudoun and Fort Prince George. Frontier settlers, often isolated from formal governance, developed their own systems of self-rule, The Watauga settlement, established in 1769 near the Holston River, became a notable example of this independence. Its settlers, including leaders like James Robertson and John Sevier, formed agreements to manage their community, creating a framework for local governance and defense. As settlers pushed further into Tennessee and Kentucky, they encountered resistance from Native American tribes. Despite this, land companies like the Transylvania Company, led by Richard Henderson, negotiated controversial land treaties to secure territory. Daniel Boone's Wilderness Road, blazed in 1775, opened access to these areas, leading to rapid settlement and the founding of communities like Boonesboro. However, disputes over land claims and governance persisted, with Virginia eventually incorporating Kentucky as a county. The frontier's autonomy was further demonstrated with the formation of the short-lived state of Franklin in 1784, as settlers in Tennessee organized their own government under John Sevier. Though Congress refused to recognize Franklin, it underscored the determination of frontier communities to govern themselves in the absence of effective oversight. In essence, the Shenandoah Valley and Tennessee regions exemplified the spirit of resilience and innovation. These settlers laid the groundwork for westward expansion, overcoming legal, geographic, and cultural obstacles to shape the future of the American frontier. Chapter 4. The Rear of the Revolution. Before 1763, the cultural and political differences between Britain and its American colonies were largely obscured by a shared language. However, Britain's attempt to reorganize its empire after the 7 Years' War exposed the growing divide. Americans developed a sense of distinct nationality earlier than the British realized, a sentiment solidified during the Revolution. While the war's major battles occurred along the seaboard, the frontier played a vital role, particularly in defending Western settlements and expanding into new territories. The westward push of settlers persisted despite wars and political upheavals, evolving through 3 distinct phases: initial expansion to the Appalachian valleys, territorial conquest during the Revolution, culminating in George Rogers Clark's 1778 to 1779 campaign, and peaceful settlement that solidified communities west of the mountains by the century's end. During the Revolution, British forces reused French-era frontier routes, such as Lake Champlain and the Allegheny River, to launch campaigns. The Lake Champlain strategy of 1777 aimed to divide the colonies, but failed due to defeats at Oriskany, Bennington, and Saratoga. Simultaneously, the British fortified western outposts, like Detroit, and encouraged Native American attacks on American settlements to destabilize the frontier. These efforts were countered by leaders like George Rogers Clark, who led a bold campaign to secure the Illinois Territory. Clark's expedition demonstrated the resourcefulness of frontier soldiers. With minimal resources and untrained recruits, he captured Kaskaskia in 1778 and Vincennes in 1779, defeating British commander Henry Hamilton. These victories secured the Ohio Valley, despite challenges like the harsh winter march through southern Illinois. Meanwhile, the frontier's self-reliant communities continued to expand, spreading settlements even as battles raged nearby. In the South, the frontier played a crucial role during the British invasion of the Carolinas in 1780. Irregular militias, led by figures like John Sevier and Isaac Shelby, defeated British forces at Kings Mountain, demonstrating the effectiveness of frontier tactics. These victories contributed to Cornwallis's eventual surrender at Yorktown in 1781. The Revolution also deepened the spirit of independence among frontier settlers, who valued their autonomy and resisted centralized control. Their grievances, such as land restrictions and neglect by colonial governments, fueled their support for independence. This self-reliance influenced post-war negotiations as the frontier regions became integral to the new nation's identity. At the Treaty of Versailles in 1783, American negotiators, Franklin, Jay, and Adams, secured recognition of the United States' western boundary at the Mississippi River. Despite opposition from allies like France and Spain, the British preferred to strengthen trade ties with the new nation rather than cede the territory to their rivals. The treaty also returned Florida to Spain, but disputes over boundaries hinted at future conflicts. Chapter 5. The Land Problem. The Treaty of Versailles in 1783 granted the United States vast western territories. But it also exposed deep challenges for the fledgling nation. Unity among the 13 states was fragile, marked by long-standing separatism and rivalries. Even the treaty itself treated the states as individual entities, underscoring their disjointed nature. For many, the vast expanse of land between the Proclamation Line and the Mississippi River represented both opportunity and a unifying force, as it created shared interests and obligations that transcended state borders. The American frontier became a symbol of this unity, evolving through a dynamic process of settlement and development. Pioneers turned wilderness into homes, clearing land, establishing schools, churches, and local governments. Over time, these communities matured, sending new settlers further west to repeat the cycle. This process created a social laboratory, blending diverse cultures and shaping American values like self-reliance and adaptability. By the late 18th century, census data began to map the frontier, highlighting areas with low population densities and defining the constantly shifting boundary of settlement. Land ownership was central to the American identity, and access to land became a priority for settlers. Under British rule, the Crown and colonial proprietors controlled land distribution, often creating tension with settlers who believed in the right to claim and improve unoccupied land. After independence, states assumed control of unoccupied lands, treating them as public assets to generate revenue. This mirrored the proprietary model of the colonial era, where land was a source of profit rather than being freely available to settlers. However, significant disparities in land holdings between states created political friction. States with extensive western claims, like Virginia and New York, faced resentment from smaller states like Maryland, which lacked such resources. Maryland, in particular, refused to ratify the Articles of Confederation until the larger states agreed to cede their western lands to Congress for common use. This concession paved the way for the eventual creation of new states and a more equitable distribution of resources. The Articles of Confederation, despite their weaknesses, provided a framework for addressing the land problem. Congress invited states to cede western lands, promising to use them for the collective good and to establish new states as the land was settled. New York, Connecticut, and Virginia led the way in making land concessions, which ultimately satisfied Maryland and allowed for the Articles' ratification in 1781. This agreement not only formalized the Union, but also gave Congress a crucial role as a land trustee, ensuring it remained relevant despite the Articles' limited powers. Chapter 6. Creation of the Public Domain. In the dire autumn of 1780, as British forces overran Carolina and Virginia, Congress made a bold move to unify the fractured states through land policy. On September 6th and October 10th, it urged states with western land claims to cede these territories to the Union, pledging that the lands would be managed for the common benefit and eventually divided into new states with equal status in the Union. This vision of a growing federal commonwealth, bound by shared resources and responsibilities, laid the foundation for American federalism. It was clear that the number of states would soon grow beyond 13, and the fate of the Articles of Confederation, and possibly the Union itself, depended on the success of this initiative. The legal basis for the land claims stemmed from a series of charters granted by the English Crown, beginning with Virginia in 1606 and ending with Georgia in 1732. These charters defined colonial boundaries, but often overlapped or were poorly defined, leading to disputes. The proclamation of 1763 temporarily halted Western expansion, but did not alter the underlying claims. After independence, states retained their colonial claims, although the United States could have argued for national ownership of territories north of the Ohio River based on British legal precedents. New York led the way in ceding its claims to Congress in 1781, setting a precedent for other states. Its claims were based on treaties with Native Americans, such as the Treaty of Fort Stanwix in 1768, and an assumption of succession from British rule. Massachusetts followed, relinquishing its claims west of the Niagara River. However, disputes between New York, Massachusetts, and other states over overlapping claims delayed the resolution of land boundaries. Ultimately, compromises were reached, such as defining a western limit beyond which New York and Massachusetts surrendered their claims. Virginia's claim was the most expansive, based on a 1609 charter that ambiguously extended its boundaries from sea to sea, west and northwest. By the late 18th century, Virginia had already issued extensive land grants in the Ohio Valley, complicating its cession to Congress. In 1784, after prolonged negotiations, Virginia ceded its claims north of the Ohio River while reserving lands to satisfy previous grants and warrants. This act marked a turning point in the establishment of the public domain and foreshadowed Kentucky's eventual push for statehood. Connecticut retained a western claim based on its original 1662 charter, which extended its territory to the Pacific. Despite conflicts with Pennsylvania and other states, Connecticut ceded much of its claim to Congress in 1786, though it retained a section known as the Connecticut Reserve in what is now northeastern Ohio. Similarly, South Carolina and North Carolina resolved their land claims, though North Carolina briefly rescinded its cession before finalizing it in 1789. Georgia presented a unique challenge due to its claims over a vast area stretching to the Mississippi River, based on both its 1732 charter and the controversial proclamation of 1763. These claims included the Yazoo Strip, which became infamous for corruption and speculative land deals. Georgia resisted ceding its western lands until 1802, when it relinquished the disputed territory to the United States. This final act, marred by scandal, underscored the complexities of integrating state and national interests in land management. Between 1780 and 1802, the United States transformed its western territories into a public domain. Congress assumed responsibility for these lands, creating a trust that would shape the nation's future. By the time Georgia completed its cession, westward migration was already accelerating, and 2 new states had been established. The public domain not only provided a foundation for national unity, but also revealed the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation, which ultimately gave way to a stronger federal system under the Constitution. The experience of managing shared lands taught the fledgling nation the importance of a more perfect union, solidifying the principles of federalism and collective governance. Chapter 7. The National Land System. Before finalizing land cessions from New York and Virginia, Congress began developing policies to manage the public domain. 2 contrasting systems of land policy influenced their decisions. In the South, land acquisition was individualistic. Settlers selected tracts, defined boundaries as best they could, and registered titles locally. This system, while suiting the independent frontier spirit, often resulted in conflicting claims, legal disputes, and inaccurate records. Even decades later, when the government purchased Appalachian land, boundary overlaps and gaps were common. Kentucky and Tennessee, where this system prevailed, saw lawyers profit from endless litigation over land titles. New England adopted a more organized, communal approach. Towns were granted large tracts, subdivided systematically, and carefully recorded. This system minimized boundary conflicts, ensured orderly settlement, and allowed surveys before occupation. Advocates of both systems debated in Congress, but the eventual compromise leaned towards the New England model, emphasizing prior surveys and precise land divisions. As Congress discussed land policy, soldiers from the Continental Army sought compensation for their service. In 1783, they petitioned for a state west of the Ohio River, where land could supplement their meager pay. Washington supported this, believing Western expansion required strong direction to prevent uncontrolled growth. He endorsed agreements like Jay's proposal to close the Mississippi to navigation temporarily, ensuring Eastern dominance in trade. Treaties were necessary to secure lands for settlement. The Treaty of Fort Stanwix, 1784, saw the Six Nations cede vague claims north of the Ohio River, though these were contested by resident tribes. The Treaty of Fort McIntosh, 1785, established boundaries with other tribes, yet native resistance persisted for years. These treaties marked the beginning of formal U.S. land acquisitions from Native Americans. Thomas Jefferson, who chaired a congressional committee on land policy, recognized the need for clear regulations. His 1784 ordinance outlined principles for the Northwest Territory, including statehood requirements, governance under Congress, and eventual bans on slavery after 1800, though the latter was removed. Jefferson's proposals also included whimsical state names like Asinasipia and Polypotamia, but Congress omitted these and refined his ideas in subsequent legislation. The 1785 ordinance established the rectangular survey system, dividing townships into 6-mile squares and further into 36 sections. Captain Thomas Hutchins led initial surveys beyond Pennsylvania's western boundary, despite interference from Native Americans and squatters. Soldiers' land warrants secured portions of these lands, while remaining sections were sold to fund state quotas. By 1786, calls for governance in the western lands grew urgent. Rufus Putnam and Benjamin Tupper, military veterans and proponents of Western settlement, formed the Ohio Associates. This group aimed to establish a state for soldiers financed by depreciated continental currency. They proposed purchasing vast tracts of land from Congress, requiring new legislation to permit such large sales. By 1787, the group's lobbying efforts bore fruit. Congress, weakened by the Articles of Confederation, saw land sales as a vital source of revenue. After prolonged debates, the Northwest Ordinance passed on July 13, 1787. This landmark legislation established a framework for territorial governance. An appointed administration in early stages, elected legislatures once the population reached 5,000 adult males, and statehood upon reaching 60,000 inhabitants. It guaranteed rights such as religious freedom, trial by jury, and habeas corpus, encouraged education, and banned slavery in the Northwest Territory. The ordinance also facilitated the Ohio Associates' land purchase. Nearly 1.8 million acres were sold at a discounted rate of $1 per acre, payable partly in continental currency. Speculators, including Congress members, profited from these transactions. Key figures like Manasseh Cutler and General Arthur St. Clair, a shareholder in the Ohio Associates, played pivotal roles. St. Clair became the Northwest Territory's first governor, tasked with implementing the ordinance's principles. The Northwest Ordinance, though passed under questionable constitutional authority, became a foundation for American expansion. Combining Jefferson's vision with practical governance, it set a precedent for orderly settlement, ensuring new states entered the Union as equals while securing rights for settlers. Its success highlighted the potential of Western lands to unify the fledgling nation. Chapter 8. The Old Northwest. The settlement of the Old Northwest, spurred by the Ordinance of 1787 and the Ohio Associates Contract, unfolded between 1787 and 1795. During this period, frontier life, already thriving between the Ohio and Tennessee rivers, extended into lands north of the Ohio River. Britain, after agreeing to the Great Lakes as the boundary in 1783, eventually withdrew its posts, while Spain reluctantly adhered to boundary agreements. By the century's end, regions that were wilderness in 1763 transformed into prosperous farmlands, with new pioneers pushing toward Detroit, Mobile, and St. Louis. The Ohio Associates established their first settlement at Marietta in 1788, near Fort Harmar on the Muskingum River. General Rufus Putnam led the settlers west, naming their boat the Mayflower, in homage to their journey's significance. Governor Arthur St. Clair arrived that summer to administer the territory, create counties, and manage relations with Native Americans, though progress was slow. Settlers also clustered near Cincinnati, originally called Locentiville, a name St. Clair changed to honor the Society of the Cincinnati. Other ventures emerged alongside the Ohio Associates. John Cleves Simmes purchased land between the Great and Little Miami Rivers, fostering a small settlement at the site of Cincinnati. The Connecticut Land Company sent settlers to the Western Reserve, where Moses Cleveland founded the town of Cleveland in 1796. French immigrants, lured by exaggerated promises from Joel Barlow, arrived in 1790 to establish Gallipolis, only to find their promised land was unavailable. Despite Rufus Putnam's efforts, the settlement struggled and became a symbol of fraudulent land speculation. The expansion into the Northwest Territory consistently provoked conflicts with Native Americans. Tribes, unfamiliar with the concept of land ownership and lacking centralized governance, often misunderstood treaties. Even when agreements were signed, non-signatory members rejected them, leading to continued hostilities. British fur traders further fueled resistance by supplying tribes with weapons and reminding them of the consequences of American settlement. In 1790, General Josiah Harmar launched a military expedition to subdue native resistance, but suffered defeat near the Maumee River. The following year, Governor St. Clair led another campaign, only to face an even greater loss at the hands of Little Turtle and Tecumseh. These failures prompted President Washington to appoint Mad Anthony Wayne as commander. Wayne rebuilt the army, emphasized discipline, and methodically advanced through the Northwest, constructing a chain of forts, including Fort Recovery and Fort Defiance. Wayne's decisive victory at the Battle of Fallen Timbers in 1794 shattered native resistance. His forces defeated Little Turtle's warriors, forcing the tribes to negotiate. The resulting Treaty of Greenville in 1795 established a clear boundary between American and native lands, starting at the Ohio River, near the Kentucky River, and extending north to Fort Recovery and Lake Erie. This treaty marked the beginning of lasting peace in the Old Northwest. With the conflict resolved, settlers moved into the territory more freely, transforming the Old Northwest into a stable and prosperous region. Fort Wayne, constructed at the campaign's conclusion, symbolized American dominance and the end of significant resistance in the area. The groundwork laid by the Ordinance of 1787 and Wayne's campaign ensured the integration of the Northwest Territory into the growing United States. Chapter 9. The Western Boundaries. After the Treaty of Versailles, John Adams represented the United States in London, but his efforts to negotiate a favorable commercial treaty were fruitless. British officials refused to evacuate Western posts, citing American failures to honor pre-war debts and mistreatment of loyalists. Behind these justifications lay broader British opposition to relinquishing control over the Great Lakes region. This reluctance reflected a lingering hope that the young American Republic would fail, leaving British merchants and settlers to benefit from the resulting chaos. The situation began to shift with General Anthony Wayne's decisive campaign in the Northwest. His victory at Fallen Timbers in 1794 broke Native American resistance and curbed British support for the tribes. Wayne's actions, along with the federal government's suppression of the Whiskey Rebellion, demonstrated that the United States could enforce its laws and protect its borders. These developments gave John Jay leverage during his 1794 mission to London. Jay's treaty with Britain secured promises for troop withdrawals from Western posts by 1796, though it left many Americans dissatisfied due to its lack of commercial concessions. Meanwhile, Spain's control of the Mississippi River presented another challenge. The river was vital to Western settlers, who relied on it for trade and transportation. Spain, however, claimed exclusive rights to the Mississippi and maintained military posts north of its agreed boundary at the 31st parallel. Negotiations led by John Jay in the 1780s had failed, as Spain sought to restrict American access in exchange for trade privileges. Rumors of these negotiations angered Western settlers, who viewed the Mississippi as essential for their livelihoods. Spanish officials in New Orleans adopted a dual strategy to maintain control. On one hand, they allowed certain American traders to operate illegally, using bribes to secure cooperation. On the other hand, they funded influential frontier figures in Kentucky and Tennessee to prevent uprisings. This strategy delayed open conflict but failed to quell resentment entirely. The United States sought a resolution through diplomacy. In 1795, Thomas Pinckney negotiated the Treaty of San Lorenzo with Spain, securing American access to the Mississippi and the right to deposit goods at New Orleans for export. Spain also agreed to withdraw its garrisons from U.S. territory and formally accepted the 31st parallel as the boundary. However, Spain's compliance was slow, and American commissioners faced delays in marking the boundary until 1798. The Treaty of San Lorenzo marked a turning point, granting the United States full control over its western boundaries. Combined with the British evacuation of posts in 1796, these agreements resolved territorial disputes and reinforced national unity. By the end of the 18th century, the United States had secured its borders and established a foundation for westward expansion. The Mississippi River, once a source of division, became a symbol of American growth and opportunity. Chapter 10. The First New States. By the time George Washington left office in 1797, the new government was firmly established, and the United States had secured control of its territories. Washington had overseen the admission of 3 new states, Vermont, Kentucky, and Tennessee, demonstrating the Republic's commitment to self-governance. Although these states did not follow the full territorial process outlined in the Ordinance of 1787, their inclusion reflected the spirit of unity and expansion. Vermont's journey to statehood was unique. Though its development mirrored frontier expansion, its origins lay in a jurisdictional dispute between Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and New York. Early settlers in the New Hampshire grants found themselves caught between competing land claims. When New York's claim was recognized in 1764, settlers refused to pay for their land a second time, leading to the establishment of Vermont as an independent republic in 1777. Despite its appeals for admission, Congress, wary of angering New York, delayed action until 1791, when New York relinquished its claims. Vermont's eventual statehood was a victory for frontier independence. Kentucky's settlement began during the Revolution, with pioneers like James Herod and Daniel Boone establishing early communities. Virginia initially governed Kentucky as a county, but tensions grew as settlers demanded statehood. Rumors of Congress considering a deal with Spain to close the Mississippi River heightened Kentucky's desire for autonomy. Despite repeated delays, Kentucky drafted a constitution in 1792 and joined the Union, becoming the first state west of the Appalachians. Its constitution reflected its frontier character, emphasizing manhood, suffrage, and local governance, shaped by Virginia-born leaders. Tennessee, the 16th state, faced an even more complex path. Settled initially in the Watauga district, its population grew despite resistance from the Cherokee and North Carolina's fluctuating jurisdiction. North Carolina ceded the territory to Congress in 1789, leading to the creation of the territory south of the Ohio River. Tennessee's population grew rapidly, reaching the threshold for statehood by 1796. However, unlike Kentucky, Tennessee declared itself a state before formal approval from Congress, causing debate over its legitimacy. Nevertheless, Congress admitted Tennessee on June 1, 1796. Its diverse regions, Eastern Tennessee's small farms, Middle Tennessee's plantations, and Western Tennessee's cottonlands, reflected the varied influences shaping the state. Tennessee's leaders, including John Sevier, James Robertson, and William Blount, navigated complex challenges. The region faced Indian resistance, Spanish intrigue, and internal divisions. Blount's dealings with Spain and later impeachment highlighted the fragility of early frontier governance. Yet Tennessee thrived, with leaders like Andrew Jackson emerging as prominent figures in national politics. The admission of these states marked a turning point in the westward expansion. The frontier was no longer just a wilderness, but a region of growing stability. Newspapers like the Pittsburgh Gazette and the Kentucky Gazette documented the political and economic transformation. These publications, while sparse on local details, captured the debates shaping the new nation and reflected the emergence of a distinct frontier identity. By the late 18th century, the first new states exemplified the promise and challenges of American expansion. They balanced frontier independence with national unity, setting a precedent for future states to join the Union. As the frontier pushed westward, these early states served as a model for integrating new territories into the growing republic. Chapter 11. Political Theories of the Frontier. The political landscape of the American frontier was shaped not by abstract theories of governance, but by the practical realities of frontier life, the settlers' experiences, and their inherited ideas. The development of frontier society mirrored the organic evolution of English common law, blending old habits with the challenges of a new environment. Isolation, equality, and a distrust of absentee authority became the defining characteristics of frontier thought, influencing both its political practices and institutions. Isolation was an unavoidable condition of frontier life. Settlers were often miles apart, surrounded by vast wilderness. This solitude fostered a sense of self-reliance and independence. Memories of their old communities faded over time, replaced by a new identity rooted in immediate experience. This isolation lessened attachment to prior systems of governance and bred a desire for autonomy. Self-confidence flourished in this environment. On the frontier, success depended on individual effort. Those who succeeded became natural leaders, embodying the values of perseverance and initiative. Failures often moved away or gave up, leaving behind a community driven by youthful energy and ambition. This culture of self-reliance and personal accomplishment translated into a broader impatience with external authority. Equality on the frontier was a fact of life, not just an ideal. Economic and social distinctions mattered little when all settlers faced the same challenges: clearing land, building cabins, and surviving the harsh conditions. Wealth, education, and status provided no escape from the grueling labor required for survival. This shared struggle fostered a sense of camaraderie and a rejection of traditional hierarchies, leading to a practical egalitarianism. Distrust of absentee authority was another defining feature of frontier thought. The revolution had been partly fueled by resentment of remote governance, and this sentiment persisted. Whether it was landlords, creditors, or distant governments, frontiersmen viewed absentee control with suspicion. They favored local autonomy and laws that protected debtors over creditors, reflecting their desire for self-determination. These frontier-born attitudes were expressed through the institutions and practices inherited from the colonial past. Every colony had been governed by a written charter, and this tradition carried over to the frontier, where written constitutions became the foundation of governance. These documents often reflected a balance of power between governors, legislatures, and courts, ensuring no single entity could dominate. While the specifics varied, the emphasis on self-governance and checks on authority was consistent. The process of constitution making became a hallmark of American political life. By 1780, 11 states had drafted new constitutions, and by 1800, many had revised them. Frontier states like Vermont, Kentucky, and Tennessee adopted constitutions that were notably progressive for their time. They embraced manhood suffrage and prioritized personal liberty over centralized authority, while they retained some traditional requirements for office holders such as property ownership or religious affiliation. The shift toward broader participation was evident. The frontier's political culture was deeply influenced by a belief in natural rights popularized by figures like Thomas Jefferson and George Mason. The Declaration of Independence and the Virginia Bill of Rights provided language that echoed through frontier constitutions. These documents prioritized liberty, equality, and balanced governance, often at the expense of efficiency. The suspicion of centralized power extended to the federal Constitution, which lacked a Bill of Rights upon its ratification. Frontier opposition to this omission led to the adoption of the first 10 amendments, further embedding individual rights into the national framework. Frontier political thought also laid the groundwork for emerging political parties. The settlers' distrust of authority, combined with their push for personal liberty and local control, fueled debates over the role of government. These debates shaped the formation of political movements and highlighted the frontier's influence on the broader national identity. In the end, the political theories of the frontier were a blend of inherited practices and new adaptations. They reflected the challenges and aspirations of a people carving out a new way of life while staying grounded in familiar traditions. The balance between these forces, tradition and innovation, autonomy and unity, defined the unique political character of the American frontier. Chapter 12. Jeffersonian Democracy. Neither political theory nor practice alone can fully define a state's character. It is their interplay that shapes a nation's identity. By 1800, the American frontier was in the midst of political, spiritual, and economic upheaval. A great religious revival swept through the population, reflecting their heightened emotional state. Politically, this energy culminated in the election of Thomas Jefferson as President of the United States and ushered in what has come to be known as Jeffersonian democracy. This wave of change, much like the revolutionary spirit of 1776, marked a rejection of entrenched powers and a shift toward the ideals of the expanding frontier. It would set the stage for future waves of transformation, as seen later with Andrew Jackson and Abraham Lincoln. The rise of Jeffersonian democracy was part of a broader movement challenging Federalist dominance. George Washington's administration, rooted in the Federalist ideals of strong centralized authority, had sought to stabilize the nation after the Revolution. Washington's leadership, shaped by his experiences during the war, emphasized unity, discipline, and the necessity of a robust national government. However, his policies often clashed with the growing egalitarianism and individualism of the frontier, which viewed distant authority with suspicion. Washington's cabinet reflected a coalition of competing visions for the young nation. On one side, Alexander Hamilton championed Federalist policies, advocating for financial stability through measures like assuming revolutionary debts and creating a national bank. On the other, Thomas Jefferson represented the democratic-republican ideals of decentralization, personal liberty, and equality. These competing ideologies set the stage for the nation's first political parties, with Jefferson organizing opposition to the Federalists' policies. The Federalists, in their pursuit of a strong government, often alienated the frontier population. Hamilton's financial policies, such as the assumption of revolutionary debts, appeared to favor wealthy speculators and Eastern elites over the indebted farmers of the frontier. The whiskey tax, which sparked the Whiskey Rebellion, exemplified this divide. Frontier farmers who relied on distilling whiskey as a means of converting surplus grain into a marketable product saw the tax as an unjust burden. The federal government's harsh response to the rebellion only deepened the frontier's mistrust of centralized authority. International events further fueled the political divide. The French Revolution, with its ideals of liberty and equality, resonated deeply with the frontier's democratic spirit. Jefferson and his followers sympathized with the revolutionaries, while the Federalists, wary of the chaos in France, leaned toward neutrality and closer ties with Britain. The controversial Jay Treaty of 1794, which sought to resolve lingering tensions with Britain, was seen by many as a betrayal of American principles and an affront to the alliance with France. As tensions grew, Jefferson skillfully built a political machine to channel the frontier's discontent into a coherent opposition movement. Democratic clubs sprang up across the nation, uniting farmers, artisans, and frontier settlers under a shared vision of equality and self-government. Jefferson's leadership transformed these local movements into a national party capable of challenging Federalist dominance. The Federalists' response to dissent only strengthened Jefferson's cause. Laws like the Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798, which targeted immigrants and suppressed opposition voices, were seen as overreaches of government power. Jefferson's Kentucky and Virginia resolutions, which argued for states' rights to nullify unconstitutional federal laws, further galvanized opposition to Federalist policies. These resolutions laid the groundwork for future debates over the balance of power between state and federal governments. The election of 1800 marked a turning point in American politics. Jefferson's victory over John Adams signaled the triumph of the frontier's egalitarian ideals over the Federalists' conservative vision. The peaceful transfer of power from one party to another demonstrated the resilience of the young republic and the effectiveness of its democratic institutions. Jefferson's presidency embodied the principles of the frontier. His administration emphasized limited government, individual liberty, and westward expansion. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803, which doubled the size of the United States, reflected Jefferson's vision of a nation of independent farmers, free from the constraints of urban industrialization. This expansion, however, also brought new challenges as the nation grappled with questions of governance, slavery, and relations with Native American tribes. By 1800, the rise of Jeffersonian democracy had reshaped the American political landscape. It reflected the aspirations and values of a rapidly expanding frontier, challenging the entrenched powers of the Federalist era. Jefferson's leadership provided a unifying vision for the frontier's diverse population, channeling their energy into a movement that would define the nation's trajectory for decades to come. The election of 1800 was not just a political victory, it was a declaration of the frontier's place at the heart of the American experiment. Chapter 13. The Frontier of 1800. 37 years after the British government attempted to limit Western expansion at the Appalachians, the population of the colonies had surged from about 1.6 million to 5.3 million. In the territories once closed to settlers, nearly 1 million Americans had established themselves, crafting a new way of life. By 1800, this western frontier became the backbone of the Jeffersonian movement, propelling his party to national dominance. This seismic shift in political power caught even Americans by surprise, while Eastern elites, particularly those east of the Hudson, expressed frustration and disdain at the rise of a new democracy. The tension between these regions marked a clear turning point in American political history. Between 1790 and 1800, the population of the United States grew by about 35%. a remarkable increase largely attributed to natural births rather than immigration. By 1800, Americans were overwhelmingly native-born, with minimal cultural or linguistic ties to Europe. Non-English ethnic groups, such as the German-speaking populations in Pennsylvania, largely remained isolated, while other European influences had begun to dissolve into the dominant Anglo-American culture. This cultural uniformity strengthened the frontier's collective identity and its distinct role in shaping the nation's future. The frontier of 1800 could be defined by a population density of at least 6 people per square mile. It stretched from Lake Champlain in the north to the Savannah River in the south. Beyond this line, the bluegrass region of Kentucky, the valleys of East Tennessee, and the Cumberland area of Middle Tennessee formed significant islands of settlement amidst the wilderness. While most of the West remained rural, these hubs represented the burgeoning centers of Western society. Yet even the largest towns, such as Lexington with 1,797 residents, or Cincinnati with 500, remained modest in size. Infrastructure was rudimentary. Mountain trails and poorly maintained paths connected the frontier to the eastern states. But these routes were arduous and often impassable. Ferries over rivers were unreliable and costly, and wheeled vehicles were rare. This isolation fostered a self-reliant culture where settlers built their own homes, made their own tools, and produced what they needed for survival. The log cabin was the quintessential home of the frontier, built from the abundant local timber. Furniture was crude, fashioned with axes and wooden pegs in place of scarce nails. Domestic life revolved around subsistence, with families growing their own food, raising livestock, and making clothing from homespun fabric or animal hides. Women bore the brunt of these labor-intensive tasks, often raising large families under harsh conditions that claimed many lives. Despite its hardships, frontier life also fostered a sense of community. Social events such as log raisings, weddings, and funerals provided opportunities for neighbors to gather, alleviate their isolation, and form bonds. These gatherings were lively and informal, reflecting the democratic spirit of the frontier. The loneliness of pioneer life also shaped frontier religion and politics, emphasizing communal participation and emotional expression. Religious life on the frontier was fluid, often shaped more by the presence of itinerant preachers than by established churches. The Scotch-Irish settlers, dominant in regions such as Kentucky and Tennessee, brought with them Presbyterian traditions, which emphasized self-governance and intellectual rigor. However, the scarcity of educated clergy and formal institutions made it difficult for the Presbyterian Church to maintain its influence. In contrast, the Methodist and Baptist churches thrived. Their emphasis on emotional, evangelical preaching and their reliance on itinerant ministers, or circuit riders, suited the needs of the frontier. Camp meetings, where preachers would ignite religious fervor among thousands, became a hallmark of frontier revivalism. The 1801 Cane Ridge Revival in Kentucky, attended by an estimated 20,000 people, exemplified this phenomenon. These revivals offered spiritual solace and a sense of community, making religion an integral part of frontier culture. The expansion of the frontier was closely tied to the policies governing public land. The ordinances of 1785 and 1787 established the framework for surveying and selling public lands. But by 1800, these systems were still in their infancy. Private land sales outpaced public land sales, with tracts in Kentucky, Tennessee, and the western parts of Virginia and Pennsylvania attracting the majority of settlers. Congressional land policies initially favored large-scale buyers, but this approach left small farmers unable to afford land. The Land Act of 1800, championed by William Henry Harrison, marked a turning point. It reduced the minimum purchase to 320 acres, allowed for installment payments over 4 years, and decentralized land sales by establishing local land offices. This law democratized land ownership, making it accessible to more settlers and encouraging westward migration. It set the stage for the rapid settlement of Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and beyond. By 1800, the frontier had transformed from a sparsely settled wilderness into a politically and culturally distinct region with growing influence over the nation. Its democratic ethos, shaped by the realities of frontier life, propelled Jefferson to the presidency and set the tone for America's westward expansion. The frontier was not merely a geographic boundary, but a crucible for the ideals and institutions that would define the United States in the century to come. Chapter 14. Ohio, the Clash of Principles. While Kentucky's legislature, under Jefferson's guiding influence, declared that the United States was not bound by unlimited submission to the general government, a more tangible clash over governance was unfolding in the Northwest Territory. For over a decade, General Arthur St. Clair governed this region as an autocratic viceroy of Congress, wielding authority that stifled popular influence. The Ordinance of 1787 allowed no room for democratic participation during the territory's first phase of governance, and St. Clair, by both temperament and design, embodied the very distrust of popular rule that Jeffersonian Democrats opposed. His tenure symbolized the principle of unlimited submission, which the frontier people found intolerable. This tension reached its peak in 1798 when the population of the Northwest Territory grew enough to elect a General Assembly. By 1799, the first legislature met, exposing the deep divisions between the Federalist regime led by St. Clair and the emerging Jeffersonian faction, eager to see the territory achieve the statehood under their democratic ideals. The Ordinance of 1787 outlined a clear process for self-government. In December 1798, representatives were chosen at a rate of 1 for every 500 free male inhabitants. These representatives convened in February 1799 in Cincinnati, where they nominated a council of 10 individuals owning at least 500 acres each. From this group, 5 were selected by the President of the United States to form the territory's council. By September 1799, the legislature formally convened in Cincinnati under St. Clair's supervision. However, tension flared immediately as the legislature bristled at St. Clair's unilateral decisions, including the selection of Cincinnati as the meeting location and the adoption of a territorial seal without consulting the Assembly. The session ended in discord, with St. Clair vetoing all significant legislation passed by the body. Amid this turmoil, the territory elected its first delegate to Congress. St. Clair sought the position for himself, but lost to William Henry Harrison, who soon became a central figure in shaping the territory's land policies and eventual statehood. In May 1800, Congress, influenced by Federalist fears of a Jeffersonian-dominated state, divided the Northwest Territory. The western portion became the territory of Indiana, leaving the eastern portion to focus on statehood. Federalists, including St. Clair, advocated for smaller state boundaries to delay the admission of a Jeffersonian-leaning Ohio. However, the Jeffersonians pushed for expansive boundaries to accelerate the population threshold required for statehood. The final boundary placed the Scioto River within the new state and left Cincinnati at its center, ensuring a sufficient population to meet the requirements for admission. By 1802, the eastern portion of the Northwest Territory, still not officially named Ohio, had grown in population and influence. Congress, under Jefferson's administration, passed the Enabling Act on April 30, 1802, authorizing the territory to draft a constitution and prepare for statehood. This marked a turning point, as Congress sought to influence the character of Ohio's government while granting it autonomy once admitted. The Constitutional Convention convened in Chillicothe in November 1802, solidifying the Jeffersonian vision for the new state. St. Clair, excluded from the convention, made a final attempt to assert his authority by denouncing the Enabling Act and President Jefferson. His defiance led to his dismissal, marking the end of his political career and the triumph of Jeffersonian democracy in the region. Ohio's Constitution reflected the frontier's distrust of centralized authority and executive power. The governor was stripped of veto power and appointing authority, reducing the office to a subordinate role under the legislature. The judiciary, too, reflected democratic ideals, with Supreme Court justices elected by the legislature for 7-year terms rather than lifetime appointments. The legislature held the most significant power, with representation based on the white male population. The franchise extended to all white males over 21 who paid or were charged with state or county taxes. Military officers, up to the rank of brigadier general, were elected by their peers, reinforcing the democratic ethos of the frontier. The Constitution's preamble emphasized equality, declaring that all men are born equally free and independent. In just 1 month, the convention completed the Constitution, which would guide Ohio's governance until its first revision in 1851. The convention's members not only proclaimed the Constitution effective, but also requested more generous state boundaries, extending Ohio's northern border to include access to Lake Erie. On February 19, 1803, Congress recognized Ohio's statehood but ignored the convention's request for boundary adjustments. Despite this, Ohio asserted its claims, leading to a prolonged dispute with Michigan over the Toledo Strip. Ultimately, Ohio prevailed, securing its desired boundary. Ohio also became the first state to benefit from federal land endowments. The Enabling Act granted Section 16 of every township for public schools, salt springs for state use, and a portion of land sale proceeds for infrastructure development. These provisions established a precedent for future states carved from public domain lands. Ohio officially became a state in March 1803, with Edward Tiffin as its first governor. The state quickly moved to establish its economic infrastructure, incorporating its first bank, the Miami Exporting Company, to support trade with New Orleans and beyond. However, uncertainty loomed over the future of the Mississippi River, as Napoleon Bonaparte had recently acquired Louisiana, raising questions about American access to the vital waterway. Ohio's admission marked the beginning of a new chapter in American expansion. As the first state born from the public domain and nurtured by Congress, Ohio set a precedent for the democratic principles and federal-state relationships that would define the United States' westward growth. Its journey from a territorial outpost to a full-fledged state exemplified the clash and eventual synthesis of competing principles that shaped the American frontier. Chapter 15. The Purchase of Louisiana. The leader of a rising opposition party nearly always finds a dilemma before him when the turn of the tide places him in the position of power and responsibility. In opposition, it is safe to attack whatever the administration may do, and there is no means of testing the soundness of the criticism. In the office, affairs look different. The theorist must test his capacity for the practical. Thomas Jefferson had no more than taken his oath of office in 1801 than there arose to haunt him his beloved France in the guise of a barrier to American unity and peace, and his own teachings upon the meaning of the Constitution as an inspiration to frontier self-determination. The background of this new crisis was one of rosy hope for peace and growth. The new Land Act and the final stages in the development of Ohio were promises of sympathetic rule of the frontier regions. The surplus crops of the West were finding their way to a market. From the farm where they were grown, which was often on a stream navigable to light craft in early spring, the cargoes of wheat and corn, meal and flour, pork, bacon, and whiskey found their way to the broad waters of the Ohio and Mississippi. In flatboats and barges manned by local talent at the sweeps, they were floated south. In the long trip, drifting by day and tied to some convenient shore at night, the farmer boatmen had time to gossip over the trade in which they ventured. The Mississippi dominated not their whole lives, but their balance of profit. Before 1795, when Pinckney signed his Spanish treaty, the cruise to Natchez or New Orleans had been full of risk. The temper of Spanish officers was mercurial. It was always possible that they would enforce the law, which meant confiscation of cargo and perhaps imprisonment. Whether they would succumb to bribery and permit the speculator to share his profits with them was uncertain until it was too late to give up the voyage. But after 1795, the right of deposit at New Orleans made the trade safe and tempted its increase. The privilege was for 3 years, but at its expiration in 1798, the authorities took no step to re-establish the former order, and the wars in Europe made a strong market that welcomed at New Orleans the upriver crops. Natchez had meanwhile become the chief named place in Mississippi Territory and the southwest corner of American power. There was peace with France when Jefferson took office. The vexatious War of 1798 was over. The breach occasioned by the rapacity of the Directorate was healed by the overture of Napoleon, who invited John Adams to send him new commissioners. In a convention signed September 30th, 1800, peace was established and indemnity was promised to those who had suffered at French hands. No foreign situation was more repugnant to Jefferson than hostility with France, save possibly an alliance with England, which such hostility might engender. But he had been in office only a few months when the rumor leaked out, and would not go down, that on the day after the convention with the United States was signed, Napoleon had signed another with Spain. That made it useless. To formal inquiry as to the existence of this another treaty, Napoleon blandly lied. But it was true that at San Ildefonso on October 1st, Spain had retroceded to France the province of Louisiana that she had received from Louis XV in 1763. Napoleon had pledged himself here never to alienate Louisiana to another power, and was forming visions of a rebuilt colonial empire with which to rival England. The repeated denials of official France that such a transfer was contemplated were matched by specific news that it had taken place. In October 1802, the Spanish agents at New Orleans confirmed the rumor by closing the Mississippi under secret orders from the Spanish king. The privilege that Spain had tolerated since 1798, when the right of deposit expired, came to an end at the moment when Spain ceased to be a Mississippi Valley power. The bad news rushed up the trail from Natchez, and reaching Washington apprised the president that either the West would act or he, and that his action must be prompt or not at all. He knew his West, the independence that made it ready for lawless ventures, and that had shown itself in a willingness to intrigue either with Spain or against her, had been part of his arsenal to be used against the Federalists. The slack bond that held it to the Union, with the Appalachian barrier to keep it remote and the Mississippi to turn its eyes southwest, had made the Western leaders receptive. When in 1798 he preached a doctrine of limited government and suggested a right to nullify. He knew the real importance of the Mississippi and the passionate regard in which the West held it. And he knew as well that New Orleans lay unprotected at the mercy of a frontier expedition. Such an attack was likely to produce either the calamity of a war with France or a dissolution of the Union, or both. On the other hand, Jefferson both hated war and believed in the bottom of his heart that he lacked the power to avoid it. "Peace is our passion," he wrote, and meant it. In his mind, war could be avoided simply by refraining from it. That it could or would be forced upon a nation, or that there were other conditions worse than war, he doubted. His instinct led him in the open to play for time and to decry the talk of war. In private, the crisis forced him to realize that French control of the Mississippi meant war with France and alliance with England, or else explosion. Yet when he came to consider that a purchase of a part of Louisiana from France, so that the United States might be at least co-owner of the river mouth, was the only probable means of averting war. He hesitated, for he believed that the United States had no constitutional right to make the purchase. No one more than he had fulminated against abuse of power. His Attorney General, Levi Lincoln, confirmed him in the belief that it would be unconstitutional. And Jefferson, with his own hand, drew up an amendment to the Constitution to make it right. But his friends advised him to act at once, and the real Westerners among them, although they had endorsed his Kentucky resolutions without objections, saw no reason why the United States lacked power to expand. To his eternal credit, the statesman in him rose above the politician and the doctrinaire. In the words of Henry Adams, he ordered his ministers at Paris to buy this territory, although he thought the Constitution gave him no power to do so. He was willing to increase the national debt for this purpose, even though a national debt was a mortal canker. And he ordered his minister, in case Bonaparte should close the Mississippi, to make a permanent alliance with England, or in his own words, to marry ourselves to the British fleet and nation as the price of New Orleans and Florida. In January 1803, Congress was asked to provide a special fund, and James Monroe was nominated as minister to France. The fund was for the purchase. The minister was to assure the impatient West that the government was not asleep. The resident minister in Paris, Robert R. Livingston, who might as well have been instructed to make the overture, was advised of Monroe's approach and noted in a sudden change of Bonaparte's policy that it might be possible to have the act accomplished before Monroe arrived. Chapter 16. Problems of the Southwest Border. Napoleon Bonaparte refused to go on record as to the boundaries of Louisiana, but we know today that it was his intention, had he completed his colonial experiment, to seize the Gulf of Mexico shore between the Mississippi and the Rio Grande, and claim it all. When the province that he discarded into Jefferson's hands became the southwest border of the United States, its western limits were uncertain. And Spain, who had watched with apprehension the advance of both England and France, viewed with renewed alarm the presence at New Orleans of an American frontier force. The settlements in Texas had been planted in the 18th century to be a buffer for New Spain. The internal provinces had been organized, and Upper California had been colonized with the same intent. The Spanish officers who from New Orleans had watched the leaders of opinion in Kentucky and Tennessee with nervous fear since 1785 now took their station along the trail that ran from the head of the Sabine River to San Antonio and were determined to maintain an outpost here. In Louisiana, James Wilkinson was an unfit leader of the American Army, for no one had illicit relations more than he with these Spanish officials. He was an unstable foundation for the cornerstone of the empire. After the delivery of New Orleans to Wilkinson and Claiborne in December 1803, the latter became temporary governor, exercising in the name of the president full military power, and all the functions possessed by all the Spanish officials whom he displaced. Congress authorized such autocratic rule until it should have time to give further consideration to the government of the province. There were in Louisiana perhaps 8,000 whites in the vicinity of New Orleans and 50,000 south of the Red River. In Upper Louisiana, between New Madrid and St. Louis, there may have been 6,000 more. Most of these were French or Spanish, though there was among them a new admixture of Americans tempted across the Mississippi by easy naturalization and generous land grants. The people spoke French, lived under the civil rather than the common law, and were in general devout followers of the communion of the Catholic Church. They contained little of the element that made American Westerners clamor for self-government before they were ripe for it. Instead, the Creoles of Louisiana, with the numerous half-breed mixtures, accepted what government came to them with tranquil indifference. Their normal indolent politeness did not conceal their contempt for the American representatives of a rough and ready civilization, but they made no resistance to their sale as chattels by France to the United States. In March 1804, Congress divided the province of Louisiana, by the line of the 33rd parallel running west from the Mississippi. South of this line, the territory of Orleans was left in Claiborne's hands as a territory of the lowest grade. North of the line, the District of Louisiana was attached for purposes of government to Indiana Territory, where William Henry Harrison had been in command since 1801. This latter combination was unsuccessful and popular neither at Vincennes nor at St. Louis. In 1805, accordingly, Indiana was cut down. Michigan Territory was launched, with the seat of government at Detroit under William Hull, and Louisiana District was allowed to be a territory, with its government at St. Louis. Both Indiana and Orleans at this time were raised to the second territorial status and allowed a legislature. The exploration of the tract that thus became the two territories of Orleans and Louisiana went on apace. Between 1804 and 1806, the northern and western limits were visited without discovering anything that called for or received immediate attention, but at the south and west each year revealed increasing difficulty and uncertainty. Pike, on his return from the upper Mississippi, was transferred at once to this scene and played there a part whose meaning is as uncertain to the historian as it may have been to him. Under orders from Wilkinson, he left St. Louis July 15, 1806, to escort a group of Indians to their homes in the Osage and Pawnee villages, and then to proceed to the headwaters of the Arkansas and Red Rivers. The internal topography was as cloudy at the border of New Spain as it was in Oregon. There would have been good reason for an investigation of the region for the simple purpose of ascertaining the facts, but the connection of Wilkinson with it makes such explanation of motive hard to accept. Somewhere to the southwest lay the frontier of Spain. It was fairly clear that on the Gulf shore there would be established an equilibrium not far from the Sabine River, but inland neither Spain nor the United States knew what the limits ought to be. Pike was ordered to disguise his military identity, which would not have been necessary had his purpose been simply to explore the territory of Louisiana, and he was given careful instructions and an untruthful story to be used in case he should fall in with troops of Spain. Like a good soldier, he accepted his orders without question, and he does not seem to have suspected that anything but a proper military purpose was behind his mission. When he returned to the United States in 1807 and found that he was connected in the public mind with the plot of Aaron Burr, his indignation was so pronounced as to appear genuine. Leaving the St. Louis border with his Indian charges, Pike visited their villages and then struck off across what is now the eastern end of Kansas for the great northern bend of the Arkansas River. He followed the river to the Rocky Mountains, where it emerges through the Front Range at the Royal Gorge, where Pueblo now stands. From an examination of such maps as he could have seen, there was reason to believe that south of Arkansas was the basin of the Red River. Certainly, in their lower reaches, these rivers lay parallel. The Sangre de Cristo Range that Pike now crossed may have appeared to him to be the northern ridge of the Red River Basin. But when he struck the stream beyond the range, which was the Rio Grande in San Luis Park, he built himself a fortified post on it. If he thought it to be the Red River, there was no occasion for a fort. If he knew it was the Rio Grande, he must have been conscious of a trespass, for his fort was on a western branch of the main stream. But he also knew that on the border, people were talking of a probable war with Spain. His commander, Wilkinson, had proceeded during the summer first to Natchez and then to the head of Red River navigation at Natchitoches, where he went through the motions of making a truce with the Spanish leaders who were in the vicinity of Nacogdoches. Between them, they held the international boundary near the point where it was fixed by treaty in 1819. But while they were doing this downstream, Pike was building his fort upon the Rio Grande and claiming that he thought himself upon the Red. In February 1807, Pike was visited at his camp by a courteous Spanish officer with a detachment of soldiers and militia, and was invited to accompany him to his commander at Chihuahua. The force was so great that compliance could not be avoided. The Spanish relieved Pike of all his notes and papers, which were forwarded through military channels to headquarters at Mexico City, though no one seems ever to have read them. The Americans were escorted as guests down the road that ascends the upper Rio Grande. They passed through Santa Fe, where New Spain had a civilization as ancient as that of New England. They continued to El Paso, where the river leaves the mountain trough that has become New Mexico, and then they crossed the desert of Chihuahua. Spain had no use for Pike, though it desired to check his reconnaissance, and the impending war failed to come about. From Chihuahua, therefore, Pike was escorted to the eastern road that led, and still leads, from Durango to Laredo, and thence across the Rio Grande to San Antonio. In the summer of 1807, he was passed along the whole length of the Texas road to Nacogdoches, and was delivered across the neutral ground to Wilkinson at Natchitoches. By the time of Pike's arrival at the American border post, whatever may have been the original intention of Wilkinson in dispatching him had changed to patriotism and peace. Aaron Burr had been arrested, and the word treason had been noisily shouted at his followers. Pike found himself misjudged and minus the notes which might have made a valuable book upon his trip. However, his reputation was not permanently destroyed, and he died a brigadier general under fire at York in 1813. He had meantime brought out in 1810 a volume whose chief contribution lies in establishing the topographical data respecting the sources of the Arkansas and the Red, and in describing the remote civilization of New Mexico. The picturesque life that Pike was taken through upon his enforced pilgrimage was new to him and interesting to his fellows. The scarcity of merchandise in New Mexico suggested a profitable field for border trade, but the time was not yet ripe for this. Santa Fe was 1,000 miles away from St. Louis across the southern plains, whose inhospitality impressed Pike, as the northern plains had similarly impressed Lewis and Clark. The mystery connected with the aims of Aaron Burr and the devious course of James Wilkinson respecting them is involved with the genuine tenseness of Spanish-American relations, and the old habit of the Mississippi Valley lightly to undertake ventures inconsistent with federal law and duty. The arrest of Burr in January 1807 brought his enterprise to an end, and was followed by peace and reaction in the West. He serves as a convenient scale upon which to measure frontier potentialities. Aaron Burr was still in middle life and a national figure when his career was suddenly terminated in 1804. He rose to power and repute through his skill in walking the shady paths of New York politics. Here, as an organizer of Jeffersonian principles, he became a Democratic leader whose practical grip upon the vote gave him as much influence as Jefferson possessed with his power over the minds of men. He could not attain this position without brushing more than once against the sterner side of Alexander Hamilton, who, as Federalist leader of the state and confidant of Washington, held a national position superior to his own. There have been tunes when the rival bosses of New York politics have at heart been friends and in collusion against the public, but between Hamilton and Burr there was deep distrust and a genuine contempt. The prominence of Burr led to his downfall. In 1800, by agreement among the Jeffersonian leaders, he became Jefferson's mate upon the party ticket. Under the Constitution, the electors would ballot for two names, and the one receiving the largest number of votes would become president. But when the Democratic Republicans determined upon their candidates, it was clear to all that Jefferson was the party choice for president. The victory of 1800 was sweeping. Jefferson and Burr received more votes than their Federalist opponents, but the party organization was so effective that every Jeffersonian elector voted for both Jefferson and Burr, with the result that there was a tie that could be settled only by an election in the House of Representatives. This defect in the Constitution was corrected by the 12th Amendment, but in 1800 the contest produced a stubborn fight whose sole foundation was the lack of principle of Burr. He knew that morally no one had voted for him for president, and that the course of honor was to procure the immediate election of Jefferson by the House. He nevertheless allowed his friends, and he had many, to try to secure the coveted post for him. The House was divided, with the Federalist minority holding the balance of power, and with the personal enemy of Burr, Alexander Hamilton, holding the confidence of the Federalists. In the end, and through the efforts of Hamilton, Jefferson was seated, and to Hamilton is attributed the profound remark that though Jefferson had bad principles, Burr had none. Burr became vice president, with his party turned against him because of his treachery, and with the personal antipathy to Hamilton deep and implacable. On July 11, 1804, Burr killed Hamilton in a duel fought near the Heights at Weehawken, where there was a long-established habit of settling such New York disputes. These contests were frequent enough in American life in the 18th century, and the accident of killing an opponent was one that might easily happen to any gentleman. It was inconvenient, but not incurable. But Aaron Burr was already notorious, and Hamilton was a great national figure. Instead of easy forgiveness, Burr found indictment for murder in both New York and New Jersey. After his disaster, dueling rapidly gave way before adverse public opinion, and he became a victim of a suddenly shifted standard of manners and ethics. He returned to Washington, where as vice president he was secure from actual molestation. But as his term office reached completion, March 4, 1805, he was a man without a party or a home. He became a man without a country. In prospecting for a field in which to spend his later years, Burr was just 49 when he left office. His attention turned toward the West, which was natural because of two reasons. Federalism and Alexander Hamilton were so unpopular there that the killing of Hamilton was no affront, and personal encounters lasted much longer on the frontier than in the East. McMaster records that a traveling showman passed through Tennessee exhibiting a wax figure of Burr as he appeared when he slew the Leviathan of Federalism. There was here abundant opportunity for a man of resource and charm, and the affairs of Spain were so upset that almost anything might be made to happen. Within a few days of the death of Hamilton, it was suggested to Anthony Merry, the British minister in Washington, that measures for the rupture of the Union were underway. And in the ensuing months, Merry was led to believe that for a relatively small investment, £110,000, and the loan of a small fleet at New Orleans, England might procure this. A picture of a Mississippi Valley Federation dazzled his eyes, and his dispatches to the British Foreign Office show how fully he desired authority to encourage Burr. The British government was not to be caught in such behavior. There was no allusion in its instructions to Merry that the Burr dispatches had even been received. And in the summer of 1806, Merry was mystified and chagrined to learn that he was to be allowed to come home on account of an ill health of which he was unaware. The Spanish minister in Washington, the Marquis of Casa y Rujo, heard a different story. He thought he learned through an emissary supposed to be from Burr that the long-expected attack upon New Spain was about to take place, and that for a consideration, Burr would prevent the expedition from succeeding, would sell it out, in short. Trudeau heard wild talk of kidnapping Jefferson as part of the performance. It is hardly to be believed that Merry and Trudeau could have been right, and Burr honest either with them or the United States. But the uncertainties that follow from a perusal of the correspondence of the English and Spanish governments are made worse by the tales that appear to have been told by Burr or his friends to the leaders of the West. In the summer of 1805, Burr, now a private citizen, made a trip to New Orleans by the river route. Ostensibly, he was looking for a place to settle down, practice law, and start a Western political career. He was received everywhere, and everywhere his personal magnetism overcame what doubts there were as to the legality or patriotism of his intentions. He found one Western man of fortune who placed money at his disposal, Harmon Blennerhassett, who lived in semi-feudal state on an island near Marietta in Upper Ohio. Blennerhassett was dazzled by the idea of a career of conquest and a kingdom for Burr that should include the spoils of Spain, Louisiana, and Mexico, and he saw himself as an ambassador at a European court. What Burr said to the Western politicians like Andrew Jackson and Henry Clay, William Henry Harrison, and James Wilkinson can only be surmised. They may have thought it only a filibustering expedition at the expense of Spain, or a speculation in land titles on the Red River. They were not likely to have been interested in making a new king or emperor or in splitting the United States, now that the purchase of Louisiana had ensured a western outlet to the sea. The evidence that exists is not enough to prove what Burr's intention was, but it is sufficient to establish the fact that to every hearer he told the story that he thought would interest. It has been common to speak of the Burr conspiracy and call it treason. Adams and McMaster, in their great histories, have leaned this way. McCaleb, who has made the most exhaustive study of the plot, holds that whatever was in Burr's concealed intent, it was not treason in the West. The looseness of the federal bond there had endangered the Union since the beginning, and it is doubtful whether many Americans had as yet taught themselves to believe that the Union must last forever. The natural lawlessness of the border regions and the old habit of intrigue for advantage at New Orleans made the West ripe for illicit ventures. But as soon as the leaders of opinion heard that Jefferson called it treason, they backed out. After his trip of 1805, Burr returned by sea to New York and organized an expedition. He sent agents, some of whom talked too much, to arrange for building flatboats on the Ohio and to enlist adventurers to follow him down the Mississippi. The West in 1806 was filled with gossip about him, but if he was only proceeding against Spain, there was no local feeling to block him. In the autumn, he joined his parties, and in Kentucky was taken into court to explain himself. Henry Clay was his counsel and convinced not only himself but the court that Burr had no evil intent. At Nashville, it had to be explained again to Andrew Jackson, and Jackson, satisfied, continued to recruit for Burr. By December, the party was again afloat, while Jefferson, now aroused by both his dislike of Burr and the rumors of military expeditions against Spain, issued a proclamation directing the conspirators to disband. The proclamation followed Burr down the Mississippi. In January 1807, Burr abandoned his men and took to flight. James Wilkinson, who had been in his confidence and had appeared to be a part of the conspiracy, turned loyal. As commander of the army in the West, Wilkinson established a modus vivendi with Spain in November 1806. He returned to New Orleans, warned Jefferson of danger, proclaimed martial law, and wrecked the effort. What he had promised Burr to do is not known, but what he did was to take the pose of savior of his country. The Spanish minister Irujo, commenting on the affair after the arrest of Burr, accused Wilkinson of treasonable desire but loyalty to the Spanish government that so long had pensioned him. Wilkinson would now, he prophesied, make an application for special compensation for extraordinary service. He has sacrificed Burr in order to obtain advantages. The Burr conspiracy collapsed, and neither the United States nor Spain suffered from it. But the ease with which Burr obtained Western aid for what was at best a shady venture gives emphasis to the importance of the purchase of Louisiana as a means of holding the Union together. The separatist Western spirit was dying, but by no means dead. The flame of national zeal that in the next decade was to make a war with England unavoidable was unlighted in 1803 and only beginning to burn in 1806. With Burr arrested and on trial before John Marshall on charge of treason, The Mississippi Valley forgot this episode and continued on its normal growth. The border territories, Mississippi, Orleans, Louisiana, Indiana, and Michigan, were increased by the creation of Illinois in 1809, and Louisiana, with some self-government after 1805, took the final steps towards the statehood guaranteed by the Treaty of 1803. The state of Louisiana was added to the Union April 30th, 1812. From 1805 to 1811, Governor Claiborne and his subjects were in almost continuous open breach, there being few points at which the Creole and the frontiersman could act in unison. The precedent established by Ohio was followed by Congress, which passed an enabling act early in 1811, under which a convention met at New Orleans on November 4th. The Constitution of Louisiana was frankly based upon the Second Kentucky Constitution, framed in 1799, although the French law that had prevailed in the former province was continued as the legal basis for the new state. The influences that were most vocal and effective were not French. The newly arrived immigrants from the Southwest seized control of the new establishment. The convention met on the day upon which, at Washington, the new Congress convened to force war upon an unwilling president. Louisiana was an outpost in that war, and among the earliest measures preliminary to war was an enlargement of its territory to the northeast in the direction of Spanish Florida. At the time of the Louisiana Purchase, the United States raised the question whether the province included West Florida, but received no satisfaction from France. The Gulf Shore was so important to the development of the Southwest, whose rivers crossed the Spanish Strip, that the United States was bound to search for a theory that would include West Florida in Louisiana. The fact was that in 1762 to 1763, when France ceded Louisiana to Spain and England, the eastern boundary of the province extended to the region of the Perdido River, which now forms part of the eastern boundary of Alabama. England received from Spain in 1763 both Spanish Florida and the strip that Spain had just received from France. This became West Florida, and was an administrative unit under England until 1783 and under Spain thereafter. The language of the Treaty of 1803 referred to Louisiana as it was in 1800 in the hands of Spain, and as it had been in 1762 in the hands of France. By insisting upon the old French boundary, the United States made the point that West Florida ought to be included. By emphasizing the Louisiana that existed in 1800, Spain argued that West Florida was a thing apart. The western end of West Florida reached the Mississippi between the 31st parallel and the River Iberville. Here, American adventurers squatted before 1810, declared their independence from Spain, and invited annexation by the United States. Madison issued a proclamation in October 1810 declaring that by purchase the United States extended as far east as the Perdido, and directed Governor Claiborne to seize the territory as far as the Pearl River. On April 14, 1812, Congress added this tract to Louisiana, while that state entered the Union on April 30th. A few days later, the rest of the strip from the Pearl to the Perdido was added to Mississippi Territory, thus bringing Mobile within American claim. General Wilkinson gave the claim reality a little later by occupying Mobile by force. The region that England's use as a military base against the United States was thereby somewhat reduced. Chapter 17. The Bonds of Unity. The year 1811 was one of profound significance for the future of the Mississippi Valley and the western United States. It marked a critical juncture between disintegrating regional tendencies and unifying national forces. On one hand, the promise of stronger sectional identities emerged with innovations like the first steamboat, which revolutionized Mississippi River trade by allowing commerce to flow upstream. On the other hand, the federal government initiated construction on the Cumberland Road, a landmark infrastructure project designed to bridge the Ohio River with eastern tidewater, symbolizing national unity. Meanwhile, frontier conflicts with Native Americans reignited, culminating in the defeat of Tecumseh's resistance at the Battle of Tippecanoe. At the same time, Western warhawks dominated the 12th Congress, setting the stage for the War of 1812, while natural phenomena such as the New Madrid earthquake and a blazing comet added an apocalyptic air to a year already brimming with transformation. Jefferson's decisive action to purchase Louisiana in 1803 underscores the fragility of the Union at that time. Before the Louisiana Purchase, the Mississippi River served as both a unifying waterway and a potential fault line of division, as shown by the near success of Aaron Burr's separatist schemes in 1806. The region's roads remained primitive, little improved from the era of first settlement, though travel through the Appalachians and across the valleys was increasing. The infrastructure was insufficient to handle the growing population or their commercial needs. Farmers and settlers relied on rudimentary trails, corduroy roads, and toll ferries, but even these were often inadequate for heavy cargo. This lack of infrastructure left many western regions isolated, dependent on local markets and riverways for survival, while the inefficiency of transportation delayed the integration of these regions into a unified national economy. The Cumberland Road, authorized by Congress in 1806, became a symbol of federal efforts to unite the young nation. Beginning at Fort Cumberland, Maryland, this road was planned to stretch west to the Ohio River, providing an essential link between eastern cities and the rapidly growing settlements in the Ohio Valley. Its construction faced delays as local disputes over the route slowed progress, with states like Pennsylvania demanding influence over the road's alignment. Albert Gallatin, Secretary of the Treasury and a key advocate for internal improvements, helped settle these disputes, and the final route connected Cumberland to Wheeling, Virginia, bypassing rival claims from Steubenville, Ohio. Construction began in 1811, employing local contractors and laborers to build what was then a monumental project, a wide, raised wagonway with ditches, culverts, and stone bridges. Though work halted during the War of 1812, the road was gradually completed after the war, transforming travel and trade in the region. By 1818, sections of the road had opened, enabling faster and more reliable transport of goods and people between the Ohio Valley and the eastern states. The Cumberland Road not only shortened travel time, but also served as a powerful symbol of federal authority and a practical bond of unity. It was a tangible example of the federal government working to connect the regions of the young republic. Mail delivery times were drastically reduced, with letters traveling from Washington to Wheeling in 30 hours, and travelers of all types, freighters, settlers, politicians, and merchants flocked to the road. Even luxury travelers in private coaches could now journey across the Appalachian barrier with relative ease. However, the road's heavy use led to rapid deterioration, and Congress faced fierce debates over whether the federal government had the constitutional authority to fund road maintenance. Opponents warned of encroaching federal power and potential threats to state sovereignty, delaying adequate repairs until after John Marshall's landmark ruling on implied powers in 1819 provided a stronger constitutional foundation for such projects. While the Cumberland Road tied the East and West more closely together, the steamboat transformed the economic landscape of the Mississippi Valley. In the fall of 1811, Nicholas J. Roosevelt launched the steamboat New Orleans on its maiden voyage from Pittsburgh to New Orleans. This technological marvel demonstrated the viability of upstream navigation, revolutionizing river trade and signaling the dawn of a new era for Western commerce. Before the steamboat, river trade was almost entirely bruta ware, one-directional. Farmers and merchants relied on flatboats and keelboats to carry goods like flour, whiskey, and pork downstream to markets in New Orleans. But the return trip was slow, arduous, and often prohibitively expensive. The advent of the steamboat reduced freight costs, increased the volume of goods transported, and integrated the Mississippi Valley more closely into the national economy. However, the steamboat era also reinforced New Orleans' dominance as a commercial hub, fostering a sense of regional independence in the Mississippi Valley. The convenience and efficiency of river trade made the Western settlers increasingly reliant on New Orleans for their economic prosperity, creating tensions between the region's growing sectional identity and the federal government's efforts to unify the nation. For decades, this sectional tension would play out in the political and economic rivalries between the North, South, and West, with the Mississippi River serving as both a lifeline and a dividing line. The evolution of Western river transportation reflects the broader changes in the region. Before the steamboat, Native Americans and early settlers relied on canoes, pirogues, and makeshift rafts for navigation. By the late 18th century, keelboats had become the primary means of upstream transportation, powered by teams of polemen or oarsmen. Flatboats and arks carried settlers and their goods downstream, often serving as temporary homes before being dismantled for building materials upon arrival. The arrival of the steamboat in 1811 marked the end of this primitive era, though older methods of transportation persisted for limited purposes. By the 1830s, steamboats dominated the interior rivers, with hundreds of vessels navigating the Mississippi and its tributaries, connecting distant settlements and facilitating trade on an unprecedented scale. Despite these advances, the Mississippi Valley remained at a crossroads between regional independence and national unity. The Cumberland Road and the steamboat both played crucial roles in integrating the West into the broader Union, while also highlighting the region's growing economic and political influence. As Western settlers demanded better infrastructure and greater political representation, they became a powerful force shaping the direction of the nation. By the 1830s, the West had shed its frontier identity, emerging as a vital and dynamic region whose economic ties to both the North and South would shape the course of American history. The transformative developments of 1811, both technological and political, set the stage for the Mississippi Valley to become a central force in the United States, fostering a fragile but enduring balance between regional autonomy and national unity. Chapter 18. The Wabash Frontier, Tecumseh, 1811. For 15 years following Wayne's victory at Fallen Timbers and the Treaty of Greenville, the western frontier of the United States experienced relative peace with its Native American neighbors. During this period, the absence of protracted wars allowed frontier settlers to expand westward, particularly along the natural highways of the Ohio and Tennessee rivers. By 1810, the population of the United States had grown to over 7 million, with more than a quarter living in frontier communities like Kentucky and Tennessee. Although only a small fraction of the population resided on the absolute frontier, even those in the older settlements retained a vivid memory of the hardships of earlier migrations. On the frontier itself, settlers directly interacted with Native American tribes, and it was here that the federal government's failure to develop a coherent Indian policy became most apparent. The two civilizations, Native American and Euro-American, were fundamentally incompatible. Settlers' insatiable demand for land clashed with the Native Americans' traditional way of life, which depended on hunting and communal land use. As settlers pushed westward, they depleted game populations and encroached on indigenous lands, forcing tribes into perpetual displacement. Compounding this was the settlers' introduction of vices like alcohol, which devastated tribal communities by fostering addiction and exploitation. Although federal policy officially acknowledged native land rights, treaties often resulted in coerced land cessions. These agreements, frequently signed under dubious circumstances, were not respected by all tribes, and dissenting leaders like Tecumseh arose to challenge their legitimacy. Tecumseh, a Shawnee leader, and his brother Tenskwatawa, known as the Prophet, became central figures in a movement to resist white encroachment and preserve native lands. Their vision was grounded in the idea that tribal lands were collectively owned by all native peoples, a principle that, while not rooted in traditional tribal law, served as a unifying ideology to counter white demands. Governor William Henry Harrison, based at Vincennes in Indiana Territory, was a key figure on the American side. Harrison aggressively pursued treaties to acquire native lands, expanding the area available for settlement. By 1809, he secured the Treaty of Fort Wayne, which ceded 3 million acres of native land to the United States. However, the treaty was controversial, as many tribal leaders had not consented to it. Tecumseh vehemently opposed the agreement, asserting that no single tribe had the authority to sell land that belonged to all native peoples. In 1808, Tecumseh and the Prophet established a village called Prophetstown, near the confluence of the Tippecanoe and Wabash rivers, which became the epicenter of resistance to U.S. expansion. Tecumseh traveled extensively to rally support among tribes, promoting a vision of pan-tribal unity and resistance. Meanwhile, Harrison, wary of Tecumseh's growing influence, maintained a delicate balance, preparing for possible conflict while avoiding direct confrontation. By 1811, tensions had reached a breaking point. Tecumseh departed on a southern campaign to recruit allies, leaving the Prophet in charge at Prophetstown. During his absence, reports of native unrest filtered back to Harrison, who interpreted them as signs of impending war. In the summer of 1811, Harrison assembled a force of approximately 900 men, including regular troops and Kentucky volunteers, and marched toward Prophetstown as a show of force. Harrison's expedition reached Prophetstown in November 1811. Despite the growing number of native warriors shadowing his movements, he avoided direct confrontation, hoping to force the Prophet to negotiate or capitulate. On the night of November 6th, Harrison's forces camped near the Tippecanoe River, taking a defensive position but neglecting to entrench. Before dawn on November 7th, native warriors launched a surprise attack on the American camp. The initial assault threw the Americans into disarray, but they regrouped as daylight broke, using superior firepower to repel the attackers. Though the battle ended with Harrison's forces holding their ground, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Prophetstown was destroyed, but Harrison's army suffered significant casualties and struggled to return to Vincennes. The Battle of Tippecanoe dealt a severe blow to Tecumseh's movement. The Prophet's failure to deliver a decisive victory undermined his credibility, and many tribes began to distance themselves from the resistance. Although Tecumseh returned to rebuild his coalition, his influence waned. During the War of 1812, he allied with the British, but his death at the Battle of the Thames in 1813 marked the end of organized native resistance in the region. The aftermath of Tippecanoe secured the Wabash frontier for American expansion. The United States continued to acquire native lands through treaties and military pressure, extending its reach to Lake Michigan and beyond. By the 1830s, organized resistance in the Northwest had all but disappeared, and the tribes of the region faced forced removal and assimilation. Harrison's role at Tippecanoe earned him national fame and the nickname Hero of Tippecanoe, propelling him to political prominence and ultimately the presidency. The battle, while a dubious military success, symbolized the relentless advance of American settlement and the decline of native autonomy in the Old Northwest. Chapter 19. The Western War of 1812. 3 days before William Henry Harrison narrowly avoided disaster at Tippecanoe and began his rise as a military hero, the 12th Congress convened in Washington. They elected Henry Clay of Kentucky as Speaker and prepared for war. Elected in 1810 and 1811 during a time of heightened anti-British sentiment, this Congress reflected the nation's anger. In the West, the belief that England was backing Tecumseh's Confederation was widespread, and his actions were seen as an act of war. Combined with years of indignities from British policies, this pushed Westerners toward an uncompromising stance. The frontier mindset was complex, oscillating between rugged individualism and fervent nationalism. While the early frontier often displayed a distrust of federal authority, with some even entertaining foreign intrigue and disunion, by the early 19th century, national identity began to solidify in the West. The Louisiana Purchase and subsequent quieting of Indian land titles tied the Western settlers closer to the federal government. For many, the federal postal service, public land sales, and statehood processes reinforced the idea of the United States as an entity greater than the sum of its parts. This burgeoning national pride, coupled with the Western sense of honor, magnified grievances against British actions. American resentment toward Britain had simmered for years, fueled by policies like the Orders in Council, which restricted American trade and the impressment of American sailors. While France also violated American neutrality, Napoleon's actions, such as confiscating ships in port, were less frequent and less systematic than Britain's. Nevertheless, these violations, coupled with British support of Native American resistance, set the stage for war. The attack on the American warship Chesapeake by the British frigate Leopard in 1807 was a pivotal moment. The humiliating event deeply angered Americans, especially in the West, where calls for retaliation grew louder. Jefferson and his successor Madison attempted various diplomatic and economic measures, including embargoes, to no avail. By 1811, the younger Democratic leaders in Congress, known as war hawks, pushed Madison toward war, arguing that American honor demanded it. Despite this zeal, the United States was ill-prepared for war. The military was underfunded and poorly organized, with many Revolutionary War veterans recalled to service despite their advanced age and long absence from active duty. In the Northwest, Governor William Hull was tasked with leading an offensive into Canada, but his campaign ended in disaster. Hull's inexperience, compounded by logistical challenges and British Indian coordination under Tecumseh, led to his retreat from Canada and the surrender of Detroit in August 1812. This humiliating defeat ceded control of much of the Northwest to British and native forces. The loss at Detroit marked a low point for American efforts in the West. It also underscored the vital role of native alliances in the conflict. Tecumseh and his confederation of tribes effectively leveraged British support to resist American expansion. But the defeat at Tippecanoe in 1811 had weakened their momentum. As the war progressed, Tecumseh's influence waned, particularly after his death at the Battle of the Thames in 1813. Meanwhile, in the Southern theater, the Creek War unfolded as part of the larger conflict. Spurred by Tecumseh's call for resistance, the Red Sticks, a faction of militant Creeks, attacked Fort Mims in Alabama in 1813, killing nearly 500 settlers. The massacre triggered a massive response from Tennessee, where Andrew Jackson led a militia force to crush the Red Stick uprising. Despite significant logistical challenges, Jackson achieved a decisive victory at the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in 1814, effectively ending Creek resistance and opening vast tracts of land in the Southeast to American settlement. Jackson's campaigns in the South solidified his reputation as a military leader. After defeating the Creeks, he turned his attention to Pensacola, a British-held post in Spanish Florida. Jackson captured and destroyed the base in 1814, eliminating a threat to the Gulf Coast before moving to defend New Orleans. The Battle of New Orleans, fought on January 8, 1815, was the war's most famous engagement. Despite being outnumbered and facing British veterans, Jackson's makeshift army of frontiersmen, free black soldiers, pirates, and militia decisively defeated the British. The victory, though occurring after the Treaty of Ghent had been signed, boosted American morale and solidified Jackson's status as a national hero. The War of 1812 brought mixed results for the United States. It failed to achieve territorial gains, such as the conquest of Canada, but it reaffirmed American sovereignty and independence. For the frontier, the war marked the beginning of the end for organized native resistance in both the Northwest and the South. By securing American control over vast territories, the war paved the way for westward expansion, but it also deepened the dispossession of native peoples. For the West, the war's legacy was one of growth and consolidation. Heroes like Harrison and Jackson emerged, embodying the frontier spirit and eventually ascending to the presidency. The war reinforced the idea of a unified nation and demonstrated the potential of the Western states to shape the country's future. Despite its shortcomings, the War of 1812 marked a turning point in American history, solidifying its place on the world stage and setting the stage for the westward expansion that would define the 19th century. Chapter 20. Stabilizing the Frontier. The military events of 1811 to 1815, while a failure in forcing concessions from Great Britain, succeeded in reshaping the domestic landscape of the United States. The Treaty of Ghent, which ended the war, did not resolve any of the grievances that had prompted hostilities. Britain made no acknowledgments, paid no reparations, and offered no assurances for the future. However, with the end of the Napoleonic Wars in Europe, many of the conditions that had caused friction ceased to exist. Domestically, the war achieved significant results. It eliminated the last major obstacle to American expansion westward, the power of Native American resistance. Tecumseh's vision of a united native front crumbled, and the tribes along the Wabash and beyond were unable to recover. Leaders like William Henry Harrison and Andrew Jackson had decisively ended the threat of organized resistance, paving the way for settlers to flood into lands previously envisioned by Tecumseh as a permanent Indian homeland. By 1815, the Mississippi River was fully within reach, and settlers surged into the territories Tecumseh had fought to preserve. At the same time, American diplomacy sought to stabilize the nation's borders, defining its territorial limits and asserting control over contested areas. The Louisiana Purchase had provided vast new lands, but the exact boundaries between the United States and Canada, as well as those with Spanish territories, remained undefined. The War of 1812 had highlighted the vulnerabilities in these regions, with British forces temporarily seizing American posts and territories. This chaos underscored the need for clear boundaries and stronger defensive measures. The northern boundary between Louisiana and Canada was negotiated shortly after the war, with Albert Gallatin and Richard Rush representing the United States. The resulting compromise established a clear line. From the Lake of the Woods, the boundary would proceed directly to the 49th parallel and follow it westward to the Rocky Mountains. This astronomical boundary simplified the often contentious debates over watersheds and river sources. Beyond the Rockies, the fate of the Oregon Territory remained unresolved. Both the United States and Britain had competing claims based on exploration and trade. American claims were bolstered by the expeditions of Lewis and Clark and the trading ventures of John Jacob Astor, while Britain relied on the Hudson's Bay Company and earlier expeditions by Alexander Mackenzie. Given the remoteness of the region, the two nations agreed to joint occupation for 10 years, an arrangement that was later extended indefinitely. At the time, Oregon was seen as an isolated, impractical region, far from the immediate concerns of either nation. In the wake of the war, the United States began fortifying its frontier. In 1815, the regular army was reorganized, and new forts were constructed at key strategic points. Fort Howard at Green Bay, Fort Crawford at Prairie du Chien, and Fort Armstrong on Rock Island solidified American control in the Midwest. Further south, Fort Scott was established near the Apalachicola River to address tensions along the Florida border. These measures aimed to stabilize the frontier and protect settlements from potential native or foreign threats. While the northern boundary was being finalized, John Quincy Adams, as Secretary of State, worked to settle disputes with Spain. Florida, long a source of friction due to Spanish weakness and its use as a haven for hostile natives and fugitive slaves, was a primary focus. Andrew Jackson's unauthorized invasions of Florida in 1814 and 1818 highlighted the instability of Spanish control. Despite Spain's protests, these actions pressured the Spanish government into negotiations. The Adams-Onís Treaty of 1819 marked a turning point. Spain ceded East and West Florida to the United States, solidifying American control over the Gulf Coast. In exchange, the United States agreed to pay $5 million to settle American claims against Spain and renounce claims to Texas. The treaty also established the western boundary of the Louisiana Purchase, following the Sabine, Red, and Arkansas rivers, before extending to the 42nd parallel and westward to the Pacific Ocean. This compromise reflected the priorities of the time. Securing Florida and stabilizing relations with Spain were deemed more immediate concerns than asserting claims over the sparsely populated and poorly understood Texas territory. At the time, the vast plains west of the Mississippi were viewed as an inhospitable wasteland. Early explorers' reports of arid lands and barren landscapes discouraged settlement and reinforced the idea of a natural limit to American expansion. The Rocky Mountains, seen as a formidable barrier, were believed to insulate the United States from its neighbors and provide a natural boundary to the nation's growth. This perception allowed Americans to focus on developing the fertile lands east of the Rockies while postponing debates over the future of the western frontier. By the end of the decade, the United States appeared to have reached a stable territorial configuration. The military campaigns of Harrison and Jackson had cleared the way for settlement, while diplomacy had defined the nation's borders with Britain and Spain. The new territories, from the Mississippi River to the Gulf Coast, were ready for development, and migration surged into these regions. Although the compromises of 1819 suggested a temporary halt to territorial expansion, the seeds of future conflicts were already sown. The rapid settlement of these new lands, coupled with growing interest in Texas and Oregon, hinted at the nation's inevitable westward push. For the moment, however, the United States stood unified and secure, its borders stabilized, and its frontier ready for the next wave of pioneers. Chapter 21. The Great Migration. The westward migration that characterized American growth was deeply rooted in the nation's history, beginning as early as the colonial era. It was shaped by two primary forces: the universal societal need to provide opportunities for new generations and the uniquely American abundance of unclaimed land. These forces combined to propel millions westward, creating a defining feature of the American identity. In any society, the arrival of each new generation creates a need for employment and opportunity. In stagnant societies, these opportunities are limited, and birth often determines one's station in life. In contrast, the United States offered boundless prospects, hidden beneath the stumps and sod of frontier farms. The promise of social mobility and economic independence was a beacon for countless young people. What made the American experience unique was the availability of land. In Europe, land was scarce, tightly held by private owners, and imbued with social prestige. In the United States, the government owned vast tracts of land and had no intention of hoarding it as a pura crown estate. Land was cheap, and for many European immigrants, the idea of acquiring land was almost beyond belief. For Americans, it was taken for granted, a natural part of life and progress. The allure of the frontier became a defining characteristic of the nation, drawing the young, the ambitious, and the restless to seek their fortunes in the West. While the westward movement was a constant, it was not uniform. It ebbed and flowed in response to economic conditions, political developments, and natural events. Economic hardship in the East often coincided with heightened interest in the opportunities of the West, creating surges in migration. One of the earliest waves occurred in the mid-18th century, when Germans and Scotch-Irish settlers poured into the Great Valley, driven by poverty, religious persecution, and war. Systematic advertising of the fertile lands in Pennsylvania and Virginia also played a role. This migration slowed during the Revolutionary War, but surged again in the early years of the new republic as the Northwest Territory opened for settlement, and Kentucky, Tennessee, and Vermont joined the Union. The early 19th century saw another pause as the East experienced prosperity fueled by European wars. American agricultural goods and naval stores were in high demand, creating a temporary economic boom. However, this prosperity ended abruptly in 1807 with the imposition of Jefferson's embargo, which brought commerce to a standstill. The subsequent War of 1812 and its aftermath further disrupted the economy, leading to widespread hardship in the eastern states. This economic distress coincided with a renewed focus on the West. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 had already drawn attention to the vast lands beyond the Mississippi, and the publication of explorers' journals such as those of Lewis and Clark fueled public imagination. The War of 1812, despite its hardships, further highlighted the opportunities of the frontier as campaigns in the Ohio Valley, Indiana Territory, and Mississippi Territory introduced Americans to new lands. The federal government played a significant role in promoting westward migration. Land policies, such as the bounty lands granted to veterans of the War of 1812, encouraged settlement. While the system of awarding land by lot often disappointed recipients, it nonetheless advertised the availability of land in the West. Similarly, the development of steamboat travel, beginning with the launch of Nicholas Roosevelt's steamboat in 1811, made the West more accessible and attractive. Even the challenges of the war, such as battles at Detroit, Fort Mims, and the River Raisin, brought new regions into public awareness. Victories like Jackson's triumph at New Orleans and Harrison's campaigns in the Northwest inspired thousands to seek their fortunes in these newly familiar territories. The conclusion of the War of 1812 marked the beginning of a massive migration wave. Between 1815 and 1821, 6 new states joined the Union: Indiana, Mississippi, Illinois, Alabama, Maine, and Missouri. This period of rapid statehood reflected the enormous influx of settlers into the frontier regions. The Louisiana Purchase, which had added vast territories to the nation, acted as a precursor to this wave. The war itself, with its campaigns and land bounties, kept the West in the public eye. The economic depression that followed the war further fueled migration, as struggling Easterners looked to the frontier for a fresh start. Land sales soared, and the sounds of wagon wheels and axes filled the air as settlers carved new lives out of the wilderness. Entire communities uprooted themselves, moving westward to escape economic hardship and pursue the promise of prosperity. The political implications of this migration were profound. The addition of new states shifted the balance of power in Congress, reducing the dominance of New England and the Atlantic seaboard. By 1811, 6 senators and 22 representatives hailed from states west of the Appalachian Mountains. The admission of Louisiana and the subsequent addition of 6 more states cemented the West's growing influence in national politics. New England, already concerned about its waning influence, watched with unease as the frontier states gained representation. The political and economic priorities of these new states often clashed with those of the older established regions, setting the stage for future conflicts over issues such as tariffs, internal improvements, and slavery. The Great Migration was more than a demographic shift. It was a cultural phenomenon that shaped the American identity. The promise of land, freedom, and opportunity drew millions westward, creating a nation defined by its restless energy and boundless optimism. This movement laid the foundation for the United States' transformation into a continental power. It also underscored the challenges of managing rapid expansion, from conflicts with Native Americans to debates over statehood and governance. Yet, despite these challenges, the westward migration remained a source of inspiration. a testament to the enduring American dream of a better life beyond the horizon. Chapter 22. Statehood on the Ohio, Indiana and Illinois. The transformation of Indiana Territory into a state and the subsequent admission of Illinois reflected the challenges and triumphs of settling the Northwest Territory. The career of William Henry Harrison, governor of Indiana Territory, marked a period of negotiation and confrontation with native tribes as settlers advanced into lands still held by indigenous peoples. Harrison's departure to assume a military role during the War of 1812 left Thomas Posey to govern a territory less developed than Ohio had been at statehood, but one with a more cooperative relationship between settlers and administration. The foundations of Indiana. Indiana, carved from a vast frontier, had seen its borders reduced as Michigan, Missouri, and Illinois became separate territories. By 1810, the region was sparsely populated. The third U.S. Census recorded just 24,020 inhabitants in Indiana, a fraction compared to Ohio's 230,660. Settlements clustered along the Ohio River, with small communities like Vincennes and Clark's Grant serving as the primary centers of activity. Northern and central Indiana remained predominantly indigenous, with only tentative inroads made into these regions. The key to Indiana's expansion lay in treaties with native tribes. Harrison's conference at Fort Wayne in 1809 was pivotal, securing cessions of land that allowed settlement to extend further inland. However, these agreements also galvanized resistance, most notably under Tecumseh and the Prophet, who sought to unify tribes against further encroachment. Despite this opposition, the irresistible tide of settlers, bolstered by land grants and the promise of opportunity, continued to push forward. By 1820, Indiana's population had grown dramatically, reaching 147,178. This surge was part of a broader migration wave that saw the population of the Northwest Territory nearly triple in a decade. The river towns, including Lawrenceburg, Jeffersonville, and New Albany, became vital entry points for settlers, while new communities like Corydon and Evansville emerged as centers of governance and trade. The navigable waterways of the Ohio and Wabash rivers served as lifelines for migration and commerce, compensating for the lack of substantial overland routes until the construction of the national road later in the century. Indiana's path to statehood. With a population surpassing the 60,000 threshold set by the Northwest Ordinance, Indiana petitioned for statehood in 1815. Congress approved the request, enabling the territory to draft a constitution. The Constitutional Convention, held at Corydon in June 1816, worked with remarkable efficiency, completing its task in just 19 days. The resulting constitution drew on the frameworks of neighboring states, emphasizing democratic principles and local governance. Indiana's boundaries, as defined by the Enabling Act, included a critical adjustment to its northern border. Congress extended the boundary 10 miles north of the original line, granting Indiana access to Lake Michigan. This modification was a strategic concession, ensuring the state had a port and a foothold in the burgeoning Great Lakes economy. Indiana was admitted to the Union on December 11, 1816, becoming the 19th state. The birth of Illinois. Illinois followed a similar trajectory, albeit with a smaller and more dispersed population. In 1810, the territory had just 12,282 inhabitants. By 1820, this number had grown to 55,162, driven by migration from southern states. Despite falling short of the population requirement, Congress approved Illinois's admission, demonstrating the flexibility of the Northwest Ordinance when political or strategic considerations intervened. The Illinois Enabling Act of 1818 included a significant boundary adjustment. Like Indiana, Illinois received a northern extension, gaining territory that provided access to Lake Michigan and cemented its economic prospects. This addition, while benefiting Illinois, came at the expense of Michigan Territory, which remained sparsely populated and politically marginalized at the time. The Constitutional Convention, held at Kaskaskia in August 1818, produced a democratic framework that reflected the frontier's egalitarian spirit. However, the issue of slavery loomed large. Although the Northwest Ordinance prohibited slavery, enforcement was inconsistent, and many settlers from slaveholding states brought enslaved people with them. The Illinois Constitution allowed for the continuation of existing slavery under certain conditions while nominally prohibiting its future introduction. This compromise reflected the divided sentiments of the population, particularly in southern Illinois, where pro-slavery views were more prevalent. The struggle over slavery. The tension over slavery persisted in Illinois for years after statehood. The southern part of the state, known as Egypt, became a stronghold of pro-slavery sentiment. In 1824, a proposed constitutional amendment to legalize slavery outright sparked a bitter political battle. Ultimately, the amendment was defeated, solidifying Illinois' status as a free state. However, the debate underscored the deep divisions within the state and foreshadowed the broader national conflict over slavery. A new era of growth. The admission of Indiana and Illinois marked a significant milestone in the settlement of the Old Northwest. These states, born out of the struggles and ambitions of frontier life, embodied the democratic ideals and expansionist spirit of the young republic. Their growth reflected the broader trends of westward migration and the transformative power of land, opportunity, and self-governance. As settlers poured into the region, carving farms and towns from the wilderness, they laid the foundations for a dynamic and diverse society. The challenges they faced, conflicts with native tribes, debates over slavery, and the struggle to build infrastructure, shaped the character of these states and the nation as a whole. In the decades to come, Indiana and Illinois would play pivotal roles in the political, economic, and social development of the United States, standing as testaments to the enduring legacy of the frontier. Chapter 23. The Cotton Kingdom, Mississippi and Alabama. The rise of Mississippi and Alabama as states symbolized the transformation of the southern frontier into the heart of the Cotton Kingdom. These regions became central to the expansion of slavery and the plantation economy, driven by the cultivation of cotton. The migration of settlers, primarily from the southern states, and the development of economic and social systems based on enslaved labor defined the unique trajectory of these states during the early 19th century. The role of cotton and slavery. The expansion of cotton cultivation radically altered the economic landscape of the South. Before Eli Whitney's invention of the cotton gin in 1793, cotton was a labor-intensive crop, limited by the difficulty of separating seeds from the fiber. Whitney's invention revolutionized production, making cotton a profitable staple and transforming it into a dominant crop. By 1815, the growing demand for cotton, fueled by textile mills in Europe and the northern United States, created an endless market that attracted settlers to the southern frontier. The cotton plantation system was intrinsically linked to the use of enslaved labor. Enslaved people were the backbone of the plantation economy, but their labor required strict oversight due to their forced circumstances and the harsh conditions they endured. Plantation owners developed organizational methods to maximize productivity, relying on overseers and regimented routines. Despite the inherent cruelty of the system, planters justified it through economic necessity and social hierarchy, even as it perpetuated inefficiencies and left the land impoverished. The Southern Migration. The migration to Mississippi and Alabama reflected a broader pattern of settlement driven by economic opportunity. Many settlers came from Virginia, the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee, lured by the promise of fertile land. The Yazoo lands of Mississippi and the Black Belt soils of Alabama, renowned for their suitability for cotton cultivation, became prime destinations. These areas, with their rich black soil, offered unparalleled opportunities for cotton production, further accelerating the influx of settlers. Three primary routes guided settlers into the Mississippi Territory. The Mississippi River served as a major artery for migration, particularly for those traveling from Tennessee and Kentucky. Flatboats carried settlers downstream to the Yazoo region. The Three-Notch Road, connecting Georgia and South Carolina to Natchez, provided another avenue for migration, though it was little more than a rough trail. A third route led settlers from eastern Tennessee to the fertile lands near Huntsville, Alabama. These pathways facilitated the movement of people and goods, laying the groundwork for the rapid development of the region. Statehood for Mississippi and Alabama. Mississippi Territory, established in 1798, initially encompassed the present-day states of Mississippi and Alabama. As settlement expanded, Congress divided the territory in 1817, creating the state of Mississippi and the territory of Alabama. Mississippi's Constitutional Convention, held in Natchez in 1817, produced a framework of governance that recognized slavery without debate. The Constitution, unique among first constitutions, was submitted to a popular vote, setting a precedent for democratic governance. Mississippi achieved statehood on December 10, 1817. Alabama's development outpaced Mississippi's due to its proximity to established southern populations and the availability of fertile land. The territory of Alabama, formed in 1817, grew rapidly as settlers moved into the valleys of the Alabama and Tombigbee rivers. Small farmers initially dominated the region, clearing the land and establishing homesteads, but they were soon displaced by wealthier planters who transformed these areas into large-scale cotton plantations. Alabama's Constitutional Convention convened in Huntsville in 1819, and the resulting constitution, like Mississippi's, was ratified by popular vote. Alabama was admitted as a state on December 14, 1819. The plantation economy and its consequences. The plantation system created immense wealth for a small elite, but came at a significant cost. Planters invested heavily in land and enslaved labor, often overextending themselves financially. The monoculture of cotton depleted the soil, leading to declining yields and economic instability. Many planters, faced with diminishing returns, migrated further west to new lands, leaving behind impoverished communities and degraded landscapes. This system also created stark social and economic divides. While planters enjoyed wealth and influence, the majority of white settlers lived modestly as small farmers, and enslaved people endured brutal exploitation. The reliance on slavery and the plantation economy entrenched inequalities and set the stage for future conflicts, both within the South and between the North and South. The Cotton Kingdom in context. The rise of the Cotton Kingdom in Mississippi and Alabama highlighted the divergent paths of the North and South. While northern states developed diversified economies and growing populations, the South became increasingly reliant on cotton and enslaved labor. This reliance shaped the region's politics, economy, and society, reinforcing its distinct identity and laying the groundwork for the sectional tensions that would ultimately culminate in the Civil War. By the mid-19th century, Mississippi and Alabama were integral to the South's economic and political power. However, their reliance on cotton and slavery limited their ability to adapt to changing economic and social conditions. The legacy of this period, marked by both growth and inequality, continues to shape the history and identity of these states. Chapter 24. Missouri, the New Sectionalism. The admission of Missouri as a state marked a pivotal moment in American history, as it crystallized the emerging sectional divide between free and slave states. By 1820, the Union consisted of 22 states, evenly divided between those that permitted slavery and those that did not. The balance in the Senate, sustained by this equilibrium, became a critical political issue, as expansion into new territories continued. Missouri's journey to statehood highlighted the tensions between the North and South, setting the stage for future conflicts over slavery. The political stakes. With the admission of Alabama in 1819, attention shifted to the remaining territories available for statehood. Maine, Michigan, and Wisconsin in the north, and Florida and Arkansas in the south were seen as inevitable additions. Missouri, however, occupied a unique position. Its latitude placed it between regions traditionally identified with free and slave labor. The question of whether Missouri would allow slavery became a flashpoint, as its status would disrupt the fragile balance in the Senate. Southern leaders, increasingly reliant on slavery for economic and political power, viewed Missouri as essential to maintaining their influence. The North, where free labor dominated, saw Missouri as an opportunity to limit the expansion of slavery. The stakes were high, as the admission of new states would determine the future of the Union and the extent of slavery's reach. Missouri's early development. Missouri's territorial government was established in 1805, following its separation from Indiana Territory. Initially governed by appointed officials, the territory transitioned to an elected assembly in 1812 and adopted the name Missouri. Despite its vast size, encompassing lands from the Mississippi River to the undefined western limits of the Louisiana Purchase, Missouri remained sparsely settled until after the War of 1812. St. Louis, the territorial capital, was primarily a fur trading outpost, with little resemblance to the bustling city it would later become. The Great Migration that followed the war brought waves of settlers into Missouri, many from southern states. By 1819, Missouri Territory was reorganized, with its southern portion carved off to create Arkansas Territory. This reorganization reflected the growing need to manage the expanding frontier and accommodate the influx of settlers. The Missouri Compromise. Missouri's application for statehood in 1819 ignited a fierce debate in Congress. The controversy centered on the Tallmadge Amendment, introduced by a New York congressman, which sought to prohibit the further introduction of slavery in Missouri and gradually emancipate enslaved people already there. The amendment passed in the House, where free states held a majority, but was struck down in the Senate, where the balance between free and slave states held firm. As the debate continued, Maine also sought admission as a free state, creating an opportunity for compromise. In 1820, Congress passed the Missouri Compromise, brokered by Henry Clay. The agreement admitted Maine as a free state and Missouri as a slave state, preserving the Senate's balance. Additionally, slavery was prohibited in the remainder of the Louisiana Purchase territory north of the latitude 3060 G30 except in Missouri. Missouri's contentious constitution. Although the Missouri Compromise resolved the immediate conflict, Missouri's Constitutional Convention in 1820 reignited tensions. The convention adopted provisions excluding free black people from the state and restricting the legislature's ability to emancipate enslaved individuals. These measures outraged Northern representatives, delaying Missouri's admission. A second round of negotiations, led again by Clay, produced a resolution requiring Missouri to agree that its constitution would not violate the rights of any U.S. citizen. With this agreement in place, Missouri was finally admitted to the Union on August 10, 1821, the end of the Great Migration. Missouri's admission marked the culmination of the Great Migration that had reshaped the United States in the years following the War of 1812. Between 1816 and 1821, 6 new states, Indiana, Mississippi, Illinois, Alabama, Maine, and Missouri, had joined the Union. The rapid expansion reflected the nation's growth, but also exposed the deepening divisions over slavery and its role in American society. Missouri's statehood underscored the challenges of balancing national unity with sectional interests. The compromise that allowed its admission postponed but did not resolve the fundamental conflict over slavery, which would continue to shape the nation's political landscape in the decades to come. Chapter 25. Public Land Reform. The rapid addition of 6 new states to the Union between 1816 and 1821 highlights the significant westward migration during this period. While statehood provided a visible index of population shifts, the sales of public lands offered a more detailed view of settlement patterns and the financing required for these new communities. The reforms and failures of the public land system during this era reflected the challenges and tensions inherent in settling the frontier. The early public land system. The first 15 years of the public land system, ending with the Harrison Land Act of 1800, saw modest land sales totaling just under 1.5 million acres. The Harrison Act decentralized land sales by establishing local offices, making it easier for settlers to purchase land. Over the next 2 decades, 14 offices were established in Ohio, with additional offices in Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, and the southern territories of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Missouri. Despite this expansion, the volume of land sales remained relatively low until the War of 1812. The establishment of the General Land Office in 1812 under Edward Tiffin of Ohio marked an effort to streamline and formalize land administration. However, the system's flaws soon became apparent, particularly the reliance on a credit-based purchasing model that placed significant financial burdens on settlers. The credit system and its failures. The Harrison Act set a minimum purchase of 320 acres, later reduced to 160 acres with a price of $2 per acre. Buyers were required to pay 25% upfront, with the remaining balance due in installments over 4 years. This credit system was designed to allow settlers to pay off their land using profits from farming. In practice, the system created widespread financial distress. Many settlers overextended themselves, using all available cash for the initial payment and relying on future harvests to cover subsequent installments. When crops failed or markets collapsed, defaults became common. By 1820, nearly 1/3 of all land sold under the Harrison Act had been forfeited, forcing Congress to pass a series of relief acts extending payment deadlines. This pervasive indebtedness had significant social and political consequences. Frontier settlers burdened by debt grew resentful of a government they saw as exploiting their hardships. Many questioned the fairness of a system that dispossessed struggling farmers while allowing wealthier speculators to profit. The discontent fostered a broader skepticism of government policies and fueled calls for reform. The Land Reform Movement. Between 1810 and 1820, a growing movement in the West began to challenge the principles underlying the public land system. Western leaders argued that the federal government had no right to demand payment for land, especially from settlers who endured the hardships of frontier life to cultivate the wilderness. Figures like Thomas Hart Benton, who entered the Senate in 1821, championed the idea of free land for settlers, viewing it as both a reward for their contributions and a means to encourage national growth. Eastern lawmakers, however, resisted these ideas. They viewed the public domain as a critical source of federal revenue and feared that rapid Western expansion would diminish their political and economic influence. Despite this resistance, the failures of the Harrison Act forced Congress to take action. The Land Law of 1820. In response to mounting pressure, Congress passed a new land law on April 24, 1820. This legislation eliminated the credit system, requiring all land purchases to be made in cash. The minimum purchase size was reduced to 80 acres, and the price per acre was lowered to $1.25. These changes made land ownership more accessible to ordinary settlers and reduced the financial risks associated with default. The law also allowed settlers who had defaulted on earlier purchases to surrender unpaid portions of their land while retaining the rest. This compromise enabled many to avoid total dispossession and start anew. Impact and legacy. The Land Law of 1820 marked a turning point in federal land policy. By addressing the most glaring flaws of the Harrison Act, it helped stabilize the frontier during a period of economic uncertainty. However, the reforms came after the peak of the Great Migration in 1819, when over 5 million acres of public land were sold, coinciding with a severe economic panic. For the next decade, land sales slowed as settlers focused on developing the lands they had already acquired. The General Land Office, tasked with managing the surveys and sales of public lands, struggled to keep pace with demand as migration resumed in the 1830s. The generation of settlers who established themselves between 1800 and 1820 remained deeply skeptical of government land policies. Many viewed the federal land price as an unjust burden and resented what they saw as financial exploitation by the older, wealthier states. This bitterness contributed to a growing regional divide as the West sought greater autonomy and recognition within the Union. In retrospect, the land reforms of 1820 were a necessary but incomplete step in addressing the challenges of frontier settlement. They reflected the ongoing tension between the federal government's need for revenue and the aspirations of settlers striving to build new lives on the American frontier. Chapter 26. Frontier Finance. The frontier citizen's need for credit was second only to his need for land. Securing a good title to the land was the first step, but obtaining the funds to pay for it and to cover transportation and survival until the farm became self-sufficient was a complex and daunting challenge. These financial pressures shaped the character and institutions of the frontier, leaving a lasting impact on the communities that emerged. The financial burden of migration. Most settlers on the agricultural frontier were young, poor, and ambitious. The financial burdens of migration often began with the cost of transportation. Families needed wagons, teams, tools, and provisions to make the journey, and many relied on loans from relatives or neighbors to fund their move. Once they arrived, settlers faced the expense of purchasing land and sustaining their families until their farms became productive, a process that could take several years. Clearing land, planting crops, and establishing a homestead often cost far more than the unimproved land itself. During the first year, many settlers depended on wages earned from working for earlier arrivals, but borrowing was often necessary. As a result, frontier families frequently accumulated significant debts under three main categories: transportation, land purchase, and subsistence. Limited access to capital. The young United States had little surplus capital for investment in Western development. Eastern wealth rarely flowed to the frontier, and there were no established mechanisms to facilitate such investments. Most settlers financed their ventures through family loans or local credit, creating a patchwork of small, informal financial arrangements. This lack of organized capital delayed the development of many frontier regions and left settlers vulnerable to economic fluctuations. The role of banks. As the frontier expanded, banks became critical to its development. By providing credit and currency, they allowed communities to stretch their limited capital further. However, banking was a new and poorly understood institution in the United States, leading to both significant opportunities and substantial risks. Banks issued promissory notes, which served as local currency. The notes were backed by reserves of coin, but banks quickly realized that only a fraction of their reserves would be needed for redemption at any given time. This allowed them to issue notes and extend credit far beyond their actual reserves. While this practice increased liquidity and supported economic growth, it also introduced the risk of inflation and bank failures. Early Western banking. Between 1791 and 1811, the United States operated the Bank of the United States alongside a growing number of state-chartered banks. After Congress refused to renew the bank's charter in 1811, a wave of new, often speculative, banks emerged, especially in the West. By 1820, the number of banks in the United States had surged to 307, many of them in frontier regions. Western banks often lacked experienced leadership and operated without sufficient reserves. Some were established by speculators or outright fraudsters, leading to widespread distrust. Poorly engraved notes made counterfeiting easy, further undermining confidence in the system. Despite these flaws, banks provided much-needed credit and currency, fueling rapid economic expansion. The Panic of 1819. The financial boom of the early 1810s, driven by speculation and an influx of paper money, ended abruptly with the Panic of 1819. The economic downturn exposed the weaknesses of the banking system and left many farmers and banks in dire financial straits. Frontier banks, which had issued long-term loans to farmers, found themselves unable to meet demands for immediate redemption of their notes. The panic led to widespread bankruptcies and foreclosures, fostering deep resentment toward banks. Farmers who lost their land blamed high interest rates and inflexible creditors, while banks that foreclosed on properties faced hostility from local communities. In some cases, neighbors banded together to disrupt foreclosure sales, making it nearly impossible for banks to enforce their claims. Legislative responses. In the wake of the panic, Western states took various measures to provide relief to debtors. Kentucky's response was particularly notable. The state established the Bank of the Commonwealth, which issued notes without the requirement to redeem them in coin. Laws were also passed to delay debt collection and protect foreclosed properties from being sold below their appraised value. These measures sparked intense political and legal battles. In 1823, Kentucky's highest court declared the relief laws unconstitutional, prompting a backlash from the public. The legislature retaliated by abolishing the court and creating a new one, reflecting the deep divide between creditors and debtors. Over time, economic recovery softened public opinion, and the old court system was restored in 1826. Legacy of the financial crisis. The Panic of 1819 and its aftermath left a lasting mark on the frontier. Distrust of banks and financial institutions became a defining feature of Western political culture, reinforcing democratic ideals and skepticism of centralized authority. The experience also highlighted the challenges of balancing economic growth with financial stability in a rapidly expanding nation. As the frontier continued to evolve, the lessons of this turbulent period shaped its institutions and attitudes, laying the groundwork for future debates over banking, credit, and the role of government in economic affairs. Chapter 27. The American System. When Congress convened in late 1815, the United States entered an era dominated by four iconic leaders: Andrew Jackson, John C. Calhoun, Daniel Webster, and Henry Clay. These men defined a generation as the nation navigated Reconstruction after the War of 1812. The revolutionary age of Jefferson and Adams was fading, and with it the tide water dominance that had shaped early American politics. A new force, the West, was emerging, driving the nation's agenda and forging its path toward nationality. Henry Clay stood out as the principal architect of this vision, which he called the American System. This program sought to unify the country and ensure its prosperity through three core pillars: a national bank to stabilize finances, protective tariffs to nurture domestic industry, and internal improvements to enhance transportation and commerce. Clay's strategy reflected the growing influence of the West, a region eager to secure its economic future through federal support. The War of 1812 exposed critical weaknesses in the United States infrastructure, finances, and industrial base. Clay, along with Calhoun, championed reforms to address these deficiencies. The National Bank, re-established in 1816, provided stability to a chaotic financial system. Protective tariffs shielded fledgling American industries from British competition, while revenue from these tariffs funded the nation's development. The Bonus Bill of 1817 represented the first major attempt to direct federal funds toward internal improvements. Sponsored by Calhoun, it proposed using the National Bank's bonus payments to construct roads and canals. However, President James Madison vetoed the bill, citing constitutional concerns. This setback underscored the challenges of implementing Clay's vision, especially in the face of Southern and New England opposition. While the bank and tariffs gained traction, internal improvements became the most contentious element of the American system. The West desperately needed roads and canals to transport agricultural goods to markets. Farmers, often isolated and reliant on river transport, viewed improved infrastructure as essential for their economic survival. Despite Madison's veto, construction of the Cumberland Road continued, connecting the Potomac River to the Ohio River by 1818. However, President Monroe, Madison's successor, also adhered to a strict interpretation of the Constitution. He vetoed additional measures to fund infrastructure projects, arguing that such initiatives required explicit constitutional authorization. This resistance galvanized Western leaders like Clay, who saw internal improvements as vital to the region's prosperity. Clay recognized that the West alone lacked the political clout to advance its agenda. To secure congressional support, he sought alliances with the industrializing East. The Tariff of 1816 provided a model for cooperation, as Eastern manufacturers and Western farmers found common ground in economic protectionism. Clay argued that protective tariffs would stimulate industrial growth, creating a domestic market for Western agricultural goods. Factories in the East would employ workers who would consume Midwestern grain and pork. This synergy, Clay contended, would make the United States economically self-sufficient and resilient to global disruptions. In his 1824 speech promoting the American system, Clay articulated a bold vision for national development. He framed internal improvements and protective tariffs as complementary policies that would bind the nation together economically and politically. The West's surplus agricultural output, combined with Eastern industrial growth, would create a balanced and prosperous economy. Clay's efforts culminated in the passage of the Tariff of 1824, which increased duties on imported goods and solidified the alliance between the West and the Middle States. That same year, Monroe authorized surveys for future road and canal projects, marking a shift in federal policy. Though Monroe's constitutional concerns persisted, his willingness to approve infrastructure surveys reflected growing recognition of the West's demands. The presidential election of 1824 tested Clay's influence. Representing the West, he championed the American system as a comprehensive platform for national growth. However, the race was fractured, with multiple candidates vying for regional support. John Quincy Adams, William H. Crawford, Andrew Jackson, and Clay each represented distinct factions and priorities. When no candidate secured an electoral majority, the decision fell to the House of Representatives. Clay, as Speaker, wielded considerable influence. Despite finishing fourth and being ineligible for consideration, he threw his support behind Adams, who shared his vision for internal improvements and economic development. In return, Adams appointed Clay as Secretary of State, cementing their alliance and advancing the American system. The Adams administration, guided by Clay's principles, committed to infrastructure development and protective tariffs. Yet the American system faced persistent opposition, particularly from the South, where leaders viewed federal intervention as a threat to states' rights and their agrarian economy. Nevertheless, Clay's vision profoundly shaped the nation's trajectory. The construction of roads, canals, and railroads accelerated westward expansion, while protective tariffs nurtured American industry. Though his presidential ambitions were never fully realized, Clay's leadership established him as one of the most influential statesmen of his era. The American system represented a bold experiment in national development, driven by the ambitions of the West and championed by Henry Clay. Its emphasis on unity, economic independence, and infrastructure laid the groundwork for the United States' emergence as a global power. While the system faced significant resistance, its principles endured, shaping debates over federal power, economic policy, and the nation's future for decades to come. Chapter 28: Jacksonian Democracy. The rise of Andrew Jackson and the defeat of Henry Clay marked a turning point in American political history, highlighting the tension between intellectual leadership and emotional appeal. The election maps of 1824 reveal a curious paradox. Voters who admired Clay's principles and supported his vision for the West nonetheless rallied behind Jackson. Clay's American system, a carefully constructed program of economic development, failed to inspire the same fervor as Jackson's embodiment of frontier democracy. Clay appealed to reason, but Jackson captivated the heart. During the difficult years following the Panic of 1819, the West, like the rest of the nation, yearned for a leader who could address its struggles. Debt weighed heavily on the shoulders of frontier farmers. Markets for surplus crops were scarce, and the promise of prosperity seemed perpetually out of reach. Clay understood these challenges and designed his system to offer practical solutions, yet his program failed to resonate on an emotional level. Jackson, in contrast, symbolized the rugged individualism and resilience that defined the frontier spirit. His life and character embodied the values and aspirations of Western settlers, making him a natural figure of admiration and loyalty. The psychology of the frontier played a crucial role in shaping Jackson's appeal. Pioneers lived under harsh and equalizing conditions, fostering a culture of rugged independence and deep sensitivity to perceived slights. They admired self-made individuals who overcame adversity and distrusted those who claimed superiority. Jackson, with his humble beginnings and storied military career, embodied these ideals. His duel with Charles Dickinson, which left him carrying a bullet in his body for decades, only heightened his mystique. The frontier admired strength and personal courage, qualities Jackson possessed in abundance. The frontier's egalitarianism, however, coexisted with a fierce belief in individual progress. Settlers believed in the promise of upward mobility and the inevitability of social advancement. They envisioned a future of growth and expansion, both for themselves and for the nation. This idealism fueled their support for leaders who promised bold action and tangible results. Jackson's image as a man of action, unafraid to challenge authority, resonated deeply with these aspirations. By the early 1820s, the Federalist Party had collapsed, leaving the Democratic Republicans as the dominant political force. Internal divisions, however, began to emerge. The admission of 9 new Western states since 1815 gave the frontier significant political influence. But this influence was fractured. Clay, with his American system, sought to unify the nation through protective tariffs, internal improvements, and a national bank. While his program gained support in the West and Middle states, it faced staunch opposition in the South, where plantation interests viewed tariffs and federal infrastructure projects as threats to their economic model. The South's reliance on cotton exports and its aversion to federal power created a rift in national politics. Protective tariffs designed to shield Northern manufacturers were perceived as unfair taxes on Southern planters. Internal improvements, meanwhile, were seen as expanding federal authority, a prospect that alarmed Southern leaders wary of potential threats to slavery. This sectional divide undermined Clay's vision and made his American system politically untenable as a unifying national program. In contrast, Jackson's candidacy transcended these sectional divides. His military exploits, particularly his victory at the Battle of New Orleans, made him a national hero. His defiance of authority, whether in duels or in his controversial actions during the Seminole Wars, endeared him to a population that valued strength and independence. When Clay criticized Jackson's unauthorized invasion of Florida and the execution of British citizens there, the attacks only bolstered Jackson's popularity. Frontier voters admired his decisiveness and viewed his actions as necessary for national security. The election of 1824 highlighted the shifting dynamics of American politics. With no clear majority in the Electoral College, the decision fell to the House of Representatives. Clay, as Speaker, used his influence to secure the presidency for John Quincy Adams, believing Adams shared his vision for national development. Jackson's supporters, however, decried this as a corrupt bargain, accusing Clay and Adams of collusion. This narrative galvanized Jackson's base and fueled his campaign for the presidency in 1828. During Adams' presidency, Clay worked tirelessly to implement the American system. Roads, canals, and protective tariffs began to reshape the nation's economy, but opposition from Jackson's supporters and Southern leaders hindered its full realization. The American system required thoughtful consideration and long-term commitment, qualities that did not translate easily into political enthusiasm. Jackson, by contrast, offered a straightforward, emotionally charged vision of democracy that resonated with voters. Jackson's triumph in the 1828 election marked the birth of a new political era. His supporters coalesced into the Democratic Party, revitalized by the energy and values of the frontier. Clay's followers, meanwhile, regrouped as the National Republicans, forming a nascent opposition. Jacksonian democracy, with its emphasis on the common man and its rejection of elite control, reflected the spirit of the expanding West and set the tone for a generation of American politics. It was a victory not just for Jackson, but for the values and aspirations of the frontier. Chapter 29. The East and the Western Markets. John Quincy Adams, Henry Clay, and the American system defined the transformation of the United States government between 1825 and 1829. Through Clay's legislative vision and John Marshall's landmark judicial decisions, the era saw the federal government expand its role in national development. The shift, however, was not without resistance. Sectional divisions, largely driven by the South's dependence on cotton and slavery, prevented universal support for these changes. Yet between 1825 and Daniel Webster's famous reply to Hayne in 1830, the forces of economic nationalism advanced rapidly. The development of infrastructure to unify Eastern and Western markets exemplified this progress, fueled by federal initiatives and, when federal action faltered, state and private enterprise. From the passage of the Road Survey Act in 1824, Congress became increasingly involved in internal improvements, deploying military engineers to survey and support new projects. Though the Cumberland Road remained the most ambitious federal project, a growing number of river and harbor improvements marked the era. Federal involvement often took the form of purchasing stock in private ventures, creating partnerships between government and business. Yet federal efforts were insufficient to meet the needs generated by the Great Migration westward. States and private investors had to step in, particularly in the East, where economic imperatives spurred ambitious projects to connect eastern cities with the burgeoning markets of the Ohio Valley. Two primary motivations drove eastern states to pursue western markets. The first was economic, the desire to capitalize on the booming trade created by westward expansion. The second was strategic, the fear that New Orleans, with its control of the Mississippi River, would dominate inland trade. The Appalachians limited eastern trade routes, whereas New Orleans faced no such barriers, offering a natural hub for the vast interior. The Erie Canal, New York's visionary project. New York's response to this challenge was the Erie Canal, a bold undertaking that would revolutionize trade and development. Early settlement patterns in New York had highlighted the potential of the Mohawk River as a gateway to the interior, but obstacles like the rapids at Little Falls hindered navigation. In 1796, the Western Inland Lock Navigation Company addressed this issue by constructing a series of locks, but dreams of a full canal connecting the Hudson River to Lake Erie persisted. By 1810, under the leadership of DeWitt Clinton, surveys for the Erie Canal began. Federal aid was sought but denied, forcing New York to rely on state resources. Despite setbacks like the Panic of 1819, Clinton's determination carried the project forward. Construction began in 1817, and by 1825, the canal was complete. Measuring 363 miles, the Erie Canal connected Albany on the Hudson River to Buffalo on Lake Erie, with locks accommodating vessels carrying up to 100 tons. Its completion was marked by a triumphant procession led by Clinton, who ceremonially poured Lake Erie water into the Atlantic Ocean. The canal's impact was transformative. It catalyzed the settlement of upstate New York, established Buffalo as a key port, and linked the Great Lakes region to global markets through New York City. By 1860, the Erie Canal had solidified New York's dominance in commerce, binding the eastern seaboard to the Old Northwest and ensuring the region's alignment with the North during the Civil War. Pennsylvania's response. The Pennsylvania System. The success of the Erie Canal alarmed Pennsylvania and Maryland, whose merchants feared losing their share of Western trade. Pennsylvania responded by embarking on its own ambitious infrastructure project, the Pennsylvania System, completed in 1834. This hybrid system included tramways, canals, and inclined planes to connect Philadelphia to Pittsburgh. Despite its engineering marvels, including a series of cables and stationary engines to traverse the Alleghenies, the system was ultimately inefficient and costly. By 1857, it was sold to the Pennsylvania Railroad Company, Maryland, and the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Maryland, meanwhile, focused on a different approach. Recognizing the limitations of canals, the state embraced railroads, chartering the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad in 1827. This ambitious project aimed to connect Baltimore to the Ohio River, overcoming significant elevation changes along the route. Although the railroad was not completed until after 1850, its groundbreaking marked a turning point in American transportation, showcasing the potential of railroads to transform commerce and connectivity. Southern efforts. The South Carolina Railroad. Further south, Charleston sought to maintain its dominance in the cotton trade. The South Carolina Railroad, completed in 1830, connected Charleston to Hamburg, Georgia, aiming to divert cotton from Savannah and inland rivers. Though innovative, the railroad failed to stem the shift of the cotton economy toward New Orleans and the Gulf Coast, underscoring the challenges faced by southern cities in retaining commercial leadership. The economic battle for the West. The eastern states' efforts to integrate the western markets were as much about preserving political unity as they were about economic gain. Jefferson's purchase of Louisiana had secured the political bond between East and West, but the economic relationship required infrastructure to ensure prosperity. The Erie Canal emerged as the era's most successful project, inspiring imitation and demonstrating the transformative power of investment in internal improvements. Yet the alignment of the West with either the North or South remained uncertain. As infrastructure projects proliferated, they laid the groundwork for economic development and sectional alliances. The West's ultimate decision to align with the North during the Civil War was influenced in part by the economic ties forged during this period. The integration of Eastern and Western markets, though incomplete, marked a significant step in the nation's development, setting the stage for future growth and unity. Chapter 30. The Western Internal Improvements. The years of John Quincy Adams's presidency, from 1825 to 1829, marked a pivotal moment in the history of internal improvements in the United States. Federal assistance, private capital, and state resources converged in an unprecedented effort to develop infrastructure. The completion of the Erie Canal not only exemplified this era, but also set the stage for a surge of activity across the nation. Railroads such as the Baltimore and Ohio and the South Carolina Railroad introduced a new era of transportation, while the Western states began their own ambitious projects inspired by the Eastern states and their own economic needs. The Old Northwest was at the heart of these developments, though its population in 1825 remained largely concentrated along the Ohio River and its tributaries. Settlements were sparse in the northern parts of the region, with only Ohio hosting significant communities near Lake Erie. The tributaries of the Ohio River were insufficient for large-scale commerce, and while roads like Zane's Trace provided vital connections, they were not enough to support the region's economic aspirations. Recognizing these limitations, the federal government extended the national road from Wheeling into Ohio, breaking ground on July 4, 1825, at St. Clairsville. However, the spotlight on that day was elsewhere, at Licking Summit near Newark, where construction began on the Ohio Canal, a project that symbolized the region's embrace of canal building as the path to prosperity. The success of the Erie Canal in New York had a profound influence on Ohio's vision for public works. For the first time, a viable route for exchanging goods between the East and the Upper Ohio Valley seemed within reach. The canal's completion proved that infrastructure could transform regional economies, inspiring similar efforts in the Old Northwest. Early surveys of potential canal routes relied on the ancient knowledge of portages used by indigenous peoples, whose understanding of interlocking waterways provided a blueprint for engineers. The geography of Ohio offered several promising routes, each with distinct advantages. Among the most significant routes was the line connecting the Cuyahoga River to the Scioto River, with Cleveland at its northern terminus and Portsmouth at its southern outlet. This became the Ohio Canal, approved in 1825 after contentious debates in the state legislature. Construction began that same year, and by 1832 the canal was complete. Its impact was immediate and transformative. Farmers along the canal route, particularly near Akron and Cuyahoga Falls, began producing wheat for eastern markets. Cleveland, a modest settlement of about 1,000 people, in 1825 grew rapidly, reaching 4,500 residents by 1834 and continuing to expand. The Ohio Canal not only spurred economic growth, but also reshaped political dynamics in the region, as northern counties began to assert greater influence. A second canal, the Miami Canal, aimed to connect Cincinnati to Dayton and eventually extend to Defiance. However, progress was slower due to limited state resources and the financial panic of 1837. Eastern investors provided crucial funding for these projects, marking the beginning of a financial relationship between East and West that would continue to shape the nation. The Miami Canal was not completed to Dayton until 1839, and its extension to Defiance came only in 1845, after federal land grants provided additional support. Indiana and Illinois also pursued ambitious canal projects. The Wabash and Erie Canal, surveyed under the 1824 Act and supported by federal land grants, connected Toledo to Lafayette by 1843 and extended further in subsequent years. The Illinois and Michigan Canal, though delayed by financial struggles, was finally completed in 1848, linking Lake Michigan to the Illinois River. These canals mirrored the aspirations of their states, but their successes were limited compared to the Ohio Canal. By the 1840s, railroads were beginning to outpace canal as the preferred mode of transportation. The canal era was a product of its time, emerging as states sought to capitalize on Clay's American system and increase prosperity through infrastructure investment. Canals were built through unsettled regions, justified by the expectation that population growth and rising land values would offset the costs. While the movement succeeded in certain areas, such as the corridor between Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and Toledo, it faltered in others due to financial mismanagement and insufficient returns. Despite these challenges, the canal projects left a lasting legacy. They distributed immigration across the frontier, connected farmers to markets, and established enduring economic ties between the East and the Old Northwest. The rise of steamboats on western rivers ensured that New Orleans remained a viable competitor, but the integration of the West with the East gained momentum. By 1832, a new wave of migration was underway, driven by the opportunities created by these internal improvements. However, this expansion was soon constrained by the natural and political barriers of the time: the Mississippi River's western desert, international boundaries, and the solidifying Indian frontier. These limits signaled the end of unbounded westward expansion and marked a new chapter in the nation's development. Chapter 31. The Permanent Indian Frontier, 1825 to 1841. When the boundaries of the United States were solidified through the English Treaty of 1818 and the Spanish Treaty of 1819, many believed that the nation had reached the limits of its territorial expansion. Few Americans entertained the notion of acquiring Canada or Mexico, and even fewer envisioned the United States stretching beyond the Rocky Mountains. This sense of completion influenced national policies. Henry Clay's American system was designed to strengthen the nation internally, and Monroe's bold declaration in his 1823 address to Congress symbolized a defiant stance toward European interference in the Western Hemisphere. Meanwhile, the War Department adopted a strategy focused on internal security and border policing, marked by the establishment of a chain of forts from Fort Smith to Fort Howard. These efforts underscored the belief that the United States was a mature and stable entity with its external borders firmly set. The westward migration of settlers and the creation of new states posed a significant challenge to this sense of stability. By 1821, the western boundary of the United States included a line running from Lake Erie at Toledo down through Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana to the Gulf of Mexico. However, the coexistence of white communities and Native American tribes within these boundaries was fraught with tension. Historically, white settlers demanded the removal of indigenous populations, and the new states were no exception. Georgia, for instance, insisted on the removal of the Cherokee as a condition of ceding its western lands to Congress in 1802. By the 1820s, the question of where displaced tribes could go became increasingly urgent. With the boundaries of the United States fixed and new states like Arkansas and Michigan on the horizon, the available lands for native relocation were shrinking. John C. Calhoun, serving as Secretary of War under President Monroe, undertook a systematic study of the Indian problem. He recognized the continuous displacement of tribes as one of the greatest injustices inflicted upon them and proposed a bold solution: to establish a permanent home for native tribes west of Missouri and Arkansas. Calhoun envisioned the vast expanse of the Great Plains as an ideal refuge. Scientific assessments of the time deemed the plains unsuitable for white settlement, but they were abundant in game and well-suited to the indigenous way of life. Calhoun's report, submitted to Congress in January 1825, recommended acquiring a sufficient tract of land west of the Mississippi River to establish permanent settlements for the tribes, ensuring their security and fostering their progress toward improvement and civilization. Monroe endorsed Calhoun's recommendations, urging Congress to enact legislation to establish a permanent Indian frontier. Congress responded favorably, and for the next 15 years, Successive administrations, Adams, Jackson, and Van Buren, upheld this policy. The plan involved three key steps: securing legislative authority and Senate approval for treaties, negotiating with resident Western tribes to make room for relocated tribes, and persuading Eastern tribes to cede their lands and move west. The Indian Intercourse Act of 1834 formalized these efforts, establishing the Indian country as a legal entity and prohibiting unauthorized white settlement within its borders. The act also outlined the responsibilities of the federal government, including the provision of annuities, schools, and skilled workers to support the tribe's transition. Initial negotiations focused on the Western tribes, such as the Osage and Kaw, who ceded large portions of their land in Missouri and Arkansas to make way for incoming tribes. Councils held with tribes along the upper Mississippi, including the Sioux, Chippewa, Sauk, and Fox, sought to establish boundaries and maintain peace. The process of relocating Eastern tribes was far more contentious. Many tribes resisted, leading to protracted negotiations and, in some cases, violent conflict. The Cherokee, for instance, faced relentless pressure from Georgia, which sought to extend its laws over Cherokee lands. Despite securing legal victories in the U.S. Supreme Court, the Cherokee were ultimately forced to relocate along the infamous Trail of Tears. The Seminole resisted even more fiercely, retreating into the swamps of Florida and waging a protracted guerrilla war that lasted through the 1840s. By 1841, the eastern margin of the Indian frontier stretched from the Red River in the south to Green Bay in the north, forming a solid barrier to westward expansion. This frontier was divided into three sections. The southern section, abutting Mexican territory, was home to the 5 civilized tribes: the Cherokee, Creek, Seminole, Chickasaw, and Choctaw, who had established organized governments in their new lands. The middle section, west of Missouri and Iowa, was occupied by a patchwork of smaller tribes, including the Shawnee, Delaware, Kickapoo, and Omaha. The northern section, encompassing parts of present-day Minnesota and Wisconsin, consolidated tribes like the Sioux, Chippewa, and Potawatomi. The Indian frontier policy reflected the belief that the United States was complete and that its western boundary would remain fixed. President Jackson, in his 1835 annual message, expressed confidence in the policy's success, stating that the Indian lands would remain permanently secured and protected. However, the policy was rooted in flawed assumptions about the nation's future. By the late 1830s, evidence was mounting that the far west would play a crucial role in American development. The Indian frontier, intended to be permanent, would soon give way to the relentless march of white settlement. To enforce the Indian frontier and maintain peace, the War Department proposed a chain of fortresses and a network of military roads. While these plans were never fully realized, the Army relied on mounted dragoons and local militias to patrol the frontier. By 1840, the Indian country was firmly established, with over 330,000 Native Americans residing within its borders. Yet, the rapid changes of the following decades would render this policy obsolete, as the United States expanded its territory and settlers pushed ever westward. The Indian frontier, once seen as a solution to the Indian problem, would become a brief chapter in the nation's history, overshadowed by the relentless drive for expansion. Chapter 32: The Mississippi Valley Boom. The Mississippi Valley experienced a significant transformation during the Jacksonian era as migration surged westward, marking another pivotal period in American expansion. This new wave of settlers, following the ideals and policies associated with Andrew Jackson, brought about economic, social, and political changes that reshaped the frontier. While the earlier Great Migration, culminating around 1819, had organized 6 new states, the Jacksonian migration extended development into previously unsettled areas, resulting in the creation of Arkansas and Michigan as states, and laying the groundwork for territories like Wisconsin and Iowa. The boom also pushed American influence into Texas, where an independent republic was established in 1836. This era, marked by booming population growth and economic opportunity, transformed the Mississippi Valley into a dynamic hub of activity. Between 1820 and 1840, the population of the United States increased from 9.6 million to over 17 million, with a significant portion of this growth concentrated in the western states and territories. The population in the West surged by nearly 200% during this period, reaching over 6 million, as compared to the more modest growth of 60% in the eastern states and 28% in the Old South. These demographic shifts created regional tensions, with competition between the East, South, and West for political and economic influence. The upper Mississippi Valley, in particular, became a focal point of settlement. As the Treaty of Prairie du Chien in 1825 secured peace among tribes in the region, settlers began moving into areas like the lead mining districts of Wisconsin and Iowa. By 1829, lead mining had become a significant industry, with operations centered in places like Galena, Illinois, and Mineral Point in Michigan Territory. These regions attracted a mix of settlers from southern Illinois and Missouri, many of whom were descendants of earlier Appalachian migrants. One notable figure in this migration was Henry Dodge, a frontier leader whose life epitomized the rugged, independent spirit of the upper Mississippi Valley. Dodge, a veteran of the War of 1812 and a former Missouri legislator, settled in the lead mining district near present-day Dodgeville, Wisconsin. His leadership during conflicts with Native American tribes and his role in territorial governance made him a symbol of the region's development. The influx of settlers into northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin inevitably led to conflicts with Native American tribes, particularly the Sauk and Fox. The Black Hawk War of 1832, sparked by disputes over land rights and encroachments by squatters, highlighted these tensions. Black Hawk, a prominent Sauk leader, attempted to resist displacement but was ultimately defeated. The war concluded with the cession of Sauk and Fox lands in Iowa, marking the beginning of significant American settlement west of the Mississippi. Following the Black Hawk War, the region experienced a rapid influx of settlers. Towns like Keokuk, Burlington, Davenport, and Dubuque emerged along the Mississippi River, while Chicago and Milwaukee grew as key points of access on Lake Michigan. The demand for land led to tensions over the administration of land laws, particularly regarding preemption rights, which allowed settlers to claim land they had occupied before formal surveys were conducted. These disputes often resulted in chaotic and unregulated settlements. Michigan Territory, which had previously included vast areas of the upper Mississippi Valley, played a crucial role in organizing governance for these new settlements. By the mid-1830s, the territory had expanded to include parts of present-day Wisconsin and Iowa. As Michigan prepared for statehood, its western lands were reorganized into Wisconsin Territory in 1836. The new territory, governed by Henry Dodge, quickly became a center of growth, with its population concentrated along the Mississippi River and Lake Michigan. The territorial reorganization also coincided with efforts to finalize the northern section of the Indian frontier. Treaties with the Chippewa and Sioux in 1837 opened large areas of northern Wisconsin and Minnesota to settlement, particularly for lumbering. The timber industry quickly became a cornerstone of the region's economy, with logs floated down rivers like the St. Croix and Mississippi to supply the growing demand for lumber in the prairie states. The Mississippi Valley boom, fueled by migration, economic opportunity, and territorial expansion, represented a turning point in the westward movement of the United States. It solidified the region's importance as a center of agriculture, industry, and trade, while laying the foundation for future territorial and state developments. However, this rapid growth also came at a significant cost, particularly to Native American tribes, who were systematically displaced and confined to reservations as the frontier advanced. The boom years of the Jacksonian era thus encapsulate both the promise and the contradictions of American expansion. Chapter 33. The Border States, Michigan and Arkansas. In 1837, as the Jacksonian migration reached its zenith, Americans from all walks of life were swept up in the fervor of westward expansion. This migration was fueled by the allure of opportunity in the West, drawing not only those seeking new beginnings, but also more established members of society willing to leave their rooted lives for the promise of prosperity. The movement wasn't confined to one region or class. Yankees from the Tidewater, Southerners from the coastal plains, and settlers from inland states all participated. The migration's energy deposited populations in well-settled areas, with the frontier edges receiving the most conspicuous attention as settlers pushed into remote, isolated lands. By 1840, the population of the western states had ballooned to over 6.3 million, with more than 4.1 million new inhabitants arriving since 1820. This rapid influx reshaped the political landscape of the West, upsetting long-standing sectional balances. While Kentucky and Tennessee once dominated the region, their influence waned as the northwestern states, bolstered by immigration and internal improvements like the Erie Canal, surged ahead. By 1840, the Northwest states had more inhabitants than the combined populations of Kentucky, Tennessee, and the plantation-based Southwest states. The territories of Michigan and Arkansas, on the borders of this expanding frontier, epitomized the tensions and opportunities of the era. Michigan's journey from territory to statehood was shaped by its unique geography and history. Its roots lay in the fur trade, with French and later British settlers establishing trading posts at strategic points like Detroit. For much of its early history, Michigan remained a remote frontier with sparse settlements and a population composed largely of fur traders and backwoodsmen of French descent. Swamps, dense forests, and a lack of reliable transportation routes discouraged farming and settlement until the Erie Canal's construction and the advent of steamboats on the Great Lakes in the early 19th century. By 1820, Michigan's population was a mere 8,000. However, the canal and growing interest in the region as a potential agricultural hub spurred rapid growth. By 1834, Michigan's population had swelled to over 87,000, prompting calls for statehood. Without waiting for congressional authorization, Michigan's territorial legislature declared its intent to form a state, citing the Ordinance of 1787, which allowed territories with over 60,000 free inhabitants to seek statehood. Michigan's path to statehood, however, was complicated by a boundary dispute with Ohio over the Toledo Strip, a wedge of land critical for its access to Lake Erie and key trade routes. Ohio, backed by political influence in Washington and the strategic interests of President Andrew Jackson's administration, refused to cede the territory. Michigan initially resisted, even mobilizing its militia, but ultimately accepted the loss in exchange for the western Upper Peninsula. After resolving this dispute, Michigan officially became the 26th state in January 1837. Michigan's Constitution, framed during the boom period, reflected the optimism of the era, emphasizing internal improvements and granting liberal voting rights. Its rapid population growth and economic development would soon transform it into a key northern state. In contrast to Michigan's northern character, Arkansas developed as a southern frontier state, shaped by its river-based economy and proximity to the plantation South. Arkansas Territory was established in 1819, carved out of Missouri Territory to manage its scattered settlements. Initially, Arkansas was sparsely populated, with settlers concentrating along the Arkansas River and its tributaries. The territory's western boundary was defined in 1828 to accommodate Native American reservations for the Choctaw and Cherokee, making Arkansas the only state whose expansion was explicitly limited by Indian land rights. Unlike Michigan, Arkansas's development was hindered by its relative inaccessibility. Settlers traveling down the Mississippi often found fertile land in other regions, while those approaching from the south faced challenging river navigation. Efforts to improve the Arkansas River's navigability, including the removal of massive log jams, were critical to opening the territory for settlement. Arkansas's Constitutional Convention, held in Little Rock in 1836, borrowed heavily from the constitutions of neighboring southern states like Mississippi and Tennessee. While many southern states had recently revised their constitutions to reflect the shifting demographics of the Jacksonian migration, Arkansas's delegates declared their constitution in effect without ratification by the people. The simultaneous admission of Michigan and Arkansas as states in 1836 reflected the ongoing political need to maintain a balance between free and slave states. Arkansas entered as a slave state, paired with Michigan as a free state, continuing the sectional compromise that had governed state admissions since the Missouri Compromise of 1820. By 1840, the populations of Michigan and Arkansas stood at 212 and 267 and 97,574, respectively, highlighting the contrasting trajectories of these two border states. Michigan, with its burgeoning northern economy and infrastructure, embodied the promise of the industrializing North. Arkansas, tied to the plantation economy and limited by its geography, represented the challenges of the southern frontier. Together, their statehood marked another chapter in the westward expansion of the United States, illustrating the complex interplay of geography, economy, and politics in shaping the nation's growth. Chapter 34. The Independent State of Texas. The settlement and eventual independence of Texas have often been framed by historians as part of a broader conspiracy to expand slavery in the United States. While the institution of slavery certainly influenced Texas's history, the events leading to its independence were not solely driven by a calculated pro-slavery agenda. Rather, Texas emerged as a natural extension of the westward migration that defined the Jacksonian era, shaped by the same social and economic forces that created new communities across the Mississippi Valley and beyond. For much of the 18th and early 19th centuries, Spanish Texas existed as a sparsely settled frontier region. Spanish authorities established missions, forts, and settlements to defend against French encroachments and to assert control over the indigenous population. The construction of the Spanish road from Eagle Pass to Natchitoches linked key outposts like San Antonio and Nacogdoches, creating a vital artery for military and religious activity. However, Texas remained isolated and underdeveloped, with limited settler interest even after Spain briefly controlled Louisiana, 1762 to 1803. The Louisiana Purchase of 1803 brought the American frontier closer to Texas. While Spain maintained its claim to the region, the porous border allowed American traders, hunters, and adventurers to interact with Spanish authorities and the local population. Early attempts to settle Americans in Texas were largely unsuccessful, with figures like James Long briefly establishing unauthorized settlements before being expelled by Spanish forces. The Mexican War of Independence, 1810 to 1821, fundamentally altered the dynamics of the region. With Mexico's independence in 1821, the newly formed nation inherited a vast northern frontier, including Texas, which was sparsely populated and vulnerable to foreign influence. Mexican authorities, seeking to bolster the region's defenses and stimulate economic growth, turned to American settlers. Moses Austin, a lead miner and entrepreneur from Missouri, was the first to secure permission to establish a colony of American settlers in Texas. Although Moses Austin died before he could implement his plan, his son, Stephen F. Austin, took up the task. Austin successfully recruited American families who settled in Texas under the terms of Mexican law, which required them to convert to Catholicism and swear allegiance to Mexico. By the mid-1820s, the Mexican government passed general colonization laws to encourage settlement in Texas. These laws attracted thousands of Americans, particularly from the southern United States. They brought with them their agricultural practices, including the use of enslaved labor, despite Mexico's prohibition of slavery. As American settlers streamed into Texas, they quickly outnumbered the Mexican population. By 1830, there were an estimated 20,000 American colonists in Texas. These settlers, primarily from Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee, maintained strong cultural and political ties to the United States. They resisted Mexican laws that restricted immigration and prohibited slavery, viewing them as threats to their economic and social systems. Mexico, alarmed by the rapid growth of the American population in Texas, attempted to tighten its control over the region. In 1830, the Mexican government passed laws to restrict further American immigration and sought to enforce customs regulations more strictly. However, Mexico lacked the administrative capacity to enforce these measures, and the flow of settlers continued unabated. Stephen F. Austin, initially loyal to the Mexican government, began to advocate for greater autonomy for Texas. He and other leaders pushed for Texas to be separated from the state of Coahuila and granted its own statehood within the Mexican Federation. Mexico's refusal to grant this request, coupled with the increasing centralization of power under Santa Anna, alienated the settlers further. By 1835, tensions had reached a breaking point. Santa Anna's decision to abolish the federal Constitution of 1824 and concentrate power in Mexico City alarmed Texans, who saw this as an assault on their rights and autonomy. In October 1835, armed conflict broke out between Texan settlers and Mexican forces at the Battle of Gonzales, marking the beginning of the Texas Revolution. In March 1836, Texans declared their independence from Mexico. The new Republic of Texas adopted a constitution modeled after the United States Constitution, incorporating elements of English common law and Spanish property law. It also explicitly permitted slavery, reflecting the Southern heritage of its settlers. The fight for independence came to a head with two key battles. In February 1836, Santa Anna led a large Mexican force to San Antonio, where a small group of Texan defenders, including Davy Crockett and James Bowie, took refuge in the Alamo. After a 13-day siege, Mexican forces overran the fort, killing nearly all the defenders. The loss became a rallying cry for Texan independence, symbolized by the phrase, "Remember the Alamo." In April 1836, General Sam Houston led Texan forces to a decisive victory over Santa Anna's army at the Battle of San Jacinto. The Texans captured Santa Anna, who, under duress, signed a treaty recognizing Texas's independence. While the Mexican government later repudiated this treaty, Texas maintained its de facto independence. Following its victory, Texas operated as an independent republic. However, many Texans viewed independence as a temporary step toward eventual annexation by the United States. Texas sought immediate recognition and admission into the Union, but these efforts were delayed due to domestic politics in the United States. President Andrew Jackson, wary of inflaming sectional tensions over slavery, hesitated to annex Texas. His successor, Martin Van Buren, also declined to act, leaving Texas to function as an independent nation for nearly a decade. During this time, Texas struggled with economic instability, ongoing border conflicts with Mexico, and the challenges of governance. The independence of Texas was not merely the result of a pro-slavery conspiracy, but a product of the broader forces of westward expansion. While slavery played a significant role in shaping Texas's identity, its settlement and independence were also driven by economic ambition, cultural ties to the American South, and the frontier spirit of self-determination. By the time Texas joined the United States in 1845, it had already become a symbol of the opportunities and challenges of America's relentless push westward. Chapter 35. 1837, the prostrate West. The rage for emigration and speculation, fueled by high prices and an overabundance of paper money, grew to unsustainable levels during the Jacksonian migration, inevitably leading to financial collapse and widespread bankruptcy. Yet, while the boom lasted, it drove unprecedented growth across the West. Villages transformed into towns and towns into cities, seemingly overnight. Chicago exemplified this transformation, though similar stories unfolded elsewhere. A contemporary observer noted the staggering rise in property values and influx of settlers, marveling at how individuals amassed wealth by merely claiming and improving land. Despite such optimism, he doubted the sustainability of this economic frenzy. Interwoven with the migration, the drive for internal improvements reached its peak. Western states were convinced that economic prosperity hinged on improved transportation networks to access markets. Inspired by the success of New York's Erie Canal, other states embarked on ambitious projects. The Ohio Canal demonstrated the feasibility of such undertakings, spurring similar efforts elsewhere. Illinois, for example, pursued canals and railroads, envisioning an interconnected state infrastructure. In 1836, Illinois authorized extensive public works, including nearly 1,500 miles of railroads, while legislators ensured every region received its share of benefits. Bonds were sold to finance these schemes, and enthusiasm among settlers and investors alike reached a fever pitch. Other states followed suit. Indiana initiated multiple projects, including the Wabash Canal, while Michigan embarked on plans for railroads and river improvements. Missouri, though less industrially developed, also embraced the speculative fervor, authorizing millions in railroad investments. Southern states, however, struggled to match their northern counterparts due to a lack of local capital and weaker credit. Despite grand visions, such as a proposed Southern Railroad, financial constraints often thwarted these efforts. By 1836, nearly every Western state was deeply entangled in speculative ventures. This speculative mania, amplified by easy access to credit and the financial policies of the federal government, led to the proliferation of banks. The number of private banks grew dramatically, and with them, the issuance of banknotes. These notes, while facilitating commerce, introduced risks as counterfeiting and insolvency became common concerns. Between 1830 and 1837, the amount of paper money in circulation more than doubled, driving inflation and encouraging overvaluation of properties. This inflationary cycle created an illusion of prosperity, but the underlying fragility of the financial system became increasingly apparent. The federal government, under Andrew Jackson, played a significant role in shaping the financial landscape. Jackson's opposition to the Second Bank of the United States stemmed partly from his distrust of centralized banking and partly from political conflicts. His administration's removal of federal deposits from the Bank of the United States to smaller state banks, known as pet banks, disrupted the financial system. These smaller banks, often politically aligned with Jackson's Democratic Party, lacked the stability of the national bank, leading to risky lending practices and further inflating the speculative bubble. The growing federal surplus exacerbated the problem. Land sales soared as migrants poured into the West, driving public revenues to unprecedented levels. By 1836, land sales alone accounted for nearly $25 million in federal income. With the national debt fully paid off, the government struggled to manage the surplus. Congress passed the distribution bill, mandating that excess funds be redistributed to the states. While intended as a temporary measure, this policy strained the depository banks, which now faced the dual pressures of government withdrawals and speculative demands. Jackson's specie circular, issued in 1836, dealt a further blow to the fragile economy. This executive order required land purchases to be made with gold or silver rather than paper money, curbing speculation but also triggering a liquidity crisis. As banks struggled to redeem their notes for specie, panic ensued. The economic boom came to a sudden halt, and in May 1837, widespread bank suspensions marked the onset of a severe financial crisis. The Panic of 1837 had far-reaching consequences. Land sales plummeted, tariff revenues declined, and the federal government faced significant deficits. Farmers lost both their markets and the inflated land values that had sustained their borrowing. States burdened with debt from ambitious infrastructure projects found themselves unable to meet their obligations. The ensuing depression lasted for years, leaving an enduring legacy of distrust toward banks and speculative ventures. The economic turmoil of 1837 marked the end of an era. By the time the nation recovered, the United States had entered a new phase of development. The frontier continued to expand, but the financial and political landscape had shifted. Railroads supplanted canals as the primary mode of transportation, and the rise of industrialization in the East contrasted sharply with the agrarianism of the frontier. Meanwhile, the plantation economy entrenched itself further in the South, setting the stage for future conflicts that would shape the nation's destiny. Chapter 36: The Trail to Santa Fe. In the years of depression following the Panic of 1837, the United States quietly abandoned its Indian frontier policy, though no formal act marked its end. By 1843, when over 1,000 settlers journeyed across the Indian country to Oregon, it became clear that the idea of a perpetual frontier was untenable. Among the forces that eroded the policy was the rise of trade with New Mexico, which came to be known as the Santa Fe trade. Spain's northern provinces, including Texas, New Mexico, and Upper California, were strategically established during the American Revolution to defend against competing powers like France, England, and Russia. These provinces, connected to Mexico by long overland trails, developed a static civilization centered on defense rather than progress. Spaniards sought wealth they could exploit, though rather than permanent settlements, resulting in limited trade, strict monopolies, and restrictive policies aimed at safeguarding colonial resources. New Mexico, the northernmost outpost, remained isolated from the United States by over 1,000 miles of difficult terrain. In 1807, Zebulon Pike's capture and journey through New Mexico provided Americans their first glimpse of this region, with its adobe towns, vast herds, and stagnant economy. Pike's observations highlighted an unmet demand for basic goods, as New Mexican colonists lacked the tools, supplies, and manufactured items available to Americans. Early attempts to establish trade with Santa Fe failed due to Spanish restrictions. An 1811 expedition led by McKnight ended with the traders imprisoned by Spanish authorities. However, in 1821, Spain lost control of its colonies, and independent Mexico opened the region to foreign trade. William Becknell, a Missouri trader, seized the opportunity, leading a pack train to Santa Fe and returning with substantial profits. His success spurred annual expeditions, transforming the Santa Fe Trail into a vital commercial route. The trail began at Missouri's western frontier, initially at St. Louis, and later moving to Independence as settlements expanded. Each spring, traders gathered their goods, organized caravans, and set off across the plains. The journey was dangerous, requiring armed escorts to protect against Indian attacks. Caravans traveled as a unified force until reaching the outskirts of Santa Fe, where competition for the market took over. The federal government supported the trade by surveying and marking the Santa Fe Trail in 1825, aligning it with the new Indian policy. The trail passed through Indian reserves, with agreements to prevent interference from local tribes. Nevertheless, traders relied more on their own defenses, forming fortified wagon circles at night to protect their goods and livestock. Fort Leavenworth, established in 1827 near the Kansas River, became a key outpost for safeguarding the trade. Military escorts like Major Bennett Riley's in 1829 ensured the caravan's safety, though traders often preferred self-reliance. By the 1830s, the trade was well established, with Josiah Gregg's detailed accounts offering insights into its operations. The route traversed the Great Plains, following landmarks like Pawnee Rock and the Cimarron River before reaching Santa Fe. While some traders ventured further south to Chihuahua or Mexico City, most business concluded at Santa Fe. Though modest in scale, the Santa Fe trade significantly influenced the borderlands. It fostered economic ties, strengthened Missouri as a trading hub, and eroded the perceived barriers of the American desert. The traders' disregard for Mexican and Indian rights, coupled with their growing familiarity with the land, sowed the seeds of expansionist ambitions. They realized the agricultural potential of the plains, challenging the notion of an uninhabitable desert and undermining the rationale for the Indian frontier. By 1832, the Santa Fe trade had become a well-established institution, coinciding with broader developments in Indian management. The traders' experiences, while primarily commercial, exposed the weaknesses in the existing policy, paving the way for future settlement and conquest. The trail to Santa Fe, initially a commercial venture, ultimately played a key role in reshaping the American West. Chapter 37. The Settlement of Oregon. In the spring of 1832, the North American frontier teemed with activity. From Assiniboia, where the Hudson's Bay Company was establishing a local government for its settlers along the Red River, to Texas, where the challenges of blending American and Mexican societies were becoming apparent, there was a sense of transformation. Unlike the United States, Canada and Mexico faced less pressure from farming populations advancing upon native lands, making the United States struggle to define a boundary between its civilizations and those of the Indians unique. Independence, Missouri, became a focal point of this ferment. The Santa Fe traders had long brought life to the village, but in 1832, other groups prepared to cross the frontier, including trappers, hunters, and those seeking new opportunities. Among them were the traders of the American Fur Company, whose steamboat Yellowstone had proven the navigability of the Missouri River as far as the Yellowstone River. The success of these expeditions brought tales of fertile lands and shattered the myth of an uninhabitable interior. Several notable parties set out in 1832, each contributing to the growing knowledge of the West. Captain Benjamin L. E. Bonneville, an Army officer, led a well-equipped group of more than 100 men to the Columbia Valley, extending their exploration beyond Bonneville's official leave. Meanwhile, William Sublette, a seasoned trapper, ventured westward with his associates, continuing a legacy of discovery that included previous expeditions to South Pass and beyond. Nathaniel J. Wyeth, a New England entrepreneur, organized another party with the aim of establishing trade in the Oregon country. Though lacking the practical experience of Sublette and Bonneville, Wyeth's efforts reflected a burgeoning commercial interest in the Pacific Northwest. This year marked the beginning of a stronger trans-frontier movement, with the United States experiencing internal upheavals, ranging from South Carolina's defiance over tariffs to the Black Hawk War in the Midwest. Oregon's allure grew during this time, gradually transitioning from a distant curiosity to a destination for both traders and settlers. Under the Treaty of 1827, the United States and Britain jointly occupied the Oregon country, an arrangement that could be terminated with 1 year's notice. The territory, defined between the Rockies and the Pacific, from the 42nd parallel to 5440, was still contested. While Spain and Russia had previously laid claims to parts of this region, the United States and Britain became the dominant players following agreements with these nations. During the early 1830s, the Oregon region was primarily significant for its fur trade, but by the middle of the decade, missionary efforts began to introduce a new dynamic. Inspired by reports of the character and potential of the indigenous peoples, Catholic and Protestant groups established missions in the region. Among the most notable was Dr. Marcus Whitman, who, along with his wife, set up the Waiilatpu Mission near the Columbia and Snake Rivers in 1836. These missions, though only modestly successful in converting the local tribes, laid the foundation for permanent agricultural settlements. As settlers arrived, they faced the challenge of governing themselves in the absence of formal authority. Dr. John McLaughlin, the Hudson's Bay Company's representative at Fort Vancouver, offered assistance, but tensions between American settlers and British traders grew. In 1843, settlers convened in Champoeg to establish a provisional government based on Iowa Territory's laws, anticipating eventual territorial status under the United States. By the early 1840s, emigration to Oregon intensified. Dr. Elijah White led a group of 130 settlers with wagons in 1842, and the War Department sent John C. Fremont to map the trails to South Pass. The Oregon Trail, a roughly 2,000-mile route stretching from Missouri to the Willamette Valley, became the artery of migration. The journey was arduous, with travelers enduring harsh terrain, disease, and threats from nature, and indigenous resistance. Along the way, military outposts such as Fort Kearny and Fort Laramie provided support, while private posts like Fort Bridger and Fort Hall offered additional aid. Most settlers aimed for the fertile Willamette Valley, where early arrivals established farms with assistance from missionaries and the Hudson's Bay Company. The region's agricultural potential attracted increasing numbers. And by the mid-1840s, the influx of Americans challenged the viability of joint occupation. In 1846, the United States and Britain negotiated the Oregon Treaty, extending the 49th parallel as the boundary to the Pacific and securing the Columbia River for the United States. The settlement of Oregon marked a turning point in the United States' westward expansion. By the late 1840s, the notion of the plains as a barrier had given way to their role as a passage to the Pacific. While the Indian frontier was quietly abandoned, the trails to Oregon solidified the United States' presence on the West Coast. Congress formalized this new reality in 1848, establishing the territory of Oregon and cementing the region's place in the American narrative. Chapter 38. The State of Deseret. The belief in a perpetual Indian frontier remained nearly universal in 1852, held with equal conviction by those on the frontier and in the East. Among the most telling evidence of this mindset was the vision of Joseph Smith, founder of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. In 1830, Smith declared it was revealed to him that his church had a dual mission: to convert the Gentiles and reclaim the savagery of the Indians. That same year, he published the Book of Mormon, organized the church formally, and sent missionaries to the Indian country. Guided by revelation, Smith identified Independence, Missouri, as the prophesied land of promise and the place of the city of Zion, dedicating the tabernacle there. Positioned between the Gentiles and Indians, this was to be the heart of the Mormon mission. For 30 years, first under Smith and then Brigham Young, the Mormon Church actively influenced frontier life. Its rise reflected the spiritual and intellectual restlessness of border communities, and its dramatic quest for Zion aligned with the broader westward movement that characterized America after the Jacksonian migration. The ferment of the 1820s saw many upheavals beyond Mormonism's beginnings. Jacksonian democracy reshaped politics, anti-Masonry emerged in western New York, and scientific, historical, and religious thought were undergoing transformation. Across denominations, individuals broke from traditional creeds to interpret religious texts for themselves. New movements flourished, driven by the nation's yearning for authoritative spiritual leadership. In this environment, Joseph Smith founded a church that would outlast his personality, demonstrating the deep religious capacity of the United States. Smith's early life in Palmyra, New York, a frontier village transformed by the Erie Canal, was unremarkable until his spiritual visions began. In 1827, he claimed to have been shown golden plates inscribed with the history of the lost tribes of Israel, whom he identified as the American Indians. These plates were said to be transcribed into the Book of Mormon. Smith's ability to hold his converts firmly, enforce tithing, and direct a collective effort distinguished him from other frontier preachers. His community became a tightly knit unit that provoked suspicion and hostility among outsiders. The church established temporary headquarters in Kirtland, Ohio, before designating independence as Zion. Tensions with local Missourians led to the abandonment of independence in 1833. The Mormons relocated to far west Missouri, only to face similar pressures as non-Mormon settlers encroached on their new community. By 1839, they had relocated to Nauvoo, Illinois, where Smith built a thriving settlement with special privileges granted by the state legislature. However, political tensions and accusations of immorality, including rumors of polygamy, created divisions. In 1844, Smith declared his candidacy for the U.S. presidency, further alienating political factions. That same year, he and his brother Hiram were killed by a mob in Carthage, Illinois. Following Smith's death, Brigham Young assumed leadership and led the church westward. By 1846, approximately 12,000 Mormons abandoned Nauvoo, crossing Iowa Territory to Council Bluffs. The following year, Young led a smaller group to scout a permanent settlement site. Choosing the Salt Lake Valley, Young envisioned a self-sufficient, organized community that could thrive through irrigation and collective effort. Despite skepticism, the Mormons began transforming the arid basin into productive farmland. The establishment of the Mormon settlement required strict organization and leadership. Young returned to encourage the main body of migrants and maintained communication between Salt Lake and the Missouri River. The church directed the creation of satellite colonies, assigning skilled members to ensure each venture's success. Young's centralized authority and the church's hierarchical structure allowed for efficient governance and resource distribution, creating a unique example of state socialism. The public announcement of polygamy in 1852, however, intensified national suspicion and hostility. While not universally practiced among Mormons, polygamy became the most controversial aspect of the church, overshadowing its success as a colonizing force. Despite widespread criticism, the church's disciplined organization and communal structure enabled it to flourish in the Salt Lake Valley, attracting converts and sustaining its growth. In 1849, the Mormons formalized their government by convening a constitutional convention and establishing the state of Deseret. Its proposed boundaries included Utah, Nevada, Arizona, and parts of California. Though Congress did not recognize Deseret, the provisional government functioned effectively under Young's leadership. The Mormons petitioned for territorial status, but anti-Mormon sentiment delayed action. Meanwhile, Deseret operated as an autonomous community, providing stability for its inhabitants and assistance to non-Mormons traveling through the region. Deseret joined Oregon and California as spontaneous settlements west of the Rockies, each independent of federal aid. While Oregon and California eventually achieved statehood, Deseret remained a unique experiment in the fusion of church and state, a testament to the Mormons' resilience and adaptability. The settlement's success underscored the broader significance of westward migration and the evolving challenges of American expansion. Chapter 39. The War with Mexico. The Republic of Texas remained an independent nation for 9 years following its secession from Mexico in 1836. This was largely due to President Martin Van Buren's reluctance to risk annexation and President John Tyler's inability to achieve it. Texas's independence coincided with the rise of slavery as a divisive issue in American politics, making its annexation even more contentious. Northern leaders were increasingly resistant to admitting more slaveholding states, and there was no Northern territory ready for statehood to balance Texas's admission. Although major European nations recognized Texas as an independent republic, Mexico vehemently refused to acknowledge its loss, viewing it as the result of an American conspiracy. The first significant push for Texas's annexation occurred during Tyler's presidency, particularly after the reorganization of his cabinet. Tyler, who became president following William Henry Harrison's death in 1841, leaned heavily toward Southern interests. His administration took steps toward annexation, driven in part by Secretary of State John C. Calhoun. Calhoun viewed annexing Texas as essential to securing the institution of slavery and countering potential British or French influence in Texas. By April 1844, a treaty of annexation had been negotiated, but it failed in the Senate. However, the issue gained momentum when the Democratic Party, with James K. Polk as its nominee, made Texas and Oregon central to its platform. Polk's election in 1844 marked a turning point. His victory was interpreted as a mandate for expansion, and Tyler acted swiftly. A joint resolution for Texas's annexation passed Congress in March 1845, and Texas agreed to join the Union by summer. By December, Texas was officially a U.S. state. This development enraged Mexico, which had never recognized Texas's independence. Mexican leaders, buoyed by martial ideals and overconfidence in their military prowess, began preparing for war. President Polk, on the other hand, saw the annexation of Texas as a stepping stone to acquiring California, New Mexico, and other parts of northern Mexico. He initially sought to achieve this through diplomacy, offering to resolve the numerous financial claims the United States had against Mexico in exchange for territory. However, when Mexico rebuffed these overtures, Polk prepared for war. In the summer of 1845, he ordered General Zachary Taylor to position U.S. forces near the Rio Grande, which the United States claimed as Texas's southern border. Tensions escalated, and in April 1846, a skirmish between Mexican and American forces provided Polk with the justification he needed to declare war. Congress declared war on May 13, 1846, but the conflict was met with mixed reactions. While the South and West generally supported it, Northern Whigs were critical, questioning the war's morality and accusing Polk of instigating it to expand slavery. Abraham Lincoln, then a congressman from Illinois, famously challenged Polk's assertion that the skirmish occurred on American soil. Despite opposition, the war moved forward, with U.S. forces executing a four-pronged strategy. General Taylor led operations in northeastern Mexico, earning fame for victories at Monterrey and Buena Vista. Colonel Stephen W. Kearny marched westward, capturing New Mexico and linking with U.S. forces in California. Commodore John D. Sloat seized key ports along California's Pacific coast, while Captain John C. Fremont, with a small force, helped stir rebellion among American settlers there. Meanwhile, General Winfield Scott launched an ambitious campaign against Mexico City, landing at Veracruz in March 1847 and capturing the capital by September. Despite its overconfidence, Mexico was ill-prepared for war. Its army was plagued by poor leadership and inadequate supplies, while internal political instability further hampered its efforts. The U.S., though initially unprepared, quickly mobilized its resources and leveraged its superior organization and equipment. Polk had hoped to end the war quickly, but peace negotiations stalled. He sent Nicholas Trist to accompany Scott's forces and negotiate with Mexico. Trist faced significant resistance, but ultimately secured the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, signed on February 2, 1848. The treaty established the Rio Grande as Texas's southern border and ceded California, New Mexico, and additional territories to the United States. In return, the U.S. assumed $3.25 million in claims against Mexico and paid $15 million for the new lands. While the treaty expanded U.S. territory significantly, it disappointed some who wanted to annex even more of Mexico. The war also deepened sectional tensions in the United States as debates over whether the newly acquired territories would permit slavery intensified. Nonetheless, the war fulfilled Polk's expansionist vision, reshaping the map of North America and solidifying the United States' position as a continental power. Chapter 40. The Conquest of California. The formal transfer of California and New Mexico, along with the adjustment of the Texas border, was solidified by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo at the close of the Mexican War. However, the conquest of California was largely completed before the war had officially begun. Upper California, the newest of Spain's provinces in America, was initially established as a buffer against threats on the northern frontier. Ultimately, it was lost due to the inability of Spain, and later Mexico, to contend with the mounting external pressures. California, both Alta and Baja, remained peripheral to Spain's colonial ambitions until the late 17th century, when geopolitical threats emerged from the British and Russian fur traders. Early Spanish explorers, such as Father Eusebio Kino, helped map and define the region. Baja California was established through Jesuit missions, while Alta California's development began in earnest in 1769 with the expedition led by Father Junipero Serra and Governor Gaspar de Portola. These efforts culminated in the establishment of missions, presidios, and pueblos stretching from San Diego to San Francisco Bay. The Spanish crown's neglect, combined with the isolation of the region, defined the character of early California. By the late 18th century, California's settlers were largely soldiers, missionaries, and land-grant rancheros. Wealth centered on vast land holdings and livestock, and life in the province was defined by a self-sufficient, pastoral existence. However, Spain's weak control, exacerbated by external pressures from American, British, and Russian traders and explorers, foreshadowed California's vulnerability. By the early 19th century, American interest in California grew, bolstered by the reports of explorers like Jedediah Smith and John C. Fremont. Traders and settlers began trickling into the region, often supported by figures like Johann August Sutter, whose New Helvetia settlement became a key outpost for travelers crossing the Sierra Nevada. Fremont's expeditions in the early 1840s provided valuable maps and knowledge of the region, increasing its allure to American settlers. The Mexican government, recognizing the growing American presence, struggled to maintain control. By the mid-1840s, tensions between Mexican authorities and American settlers reached a breaking point. The Bear Flag Revolt of 1846, spurred by fears of Mexican expulsion of foreigners, marked a turning point. Led by settlers and backed informally by Fremont, the revolt declared California an independent republic. This rebellion coincided with the outbreak of the Mexican-American War. U.S. naval forces under Commodore Sloat, joined by Fremont's militia, quickly occupied key Californian ports, including Monterey and San Francisco. The resistance from Mexican forces was minimal, as the local population and military were too scattered and poorly organized to mount a significant defense. By January 1847, American forces had secured California, with only brief skirmishes, such as those in Los Angeles, temporarily disrupting their control. The political and military governance of California during this period was marked by disputes among American leaders. Commodore Stockton, General Kearny, and Fremont vied for authority, often issuing conflicting orders. These tensions led to Fremont's arrest and court-martial despite his significant contributions to the conquest. By the end of 1847, President Polk confidently informed Congress that California and New Mexico were firmly under U.S. control. He emphasized that these territories were essential for securing indemnities from Mexico and advocated for the immediate extension of U.S. civil jurisdiction over them. The conquest of California, driven by migration and peaceful penetration rather than military force alone, symbolized the westward expansion of the United States. Within just 2 years, U.S. territorial boundaries extended to the Pacific Ocean, with California's strategic ports and fertile lands becoming integral to the nation's future. The conquest, though a product of military and political maneuvering, also underscored the inevitability of westward migration, fueled by the promise of opportunity and the relentless push of the frontier. Chapter 41. Far West and Politics. President Polk's hope that Congress would address the government of the territories beyond the Rockies in 1847 to 1848 was ultimately dashed. Although American forces had secured the conquests and the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo was being finalized, political tensions surrounding the issue of slavery in the new territories escalated to a fever pitch. The northern factions, led by the Free Soilers, demanded that slavery be prohibited in all acquired territories, while southern politicians sought to protect their interests through doctrines like Calhoun's "The Constitution follows the flag," which implied that slavery was constitutionally permissible everywhere in U.S. territory. Amid these conflicts, the 1848 presidential election brought the Whig candidate Zachary Taylor, a Southern slaveholder and war hero, to power. Like his predecessor, Taylor won with a minority of the popular vote, as internal divisions within the Democratic Party, especially in New York, fractured its support. Despite these political upheavals, the westward migration to Oregon and California continued unabated. The discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in early 1848 transformed California from a quiet, remote frontier into a land of frenzied opportunity. By 1849, the gold rush was in full swing, drawing thousands from across the United States and the world. San Francisco, once a small village, became a bustling hub as migrants poured in by land and sea. The overland migration routes, such as the Platte River Trail and the Humboldt River Corridor, became congested with 49ers seeking fortunes in the goldfields. The journey was perilous, marked by disease, starvation, and violence, but the lure of wealth drove even the most inexperienced adventurers westward. The Mormons in Utah benefited economically from this migration, supplying provisions to the travelers and profiting from their discarded goods and livestock. The rapid influx of population in California, combined with the lack of formal governance, created an urgent need for order. Miners established their own rules in the goldfields, and local communities began organizing makeshift governments. By 1849, California had drafted a state constitution that prohibited slavery and sought admission to the Union. This development, driven by the settlers themselves, bypassed congressional debates over the status of slavery in the territories. Congress, however, faced a growing crisis. Southern leaders, alarmed by California's anti-slavery stance and the Free Soil movement, threatened secession. In response, a series of compromises were proposed in 1850, spearheaded by Henry Clay. These measures included admitting California as a free state, organizing New Mexico and Utah as territories with local control over slavery, resolving Texas boundary disputes with federal compensation, banning the slave trade in Washington, D.C., and enacting a stricter fugitive slave law to appease the South. Though these compromises temporarily diffused tensions, they underscored the fragile unity of the nation. California's rapid transformation from frontier to statehood, driven by the gold rush and its settlers' determination, reshaped the political and geographic landscape of the United States. Yet the unresolved conflicts over slavery ensured that the Far West would remain a battleground for the nation's most contentious issues. Chapter 42. Preemption. Daniel Webster's eloquent rebuttal to Hayne of South Carolina in 1830 became one of the defining expressions of Northern and Western thought. His declaration that the Union was supreme, above the states, resonated deeply, popularizing John Marshall's constitutional principles. Webster's famous phrase, "Liberty and union, one and inseparable," stood in direct opposition to the Southern view that the Constitution could be violated or nullified at will. Yet the occasion for this historic debate was not abstract constitutional theory, but the deeply divisive question of how to manage the public lands. Since its founding, sectionalism has been a defining feature of the United States, with shifting alliances between East, West, and South. In the early 19th century, Henry Clay's American system sought to bind East and West through mutual interests, tariffs to protect Eastern industry, and internal improvements for the West. However, the West's demand for cheap or free access to land directly conflicted with Eastern industrialists' desire to retain a surplus labor force. The South, meanwhile, opposed policies that strengthened the federal government and feared any revenue from land sales might empower efforts to curtail slavery. The public domain, though rich in potential, was financially burdensome for the federal government. Laws in 1800 and 1820 aimed to make land sales profitable, but by 1832, revenue still lagged behind expenses. Yet, for frontier settlers, the question of land policy was paramount. They resented federal control over vast unsold tracts, viewing high land prices as barriers to settlement and development. By contrast, Eastern industrialists saw cheap land as a threat, encouraging emigration and draining their labor force. Proposals for land management such as cession, donation, graduation, distribution, and preemption were hotly contested. Westerners favored cession of federal lands to the states, believing it would expedite settlement. They also championed donation policies, arguing that settlers who developed the land were public benefactors deserving of free homesteads. Meanwhile, graduation proposals sought to reduce prices for unsold lands over time, ensuring even less desirable tracts could be sold. Yet these ideas faced fierce opposition in the East, where many supported Clay's distribution plan to divide the proceeds of land sales among all states rather than favoring frontier regions. Preemption, however, emerged as the most practical solution to the land question. This policy allowed settlers who occupied unsurveyed land to purchase it at a minimum price before it went to public auction. While originally enacted as a temporary measure in 1801 to address specific cases, preemption became increasingly common as settlers moved westward, often squatting on lands before they were legally available. By the 1830s, the tensions between squatters, speculators, and law-abiding settlers had grown acute. Frontier farmers often found themselves vulnerable at auctions, where wealthier bidders could outbid them or force them to pay inflated prices for land they had already improved. Claims clubs, informal associations of settlers, emerged to defend squatters' rights, ensuring members could acquire land at the minimum price and deterring outside bidders through social pressure or, when necessary, force. The Log Cabin Bill, introduced by Senator Benton in 1841, sought to institutionalize preemption rights, reflecting the frontier's growing demand for equitable land policies. Though initially blocked by the Whigs, the measure gained traction when Henry Clay linked it to his distribution proposal. The resulting compromise, the Distribution Preemption Act of 1841, allowed universal preemption while allocating land sale revenues among all states. However, the distribution clauses lapsed within a year due to tariff increases, leaving preemption as the law's enduring legacy. The preemption policy marked a turning point in the development of the public domain. By simplifying the process of acquiring land, it facilitated the settlement of the Mississippi Valley, the Great Plains, and the Pacific Coast. While sectional conflicts over land policy persisted, the principle of preemption helped millions of settlers secure titles to their land, shaping the nation's expansion and the character of its frontier society. Chapter 43, The Frontier of the Forties. California emerged as the crown jewel of manifest destiny, driven by the relentless push of settlers to the Pacific and solidified by the discovery of gold. Its admission to the Union, along with the terms of reconstructing the territories acquired from Mexico, nearly tore the nation apart. Henry Clay's compromises held the fragile Union together, but the underlying tensions simmered. Meanwhile, the Mississippi Valley, still recovering from the Panic of 1837, witnessed significant changes. The fevered land speculation and high prices fueled by paper money had subsided, leaving behind economic scars but a healthier, more stable frontier. In the decade before California's statehood, 4 new states joined the Union: Texas, Wisconsin, Iowa, and Florida. The struggles faced by settlers in Iowa and Wisconsin as they transitioned to statehood illustrate the challenge of the post-panic era. Iowa Territory, formed in 1838 from the division of Wisconsin Territory, experienced rapid growth. By this time, over 41,000 settlers had spread across the 2 territories, doubling their numbers within a few years. Many came from southern roots, but increasing numbers of migrants arrived from the east, attracted by new opportunities and seeking refuge from high taxes and debts in Illinois and Indiana. The financial overreach of the 1830s, when states indulged in ambitious internal improvement projects, left many Midwestern farmers burdened by debts larger than the value of their land. Disillusioned by taxation and economic hardship, migrants flowed into Iowa and Wisconsin, spurred on by the opening of lands through treaties with Native Americans. In Iowa, Burlington became a bustling hub, positioned strategically on the Mississippi River and drawing settlers after the Sauk and Fox cessions in 1842. Transportation advancements also reshaped migration patterns. By the 1840s, steamboats regularly navigated the upper Mississippi, offering a faster and more accessible means of travel. These technological changes attracted migrants from farther afield, including groups like Ephraim Adams and his Congregationalist missionaries from Yale and Andover, who brought education and religious fervor to the frontier. This diversity began to distinguish Iowa's population from the more uniformly Jacksonian democracy prevalent elsewhere in the Mississippi Valley. The process of statehood in Iowa revealed the evolving political landscape of the frontier. Debates over banks dominated the constitutional conventions of the 1840s. Farmers and settlers, scarred by the inflation and speculation of the boom years, harbored deep mistrust of banks and paper money. Iowa's 1844 Constitution included provisions requiring referendums for bank charters and extending liability to stockholders. Though progressive for its time, this first constitution was rejected when Congress curtailed Iowa's boundaries. Only in 1846, after revising its boundaries to extend to the Missouri River, was Iowa admitted as a state. Florida's path to statehood contrasted sharply with Iowa's. Its population grew slowly, hindered by swampy land, unresolved Spanish land claims, and the protracted Seminole Wars. Though Floridians framed a constitution as early as 1838, it took until 1845 for Congress to admit the state, paired with Iowa, to maintain sectional balance between free and slave states. Wisconsin, formed as a territory in 1838, followed a similar yet distinct path. By 1845, 3 distinct regions had developed within the territory. The southwestern counties, aligned closely with Iowa in their Jacksonian ideals. The lakeshore towns like Milwaukee, shaped by eastern migrants and foreign-born settlers, and the southeastern counties, populated by a mix of frontier families and second-generation migrants. These differences were starkly apparent during Wisconsin's debates over statehood. The first Constitutional Convention in 1846 exposed the ideological divides within Wisconsin. Progressive Democrats, staunch Jacksonians, proposed radical reforms, including prohibiting banks, mandating elective judges, protecting homesteads from debt judgments, and granting married women control over their property. These measures, along with restrictions on voting rights for recent immigrants, alienated Eastern conservatives and foreign-born settlers. The resulting Constitution was defeated as a coalition of retrogressive Democrats and Whigs rallied against it. By 1847, the population of Wisconsin had surged, bolstered by immigration from the East and abroad. A second convention convened, producing a more moderate constitution that allowed for the establishment of banks via referendum. This version satisfied enough factions to gain approval, and Wisconsin became a state in 1848. Its political struggles reflected the broader changes sweeping the Old Northwest, as Northern and foreign influences reshaped its character and gradually weakened Southern political ties. The 1840s marked the beginning of the railroad era in the West, signaling a transformative shift in transportation and commerce. While canals had dominated the previous decades, the completion of the Illinois-Michigan Canal in 1848 coincided with the rise of railroads, such as the line connecting Sandusky to Cincinnati. This new infrastructure promised to revolutionize the economy and hasten the decline of the Jacksonian Democratic grip on the region. The political and economic developments of the 1840s foreshadowed the intensifying sectional conflicts that would erupt in the following decades. Though the frontier was evolving, the tensions between progressive and conservative forces and between Northern and Southern influences remained unresolved. The struggles over statehood in Iowa and Wisconsin were just the opening skirmishes in a larger battle for the political future of the Mississippi Valley and the nation. Chapter 44. The Railroad Age. John C. Calhoun, often associated with states' rights and the defense of slavery, unexpectedly found himself championing railroads in the mid-1840s. At a banquet in New Orleans, he proclaimed the Mississippi Valley's destined global dominance in commerce, a vision that aligned with the era's burgeoning railroad movement. Calhoun's appearance at the Memphis Railroad Convention underscored how the promise of railroads transcended even the sectional politics he often embodied. For the West, railroads were not merely infrastructure. They represented the key to unlocking prosperity, reducing transportation costs for crops, and connecting to distant markets. The Industrial Revolution, which had reshaped Europe through mechanization, reached America more slowly. By 1850, the United States lagged significantly in manufacturing compared to Europe. However, when steam power was adapted for locomotion, America embraced the innovation with vigor. The vast distances of the frontier made railroads indispensable, and the potential for quick transportation outweighed the slower industrial progress of earlier decades. Inspired by George Stephenson's pioneering work in England, American railroads began their experimental phase in the 1820s and 1830s. Early railroads like the Baltimore and Ohio and the South Carolina Railroad were local enterprises designed to connect cities with surrounding areas rather than form a cohesive national network. These lines struggled with engineering challenges, financial instability, and the inexperience of their builders. Yet, by 1841, the development of through routes marked a turning point, connecting major cities and facilitating both passenger travel and freight movement. By the mid-1840s, trunk lines began to emerge, driven by intense competition among eastern cities to secure access to western markets. The Baltimore and Ohio extended to the Ohio River by 1852, while northern lines like the New York Central, Erie, and Pennsylvania Railroad connected the East Coast to the interior. Southern railroads, such as the Memphis and Charleston line, faced greater challenges due to longer distances and the absence of natural water routes to shorten rail travel. The rise of Western railroads was equally transformative. The first significant Western railroads emerged in the late 1840s, connecting strategic points like Toledo, Springfield, and Cincinnati. Chicago, rapidly becoming the region's transportation hub, saw a dramatic race among railroads vying for access. The Michigan Southern and Michigan Central lines overcame legislative obstacles in Indiana to reach Chicago by 1852. From there, railroads expanded westward, connecting to St. Louis, Indianapolis, and beyond. By 1860, the Old Northwest was crisscrossed by nearly 10,000 miles of railroads, transforming the region's economy and settlement patterns. Railroads replaced rivers and canals as the primary mode of transportation, allowing farmers to access markets more efficiently and encouraging rapid population growth. Towns like Chicago and Indianapolis thrived as rail hubs, while the agricultural frontier pushed westward, guided by railroad expansion. The railroad age marked a decisive shift in America's development. It integrated the West into the national economy, accelerated migration, and redefined the frontier, with railroads shaping settlement patterns and commerce. The era's innovations laid the groundwork for the country's industrial and economic transformation in the decades to come. Chapter 45: Land Grants and the Western Roads. The energy and communal spirit that drove the West's camp meetings in religion and politics faltered when applied to railroad building. While camp meetings stirred emotions and forged convictions, they failed to generate the financial capital essential for large-scale infrastructure projects. By the mid-19th century, the dream of railroads connecting distant regions was vivid, but the means to realize it remained elusive, particularly in the capital-scarce West and South. As early as 1836, Southern leaders like Robert Y. Hayne envisioned transformative projects, such as a railroad linking Cincinnati and Charleston, which could strengthen the South's economic ties with the West. Yet Southern economic systems, rooted in agriculture and lacking surplus capital, could not sustain such ambitions. Northern capitalists, focused on local projects with quicker returns, were hesitant to invest in ventures so distant. Even major conventions like the one in Memphis in 1845, chaired by John C. Calhoun, highlighted the South's dependence on river improvements rather than railroads, further hampered by Southern resistance to federal funding for internal improvements. In contrast, the Chicago Convention of 1847 represented a broader coalition of interests, primarily Northern and Western. Disillusioned by President Polk's veto of a critical river and harbor improvement bill, Westerners rallied for federal investment in transportation infrastructure. Chicago, with its emerging rail connections, became the focal point of regional railroad advocacy. Despite these efforts, financing railroads in the West remained a daunting challenge. Early projects relied on local and state governments, which often issued bonds or invested directly in railroads. However, the economic lessons of the Panic of 1837, when speculative investments led to widespread defaults, made public entities cautious about committing to large-scale projects. Private corporations emerged as the primary vehicle for railroad financing, though their operations were fraught with inefficiencies and corruption. Early railroad charters were loosely drafted, allowing promoters to exploit legal loopholes. Stockholders often bore financial liabilities beyond their investments, discouraging participation. The eventual establishment of limited liability principles helped attract more investors, but many railroads still struggled with mismanagement and speculative practices. The West, however, faced unique obstacles. Sparse population, limited local wealth, and the reliance on absentee investors exacerbated tensions between Eastern financiers and Western settlers. Cases like the Yankton bonds in Dakota Territory, where bonds were sold but no railroad was built, fueled Western resentment against corporations and creditors. Similar frustrations arose in Wisconsin, where farmers mortgaged their lands for railroad stocks, only to see the promised railroads remain unbuilt. Recognizing the limitations of private capital and local government resources, Western leaders turned to Congress for support. Federal land grants became the linchpin of railroad financing, beginning in 1850 with the Illinois Central Railroad. Senator Stephen A. Douglas played a pivotal role in securing these grants, advocating for the economic benefits railroads would bring to both the frontier and the nation. The Illinois Central Land Grant set a precedent. For every mile of track, the federal government granted 6 alternate sections of land on either side of the route, creating a checkerboard pattern. The retained federal lands were sold at double the usual price, ensuring that the government recouped its value while incentivizing rapid railroad construction. This model enabled Illinois to complete the Illinois Central Railroad by 1856, linking Galena, Cairo, and Chicago. The success of the Illinois Central spurred a wave of similar grants, transforming the Middle West into a network of railroads. Federal land grants became a standard tool for funding infrastructure, enabling the rapid settlement and economic development of the frontier. By partnering with railroads, Congress provided the capital needed to overcome the West's logistical and financial barriers, setting the stage for even grander visions, such as the Transcontinental Railroad to the Pacific. While the land grant system was not without scandal and inefficiency, it marked a turning point in the West's integration into the national economy. Railroads became not only a means of transportation, but also a symbol of progress, binding together a vast and diverse nation through steel and ambition. Chapter 46. Kansas-Nebraska and the Indian Country. The 1840s marked the beginning of a profound transformation in the United States, as the frontier's agrarian simplicity gave way to urbanization, industrialization, and modern infrastructure. This period of change coincided with the expansion of the agricultural frontier, which stretched to the bend of the Missouri River but halted at the edge of the arid plains, an area early settlers had labeled the American Desert. While pioneers traveled through the Indian frontier on their way to Oregon and California, the less fertile lands beyond Missouri held little appeal. Consequently, this boundary remained largely intact until the 1850s, when the convergence of slavery, railroads, and Western expansion forced the nation to reconsider its policies. The government's Indian policy, which had relocated tribes to lands west of Missouri and Iowa under the premise of permanent occupancy, began to crumble by mid-century. Despite promises of perpetual protection, the pressure of westward expansion and infrastructure development overwhelmed any commitment to those treaties. In Minnesota, the Sioux faced the first wave of this transition. Under treaties negotiated in 1851 by Governor Alexander Ramsey, the Sioux ceded vast territories west of the Mississippi River. Although compensation was promised, most of the funds were diverted to satisfy dubious claims by traders, leaving the tribes with little. Settlers eager to exploit the newly ceded lands began to move in even before the treaties were ratified, rendering the agreements hollow and setting the stage for future conflict. Further west, at Fort Laramie in 1851, a major council brought together tribes from the northern plains, including the Sioux, Arapaho, Cheyenne, and Crow. Negotiated by Thomas Fitzpatrick, the treaty delineated tribal territories and secured the tribes' agreement to allow emigrant trails and military posts. In exchange, the U.S. promised an annual annuity of $50,000 for 50 years. However, the Senate unilaterally reduced this term to 15 years, undermining the agreement and creating long-term grievances among the tribes. By the early 1850s, the westward expansion of railroads became the driving force behind federal Indian policy. The Indian country, designated as a permanent barrier to white settlement, now stood in the way of national ambitions to connect the coasts. The prospect of a transcontinental railroad, championed by figures like Asa Whitney, had captured the public imagination. However, the Indian lands posed a political and logistical obstacle as treaties forbade settlement within their boundaries. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, introduced by Senator Stephen A. Douglas, was a pivotal response to this dilemma. Douglas sought to organize the unoccupied Indian lands into territories to pave the way for settlement and facilitate the construction of a central railroad. The act repealed the Missouri Compromise, which had prohibited slavery north of the 36°30 parallel, and introduced the principle of popular sovereignty, allowing settlers in Kansas and Nebraska to determine whether they would permit slavery. The act triggered a national firestorm. Northern abolitionists viewed it as a betrayal of the fragile balance between free and slave states, while Southerners saw it as an opportunity to extend slavery into new territories. The political fallout was immediate, leading to the formation of the Republican Party, which united various factions in opposition to the expansion of slavery. In Kansas, the principle of popular sovereignty led to chaos. Pro-slavery settlers from Missouri clashed with Northern abolitionists who flocked to the territory to ensure it would be admitted as a free state. Bleeding Kansas, as it came to be known, became a battleground where rival factions engaged in violent skirmishes. Presidents Pierce and Buchanan, sympathetic to the Southern cause, supported pro-slavery factions, further inflaming tensions. While Kansas descended into violence, Nebraska remained relatively quiet due to its sparse population. However, both territories suffered from the disorganization and instability caused by the political turmoil surrounding their creation. By 1860, Kansas had only 107,206 residents, and Nebraska a mere 28,841, hardly enough to justify statehood. Despite its immediate failures in resolving the slavery debate or promoting widespread settlement, the Kansas-Nebraska Act succeeded in dismantling the Indian country as a barrier to westward expansion. Tribes were forced to cede their lands, often under pressure or through unfair treaties, and the remaining Indian territories were gradually opened to white settlers. This clearing of the frontier laid the groundwork for the construction of a transcontinental railroad. By removing the obstacles posed by Indian land claims, the nation moved one step closer to achieving its manifest destiny, though at great cost to the Native American tribes who had once been promised these lands in perpetuity. The act, while intended to unify the nation through expansion, instead deepened sectional divisions, pushing the country closer to civil war. Chapter 47. Pike's Peak or Bust. The Panic of 1857, like the economic crisis 2 decades earlier, marked a turning point in American westward expansion, separating 2 distinct waves of migration. Before this upheaval, the agricultural frontier had advanced steadily from the Proclamation Line of 1763 to the bend of the Missouri River, culminating in Missouri statehood in 1821. This movement paused for 3 decades, during which Missouri and Iowa developed more settled and prosperous communities. However, following the panic, the push westward resumed with a new urgency, spurred by rumors of gold in the Rocky Mountains and the broader development of the Great Plains. The economic devastation of 1857 hit the Mississippi Valley hard, leaving farmers, laborers, and businessmen searching for new opportunities. The discovery of gold at Pike's Peak near the foothills of the Rockies in late 1858 provided a beacon of hope. Although many earlier rumors of gold in the region had proved false, the promise of wealth set the dislocated population in motion, much as the California gold rush had done a decade earlier. By Christmas of 1858, word of the discovery reached Omaha and quickly spread throughout the Midwest. The Pikes Peak region, part of Kansas Territory at the time, was flooded with prospectors who arrived in the spring of 1859. These gold seekers, known as the 59ers, traveled across the plains in wagons, carriages, and even handcarts, emblazoned with the slogan, "Pikes Peak or Bust." The route to the gold fields, less grueling than the journey to California, became a well-worn path as thousands flocked to the area. The rush to Pikes Peak gave rise to mining camps that quickly evolved into fledgling settlements. Denver City, named after the governor of Kansas, was established at the confluence of Cherry Creek and the South Platte River. Other camps, including Golden, Boulder, and Central City, emerged along the foothills. By April 1859, Denver had its own newspaper, the Rocky Mountain News, and a stagecoach line connected the town to the Missouri River. Despite the excitement, the reality of gold mining proved disappointing for most. Initial discoveries consisted of placer gold, easily extracted from creek beds, but the richer quartz lodes required expensive equipment and significant labor, which many miners lacked. By mid-1859, disillusioned prospectors began returning east, leaving behind those who were more resilient or better equipped. The region's population fluctuated as waves of hopeful newcomers arrived, only to leave when the reality of mining set in. The political situation in the Pikes Peak region was as unsettled as the population. The area lacked formal governance, as Congress, paralyzed by sectional conflict over slavery, failed to act on requests for territorial status. Kansas authorized the creation of counties in the region, but local miners took matters into their own hands, establishing informal governments and holding conventions to discuss statehood or territorial organization. In 1859, they declared the territory of Jefferson and elected a provisional government, though this entity had no legal standing. The discovery of gold in the Rockies signaled a shift in how the American West was perceived. Previously regarded as a barren obstacle to settlement, the Rocky Mountains were now seen as a potential source of wealth. This realization spurred efforts to formalize governance and facilitate infrastructure development in the region. However, political gridlock in Washington delayed action until the secession of Southern states in 1860 to 1861. With the pro-slavery faction no longer blocking new territories, Congress created the Territory of Colorado on February 28, 1861. Colorado's boundaries encompassed the heart of the mineral-rich Rocky Mountains, stretching between the 37th and 41st parallels and the 25th and 32nd meridians west of Washington. Denver became the territorial capital, and William Gilpin, appointed governor by President Lincoln, assumed leadership. Gilpin, a visionary with grand ideas for the region, faced significant challenges, including Confederate plots, Native American resistance, and the logistical difficulties of administering a remote and volatile territory. The influx of settlers and the development of mining towns brought inevitable conflict with the Arapaho and Cheyenne tribes, whose lands were increasingly encroached upon. In 1861, these tribes were coerced into ceding their territories through the Treaty of Fort Wise, which relegated them to a small reservation along the Arkansas River. This agreement, like many before it, failed to secure lasting peace, as the tribes resisted the loss of their traditional lands and hunting grounds. Although the Pikes Peak gold rush initially attracted a large population, the boom was short-lived. Many settlers left as the realities of mining and the challenges of frontier life became apparent. Those who remained gradually turned to agriculture and other industries, laying the foundation for Colorado's eventual statehood in 1876. The Pikes Peak episode marked the beginning of a new phase in American expansion, where mineral wealth and industrial ambition replaced agriculture as the primary drivers of settlement. It also highlighted the changing dynamics of the frontier, as railroads, mining corporations, and federal policies increasingly shaped the development of the West. With the establishment of Colorado Territory, the United States took another step toward fulfilling its vision of a continental nation, though at great cost to the native peoples and the land they had long called home. Chapter 48: The Frontier of the Mineral Empire. For a decade following the discovery of gold in the Pikes Peak region, the Rocky Mountain territories underwent constant revision. Congress, operating on limited knowledge and reacting to the restless movements of miners, struggled to establish stable governments in the region. Gold was scattered across the mountains, often in elusive or modest quantities, which led to the rapid rise and fall of mining communities. The establishment of Colorado Territory in 1861 marked the beginning of a new era of territorial organization in the West. With the southern states no longer obstructing Congress due to the outbreak of the Civil War, previously delayed initiatives gained momentum. Alongside Colorado, Kansas was admitted as a state, and two new territories were created: Dakota, encompassing parts of the upper Missouri region, and Nevada, carved out of western Utah to accommodate the influx of miners drawn by the Washoe gold and silver deposits. Kansas entered the Union as a free state in 1861, but its development remained concentrated in its eastern counties, leaving much of the western portion as open range. Dakota Territory was established to formalize governance for settlers in the upper Midwest, but like Kansas and Nebraska before it, it faced minimal pressure from settlers. Its creation primarily addressed the needs of a scattered agricultural frontier rather than the mineral boom shaping the Rocky Mountains. Nevada, in contrast, was a direct response to the mining frenzy ignited by the discovery of the Comstock lode in 1859. Located near Lake Tahoe on the eastern slopes of the Sierra Nevada, the lode yielded immense quantities of silver and gold. The mining boom drew thousands of prospectors, many from California, and spurred the establishment of mining towns like Carson City and Virginia City. Nevada's territorial government took shape in 1861, and Samuel Clemens, better known as Mark Twain, arrived shortly thereafter, immortalizing the frontier experience in his classic work, Roughing It. While some miners remained in Colorado and Nevada to establish stable communities, the majority roamed the mountains in search of new deposits. This transient population, fueled by the Civil War's disruptions and the lure of gold, spread into every corner of the Rockies. In 1860, gold was discovered in the Clearwater Valley, a tributary of the Snake River, drawing miners from Oregon and Washington Territory. The resulting boom towns, such as Lewiston, quickly sprang to life, though their permanence was uncertain. The Bitterroot Valley and other areas near the northern Missouri River similarly attracted miners, leading to the establishment of Missoula and other settlements. The Missouri River served as a vital artery for transportation, with steamboats reaching Fort Benton by the late 1850s. The construction of the Mullen Road, connecting Fort Benton to Fort Walla Walla, further facilitated migration and trade. By 1863, Congress responded to the growing mining population by creating two new territories, Arizona and Idaho. Arizona, carved from western New Mexico, initially included land beyond the Colorado River, though this was later transferred to Nevada. Idaho encompassed a vast area north of Colorado and Utah, but its geographic and economic divisions soon necessitated further subdivisions. Montana Territory emerged in 1864, followed by Wyoming in 1868, completing the political reorganization of the mineral-rich Mountain West. The mining frontier influenced national politics as new territories and states altered the balance of power in Congress. The Civil War prompted the Lincoln administration to seek loyal territories that could eventually bolster the Union's representation. Nevada, with its sparse population but strategic importance, achieved statehood in 1864 through an expedited process designed to secure its electoral votes for Lincoln's re-election. Nebraska, though less directly tied to the mining boom, followed a similar trajectory. Its population remained concentrated along the Missouri River, and it was admitted as a state in 1867 despite limited settlement and modest support for statehood. Colorado, on the other hand, faced repeated delays in its bid for statehood due to political opposition and concerns over its small population. The subdivision of the Rocky Mountain region reflected the unique challenges and opportunities of the mineral empire. Unlike the agricultural frontier, which advanced steadily and incrementally, the mining frontier was characterized by rapid booms and busts as prospectors chased gold and silver across the mountains. This dynamic reshaped the American West, leaving a legacy of scattered settlements, hastily drawn territorial boundaries, and a transformed political landscape. As the last of the mountain territories were organized, the United States moved closer to completing its territorial map. The combination of mining, railroads, and territorial expansion signaled the beginning of the end for the open frontier, ushering in a new era of statehood and national integration. Chapter 49. The Overland Route. The stories told by miners around campfires, though often dismissed as unreliable, occasionally hinted at truths that tied their hardships to the distant government they barely felt. Among these tales was the legend of a camel, spotted in the desert by a miner under the moonlight, a creature both surreal and oddly fitting for the desolate Southwest. These stories, however fantastical, were rooted in a real experiment: the U.S. Camel Corps. In 1856, Edward Fitzgerald Beale led a camel train into San Antonio, an ambitious project initiated by Jefferson Davis, then Secretary of War. Camels were imported from the Levant to address transportation challenges in the arid American Southwest. Beale praised the camels for their endurance, resilience, and suitability for desert conditions. However, despite his enthusiasm, the experiment failed to gain traction and was abandoned, leaving behind strays that may have fueled the miners' campfire tales. The camel experiment was one of many attempts to connect and supply the scattered settlements of the West. A larger effort emerged from the congressional surveys of 1853, which aimed to identify the most practical route for a transcontinental railroad. 5 routes were surveyed, and each surveyor championed their respective path. Jefferson Davis favored the southernmost route, along the 32nd parallel, citing its cost-effectiveness and relatively low elevation. Yet sectional conflicts and congressional deadlock stalled progress, leaving the dream of a transcontinental railroad unrealized during the 1850s. While railroads languished in legislative purgatory, other efforts to improve overland communication took shape. Early mail routes relied on wagons traveling at a pace slightly faster than emigrant trains. By 1857, Congress authorized an expedited overland mail service, awarding the contract to John Butterfield. His route spanned 2,795 miles from Tipton, Missouri, to San Francisco, passing through Memphis, Fort Smith, and El Paso to avoid the Central Trail, which was embroiled in tensions with the Mormon Church. The Butterfield Overland Mail began service in 1858, achieving remarkable speed for the era. Stages operated day and night, with fresh teams waiting at relay stations every 10 miles. Despite the logistical triumph, the journey was grueling for passengers. Food was scarce and poor in quality. Sleep was nearly impossible, and the threat of breakdowns or attacks loomed large. Yet it was a vital lifeline for the West, binding remote regions to the rest of the country. The cost of the overland mail service far exceeded its revenue, leading to criticism from the Postmaster General and prompting a search for alternatives. One such innovation was the Pony Express, launched in 1860 by Russell, Majors, and Waddell. This daring service employed young riders to deliver mail swiftly across the plains, cutting travel time to just 10 days. Despite its legendary status, the Pony Express was short-lived, succumbing to financial losses and the advent of the transcontinental telegraph in 1861. By the mid-1860s, the Platte Trail had become the de facto national highway. Freight wagons, emigrant caravans, and overland stages crowded the route, driving the demand for more roads and eventually a railroad. The Civil War provided the political impetus to resolve the long-standing debate over the railroad's route. With southern states seceded, Congress chose the central route along the Platte Trail, bypassing Confederate territory and securing Union control over the project. In 1862, the Pacific Railroad Act laid the foundation for the Transcontinental Railroad. It authorized the construction of a line from the Missouri River to San Francisco Bay, with the Union Pacific Building westward from Iowa and the Central Pacific Building eastward from California. Generous land grants and government-backed bonds incentivized private corporations to undertake the massive project. The Central Pacific faced daunting engineering challenges, as it had to cross the Sierra Nevadas' rugged terrain. Theodore Judah, the railroad's chief engineer, championed the project but did not live to see its completion. Meanwhile, the Union Pacific progressed across the plains, with both companies racing toward each other to claim maximum subsidies. By 1869, the two lines met at Promontory Summit, Utah, completing the Transcontinental Railroad. The achievement symbolized the culmination of decades of effort to bridge the vast American frontier. The railroad rendered previous overland systems obsolete, transforming the West from a remote frontier into an integral part of the nation. The overland route, in its many forms, stagecoaches, pony express, and freight wagons, was both a testament to American ingenuity and a temporary solution. It bridged the gap between the era of westward expansion and the modern age of railroads, leaving behind a legacy of perseverance and innovation that reshaped the American landscape. Chapter 50. The Public Lands, Wide Open. During James Buchanan's administration, 1857 to 1861, Congress made no railroad land grants. Instead, sectional conflicts obstructed progressive legislation that would embrace a broader vision of national responsibility. The Republican Party, gaining strength month by month, sought to address critical issues like the Homestead Act, the Morrill Act, and railroad expansion. However, Buchanan's allegiance to Southern interests, coupled with his limited view of federal power, ensured these efforts were vetoed or stalled. The Homestead Bill and Morrill Act faced resistance rooted in the philosophies of John C. Calhoun, designed to preserve Southern influence. Yet the demands of the West, free land for settlers, agricultural reform, and infrastructure for railroads, were growing louder. These priorities found champions in the Republican Party, which would later deliver on them during Abraham Lincoln's presidency. The Union Pacific Act exemplified the idea that giving away land to railroads could double the value of surrounding regions. Meanwhile, advances in agriculture were reshaping the American farmer's way of life. The once simple farmer, reliant on rudimentary tools, began transitioning into a more mechanized, business-minded operator. Historically, farming was a labor-intensive, conservative endeavor. Tools like the plow, flail, and sickle had remained unchanged for centuries. Knowledge passed through generations without challenge, leading to stagnation. But as new markets emerged and soil exhaustion plagued older farms, the need for innovation became undeniable. Eastern farmers, facing competition from frontier agriculture, turned to agricultural societies, improved breeding techniques, and eventually science to sustain their livelihoods. By the mid-19th century, German scientific advancements, such as Liebig's work on soil fertility and Darwin's theories on selective breeding, began influencing American farming practices. Recognizing the need for technical agricultural education, Michigan opened the first state college of agriculture in 1857, followed by Iowa in 1858 and Minnesota in 1859. Vermont Congressman Justin S. Morrill championed the idea of federally supported agricultural colleges, emphasizing the importance of an educated farming class for the nation's stability. The Morrill Act, vetoed by Buchanan in 1859, faced accusations of unconstitutionality and extravagance during a time of economic depression. Buchanan feared federal overreach, warning that states relying on federal aid for education would deteriorate their character. Despite his objections, the Morrill Act passed in 1862 under Lincoln, increasing land grants to 30,000 acres per congressional representative. This legislation marked a turning point in American agricultural education, even as it took years for schools to effectively integrate science into their curricula. Mechanization in agriculture, led by inventors like Cyrus McCormick, revolutionized farming. McCormick's reaper, patented in 1834, mechanized wheat harvesting, drastically reducing labor and increasing efficiency. His invention faced initial skepticism, but gained traction as farmers adapted to larger fields and capitalized on improved transportation networks like railroads and canals. By relocating his factory to Chicago in 1847, McCormick positioned the city as a hub of agricultural innovation. As agricultural machinery spread across the frontier, it complemented the Homestead Act of 1862. The act provided settlers with 160 acres of free land, provided they lived on and cultivated it for 5 years. Buchanan had vetoed an earlier version of the act, fearing it would encourage mass immigration and disrupt the balance of power between free and slave states. However, Lincoln signed it into law, ensuring land access for citizens and aspiring citizens who supported the Union. With the Homestead Act, Morrill Act, and Union Pacific Act, the federal government opened the public lands to settlers, farmers, and railroad builders. This policy ushered in the last great era of American frontier expansion. By 1880, most arable land had been claimed, signaling the end of the open frontier. The closing of the frontier marked the conclusion of a uniquely American chapter, one defined by the interplay of opportunity, innovation, and expansion. With the frontier's disappearance, the nation transitioned into a new phase of development where its resources and ingenuity would continue to shape its future. Chapter 51. The Plains in the Civil War. The Civil War is often heralded as the defining moment that forged the United States into a cohesive nation. Lincoln's resolve to preserve the Union and the centralizing effects of war on federal authority undeniably shaped the country's future. Yet, from the perspective of the plainsman and prairie farmer, this narrative overlooks the larger forces of industrialization, transportation, and westward expansion already pushing the United States toward unification. The interconnectedness of railroads, the rapid growth of territories, and land policies were already demanding a more centralized government before the Civil War began. The mining camps, farms, and settlers on the frontier relied on national support for roads, railways, and postal services. The war itself, while momentous, often delayed rather than initiated these developments. The South, however, miscalculated the shifting economic and political dynamics. Its reliance on the Mississippi River as the lifeline for Western commerce failed to account for the rise of railroads and the growing economic integration between the North and the West. By the late 1850s, railroads had connected the Midwest to Eastern markets, rendering the Mississippi's influence secondary. Southern leaders clung to outdated assumptions, believing the Northwest might join their secessionist cause. Instead, states like Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois overwhelmingly supported Lincoln in 1860, and the Mississippi Valley contributed hundreds of thousands of soldiers to the Union effort. As the Civil War unfolded, its westernmost engagements stretched across the plains and into the Southwest. These conflicts, though peripheral to the war's outcome, disrupted frontier life and exposed the limitations of sparse settlements in defending against organized military campaigns. In the Southwest, Confederate forces under General Henry Sibley advanced up the Rio Grande in 1861, seeking to secure New Mexico and its resources. Despite minimal resistance from federal forces, their campaign faltered due to logistical challenges and Union reinforcements from California. By 1862, the Confederates retreated, leaving the Rio Grande under Union control. The region's sparse population, largely indifferent to the conflict, underscored the war's limited impact on the far frontier. The borderlands of Kansas, Missouri, and Arkansas, however, witnessed more intense and chaotic violence. These states, already divided by pre-war tensions, descended into guerrilla warfare. Bands of irregular fighters such as Quantrill's Raiders conducted raids, massacres, and acts of revenge. The infamous 1862 raid on Lawrence, Kansas, epitomized the senseless destruction of this frontier conflict. Union forces stationed at Fort Leavenworth struggled to contain the violence, as local populations fueled the chaos with deeply entrenched animosities. Confederate influence on Native American uprisings during the war has been debated. but little evidence supports claims of widespread orchestration. In regions like Indian Territory, modern Oklahoma, Confederate agents sought to ally with tribes, driving Union officials out and forcing tribes to sign new agreements. After the war, however, the U.S. government punished these tribes for their perceived treason, seizing half their land and relocating displaced tribes to their territory. One of the most significant Native American uprisings occurred in Minnesota in 1862. Frustrated by broken treaties, delayed payments, and mistreatment, Sioux bands led by Little Crow attacked settlements along the Minnesota River, killing hundreds and capturing hostages. The sudden violence shocked the Union, already reeling from defeats in the East. General John Pope, reassigned after his loss at the Second Battle of Bull Run, led the response. By September, the Sioux were defeated, and their leaders fled to Dakota Territory. In the aftermath, 38 Sioux were executed in the largest mass execution in U.S. history, while survivors were exiled to reservations. Further west, the discovery of gold in Colorado disrupted the Arapaho and Cheyenne tribes, whose lands had been encroached upon by the Pikes Peak Gold Rush. The 1861 Treaty of Fort Wise confined them to a desolate reserve along Sand Creek, but many tribes resisted relocation. In 1864, rising tensions culminated in the Sand Creek Massacre, where Colonel John Chivington's Colorado militia attacked a peaceful Cheyenne and Arapaho camp, killing men, women, and children. The massacre incited further violence, pushing the tribes back into open conflict. The Sioux of the Northern Plains remained relatively peaceful until 1865, when U.S. plans to construct the Bozeman Trail through their hunting grounds provoked resistance. Led by Red Cloud, the Sioux launched a campaign to block the trail's development, culminating in the 1866 Fetterman Massacre. Red Cloud's forces ambushed and killed an entire detachment of 81 soldiers, marking one of the U.S. Army's worst defeats in its Indian Wars. As the Civil War ended, the frontier's challenges persisted. Encroachments on native lands, the inadequacies of the Indian Bureau, and the growing demand for westward expansion created an unsustainable situation. The government's inability to reconcile its policies with the realities of frontier life foreshadowed the eventual destruction of the Plains tribes and the end of the open frontier. The Civil War may have unified the United States politically, but on the Plains it highlighted the unresolved conflicts between settlers, Native Americans, and the federal government. These tensions would dominate the final chapters of the American frontier. Chapter 52. The Union Pacific Railroad. The completion of the Union Pacific Railroad marked a turning point for the United States, reshaping the western frontier and setting the stage for a new era in Indian policy. Before the Civil War, the idea of building a transcontinental railroad seemed far-fetched. Even in 1848, the New York Herald dismissed the project as ridiculous and absurd, suggesting that centuries would pass before such a feat was realistic. Yet by 1862, Congress had passed the Union Pacific Act, and construction began in earnest after the war's end, spurred by national ambition and the promise of connecting the coasts. The government provided generous incentives to the railroad companies, including land grants and loans. Initially, the plan offered 10 sections of public land per mile of track and loans of $16,000 per mile. However, funding challenges during the Civil War and skepticism about the railroad's profitability slowed progress. In 1864, Congress revised the terms, doubling the land grants to 20 sections per mile and allowing companies to issue first mortgage bonds, which attracted more investors. This legislative support, coupled with the end of the war, allowed construction to accelerate. By 1866, the Union Pacific and Central Pacific Railroads were racing toward each other, spurred by the prospect of claiming the lucrative subsidies tied to completed mileage. Each company pushed their crews to the limit, with Union Pacific laying track across the plains and Central Pacific tackling the rugged Sierra Nevada. Over the next 3 years, progress was staggering, with as many as 2.5 miles of track laid daily during peak periods. The construction camps that accompanied the railroad became infamous. Temporary towns sprang up along the tracks, bustling with laborers, merchants, and opportunists. These settlements, dubbed Hell on Wheels, were notorious for their lawlessness, featuring saloons, gambling dens, and brothels. Samuel Bowles, a journalist, described them as populated by men who seemed to graduate from hell itself. Though transient, these towns left behind dashed hopes and abandoned shells as they moved westward with the advancing tracks. Labor on the railroad reflected the diversity and tension of the time. The Union Pacific relied heavily on Irish immigrants and Civil War veterans, many of whom worked under armed guard due to frequent Indian raids. The Central Pacific employed thousands of Chinese laborers who proved efficient and disciplined, though they faced discrimination and grueling conditions. The Chinese workers built treacherous sections of the line through the Sierra Nevada, tunneling through granite and enduring harsh winters. Engineering challenges were immense. Supplies for the Central Pacific had to be shipped around Cape Horn or through Panama, while the Union Pacific struggled with logistical issues on the treeless plains. Bridges were built without modern steel technology, and the lack of local materials often forced innovative solutions. Despite these hurdles, both companies pressed forward, motivated by the competition and the federal subsidies tied to completed mileage. The race culminated on May 10, 1869, at Promontory Point, Utah, where the Union Pacific and Central Pacific lines met. The ceremonial driving of the Golden Spike symbolized the unification of the continent. Celebrations erupted across the country, with church bells ringing and speeches praising the railroad's significance. Bret Harte's poetry captured the moment, celebrating the railroad as a bridge between East and West. "You brag of the East. You do? Why, I bring the East to you, and all the Orient, all Cathay. Find through me the shortest way." The railroad's completion had profound consequences. It shattered the isolation of the Western territories, accelerated settlement, and permanently disrupted the nomadic lifestyle of the Plains tribes. The tracks bisected traditional hunting grounds, cutting off migration routes and hastening the destruction of the buffalo herds. Within a year of the railroad's completion, parallel lines like the Kansas Pacific extended deeper into the Great Plains, bringing settlers and new pressures to the Indian tribes. The Union Pacific Railroad, while a triumph of engineering and ambition, was also emblematic of the broader transformations sweeping the West. It signaled the end of the frontier as a wilderness and the beginning of its reorganization under American industry and expansion. The tribes, once dominant on the plains, faced a new reality as the railroad laid the groundwork for their ultimate dispossession and the consolidation of U.S. power across the continent. Chapter 53. The Disruption of the Tribes. By 1869, nearly a century after the Treaty of Fort Stanwix, the concept of treating Native American tribes as sovereign nations had become untenable. The theory behind such treaties, and later policies pursued under Monroe and his successors, was outdated and unsuited to the realities of the American frontier. The notion that native civilizations could be preserved in their original forms through the legislative measures of the white race was an impractical ideal. If the land was not cultivated or utilized by the tribes, it was inevitable that others would. This realization, borne out through harsh experiences, set the stage for the decline of the tribes, which were increasingly stripped of their autonomy and often absorbed the worst traits of the dominant culture. Advocates for native rights and protection, often distant from the frontier and located in eastern communities, clashed with the aggressive pragmatism of those who lived alongside the tribes. To many settlers, the native population represented an obstacle to progress. Saving the tribes from destruction would have required a centralized and benevolent authority with the resources and will to enforce high standards of governance, a power that did not exist in the United States. Although Helen Hunt Jackson's A Century of Dishonor, 1881, criticized the moral failures of U.S. Indian policy, the reality was less deliberate malevolence than systemic incompetence, corruption, and inefficiency. The completion of the Union Pacific Railroad in 1869 further exposed the inadequacies of existing Indian policies. The railroad symbolized the industrial and agricultural expansion of the United States, which collided directly with the tribes' way of life. Congressional investigations into the unrest on the frontier, sparked by incidents such as the Minnesota Uprising, the Sand Creek Massacre, and the Fetterman Fight, revealed systemic issues within the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Established as part of the Interior Department in 1849, the Bureau was riddled with corruption and political patronage. Agents were often appointed based on their political connections rather than competence, leading to widespread abuse and exploitation of native populations. Examples of corruption abounded. Some agents defrauded tribes by distributing spoiled food or withholding supplies while pocketing the profits. In one case, an agent forced illiterate Sioux to sign off on entire shipments of goods at the start of the year, then sold much of the stock for personal gain. Even well-meaning agents often exacerbated tensions by distributing modern rifles and ammunition to tribes, unwittingly arming them for conflicts with settlers and the military. The U.S. Army, which frequently intervened in Indian affairs, had its own shortcomings. While officers were generally more professional than their civilian counterparts, the military's focus on warfare often led to sweeping, indiscriminate retaliation against tribes. Incidents like the Fetterman Massacre and the Sand Creek Massacre underscored the failures of treating native resistance as a military problem rather than a policing challenge. A lack of legal structures to address crimes in Indian country further complicated matters, leaving the military as the de facto authority. In 1865, Congress established a committee on the condition of the Indian tribes to investigate the root causes of unrest. The committee's 1867 report concluded that allowing tribes to exist as nomadic, autonomous entities was no longer viable. The report emphasized the poverty and homelessness of the tribes and the need to secure their future through more stable arrangements. In response, Congress created a peace commission in 1867 tasked with negotiating treaties to ensure peace on the plains and guarantee unimpeded railroad construction. The commission faced significant challenges. Red Cloud of the Sioux refused to negotiate until the U.S. abandoned plans for the Powder River Road and withdrew its garrisons. After months of delays, a treaty was signed in 1868, granting the Sioux a large reserve in Dakota Territory in exchange for peace. Similar treaties were negotiated with southern tribes, including the Kiowa, Comanche, and Arapaho, who were confined to smaller reserves in Indian Territory. Despite these agreements, tensions remained high. General George A. Custer's 1868 campaign against Black Kettle's Cheyenne on the Washita River exemplified the harsh retribution meted out to tribes accused of harboring hostile elements. Such incidents demonstrated that the era of large-scale Indian wars was over, but localized violence persisted as the tribes faced increasing encroachment and dwindling resources. By the 1870s, federal policy began shifting toward assimilation and individual land ownership. The 1887 Dawes Act marked a significant turning point, dividing tribal lands into individual allotments and selling the surplus to non-native settlers. While intended to encourage self-sufficiency, the policy often resulted in the further dispossession of native lands. Efforts to educate native children through boarding schools, such as the Carlisle Indian Industrial School, sought to assimilate them into white society but frequently alienated them from their cultures and families. As the frontier closed and native populations were confined to reservations, the urgency of the Indian problem diminished. By the early 20th century, the focus had shifted to other social issues, and the tribes were no longer seen as a significant threat to national stability. The last vestiges of the frontier were transformed by railroads, agriculture, and industry, leaving the tribes as a marginalized population in a rapidly modernizing nation. Chapter 54. The Panic of 1873. The final phase of the American frontier unfolded rapidly after the construction of the Union Pacific Railroad, spanning less than 25 years. Unlike earlier frontiers, this era saw railroads penetrating even the most remote corners of the far West, accelerating settlement and development. Yet, this process, which could have been completed more swiftly, was delayed by the economic depression following the Civil War. The Panic of 1873 not only stifled the West's growth, but also gave rise to widespread discontent and reform movements, shaking confidence in the nation's future. While the North and West experienced rapid industrial growth during and after the Civil War, the Panic revealed the limits of unchecked expansion. Following the Panic of 1857, the nation rebounded quickly, entering an era of industrial and agricultural investment. The Civil War itself fueled economic activity, stimulating manufacturing and urban growth. Immigration surged, with 2.5 million newcomers arriving during the 1860s, providing labor for farms and railroads. However, this economic boom rested on precarious foundations, particularly in the West, where railroad construction outpaced demand. The Union and Central Pacific Railroads were the centerpiece of post-war development. The Union Pacific, completed in 1869, was initially envisioned as the sole transcontinental line. Yet regional ambitions and political pressures led to the chartering of additional railroads, such as the Northern Pacific in 1864, the Atlantic and Pacific in 1866, and the Texas Pacific in 1871. These projects, often backed by lavish land grants, reflected a mix of genuine economic vision and speculative greed. The Northern Pacific Railroad, promoted by financier J. Cook, exemplified the era's ambition and risk. Cook, a hero of Civil War finance, believed passionately in the potential of the Northern Plains. He invested heavily in the project, selecting Duluth as its eastern terminus and purchasing vast tracts of land. Construction began in 1870, and by 1873, the railroad reached Bismarck on the Missouri River. Cook's enthusiasm, however, outstripped reality. The route lacked sufficient traffic to justify its costs, and Cook's personal investments strained his financial resources. The broader economic context compounded these challenges. Since the Civil War, the United States had operated on a debt-driven economy, with railroads and farms financed largely on credit. By the early 1870s, European investors who had provided critical capital grew wary due to scandals like the Credit Mobilier affair and local crop failures. Confidence in American securities collapsed, leaving projects like the Northern Pacific without funding. Cook's overextension reached a breaking point on September 18, 1873, when his firm declared bankruptcy, triggering a financial panic. The New York Stock Exchange shut down for 10 days, and the nation entered a prolonged economic depression. Railroad construction halted, and the West development slowed dramatically. Settlement on the plains, already risky due to harsh conditions, was postponed as construction crews disbanded and investors retreated. The Panic of 1873 marked the end of the post-war economic boom. For 5 years, the nation's focus shifted from expansion to recovery, fostering demands for government intervention and economic reform. Just as earlier panics in 1819, 1837, and 1857 had reshaped the frontier's trajectory, this crisis postponed the closing of the frontier by a decade, forcing the nation to confront the limits of its rapid growth and the vulnerabilities of its economic system. Chapter 55. Frontier Panaceas. The economic conditions of the frontier in 1873 were dominated by two challenges: widespread debt and an intensified reliance on markets and railroads. These interwoven issues unified the frontier population in shared grievances, particularly during the economic depression that followed the Panic of 1873. Much like earlier periods of unrest, such as the Jacksonian era's response to banking policies, the frontier turned its dissatisfaction into political movements. Two major movements emerged in response to these conditions: the Greenback movement and the Granger movement. The Greenback movement originated in the Ohio Valley and spread to the frontier and the South, where the Civil War had devastated economies. At its core, the movement sought to ease the burdens of debtors by opposing deflation and promoting the use of paper currency, or greenbacks, as legal tender. The Ohio idea, a term associated with this cause, advocated paying government debts in greenbacks rather than gold, which would prevent the dollar's appreciation and lighten the economic load on debtors. The roots of the Greenback movement lay in the Civil War's financial legacy. During the war, the government had issued paper currency to meet its funding needs. This unbacked currency, or greenbacks, depreciated significantly, with its value dropping to 35 cents on the dollar at its lowest point in 1864. While this devaluation eased the repayment of debts for many, it eroded the wealth of creditors and those on fixed incomes. After the war, efforts to retire greenbacks and return to a gold standard sparked fierce opposition from debtors who feared the economic hardships of deflation. The Democrats initially embraced the greenback platform in their 1868 national platform, advocating for payment of debts in lawful money rather than gold. Meanwhile, Republicans denounced such policies as repudiation and pledged to honor debts in coin. Despite Congress repealing greenback retirement in 1868, reducing the outstanding amount to $356 million, the debate over currency reform persisted into the 1870s. By 1875, the Resumption Act set a course for resuming specie payments by 1879, bolstering confidence in the dollar's value. The greenback movement lost momentum as economic conditions improved after the Panic of 1873. By the time resumption took effect in 1879, the greenback had nearly reached par with gold, alleviating many grievances. However, the movement left a legacy of distrust toward banks, corporations, and creditors in the West, fostering a broader populist sentiment that would resurface in future political battles. The second major movement of the period, the Granger movement, arose in response to the frontier's dependence on railroads for transporting crops to market. Railroads, often monopolistic and privately owned, wielded significant power over freight rates, which many farmers perceived as exorbitant and exploitative. Unlike earlier transportation systems like rivers and canals, railroads operated without direct competition in many areas, particularly in the Midwest and Northwest. The Granger movement took shape through the Patrons of Husbandry, or the Grange, a grassroots organization founded after the Civil War to improve the social and economic conditions of farmers. Initially focused on education and community building, the Grange grew rapidly in the early 1870s, fueled by mounting frustrations over railroad rates and practices. By 1873, the movement's membership had swelled to 1.6 million, particularly in the Midwest. Granger laws, passed in states like Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa, sought to regulate railroad rates and grain elevator fees. These laws were met with fierce resistance from railroad companies, which argued that such regulations violated their constitutional rights. The legal battles culminated in the landmark Supreme Court case Munn v. Illinois, 1877, which upheld the principle that private property used for public purposes could be subject to public regulation. This decision marked a turning point in American governance, establishing the precedent for government intervention in private enterprise. The Granger movement and the Greenback movement were both rooted in the unique challenges of the frontier economy, where debt and dependence on railroads shaped daily life. While neither movement fully achieved its goals, both left a lasting impact on American politics and policy. The frontier's grievances, articulated through these movements, underscored the enduring tension between individual economic freedom and collective economic justice, a theme that would continue to shape the nation's development. Chapter 56. The Cow Country. The creation and eventual demise of the cow country were deeply tied to the shifting frontiers of America. It emerged as a distinct episode between 1865 and 1885, made possible by the expansion of railroads and the discovery that cattle could thrive on the open plains. The cow country was born of opportunity and necessity, yet its rise and fall were inevitable, shaped by the very forces that had created it. The transformation began with the realization that beef cattle could be bred, fattened, and delivered to Middle Western markets more cheaply from the plains than from local farms. The arrival of railroads made it possible to transport cattle over vast distances, revolutionizing the meat industry. By the late 1860s, the Great Plains, stretching from Kansas to the Rockies and from Texas to Canada, became a new center of economic activity, known as the cow country. Before this transformation, meat production in America had been largely localized. Farmers raised livestock for their immediate communities, with pork and chicken dominating diets. Beef, when available, was often of poor quality due to the limitations of farming and preservation techniques. However, the discovery that cattle could survive harsh winters on the plains without human intervention changed everything. Stories circulated of abandoned oxen, left for dead during snowstorms, reappearing in the spring fattened and healthy. This revelation mirrored the lifestyle of the buffalo, which had long thrived on the plains. The Texas plains, home to wild herds descended from Spanish cattle, became the breeding ground for this new industry. These resilient longhorns, initially valued only for their hides, gained economic importance as railroads provided access to eastern markets. The emergence of ice machines and refrigerator cars allowed for the preservation and transport of fresh beef, enabling a steady supply to the growing urban populations of the East. The cow country quickly developed its own distinct processes and culture. Breeding operations in Texas focused on improving stock through the introduction of sires like Shorthorn, Hereford, and Angus breeds. Annual roundups became a hallmark of the industry as ranchers gathered their herds, branded calves, and selected yearlings for sale or the long drive. The roundup was both a practical necessity and a spectacle, showcasing the cooperative spirit and rugged lifestyle of the plains. At the heart of this industry stood the cowboy, a new archetype of the frontier. Drawn from diverse backgrounds, cowboys lived a nomadic life, guiding herds across the open range. Their work revolved around the long drive, which moved cattle from Texas to railheads like Dodge City and Ogallala. These drives were grueling, marked by harsh weather, the constant threat of stampedes, and the need to guard against cattle thieves. Yet the cowboy became a symbol of adventure and independence, immortalized in folklore, art, and popular culture. Cow towns like Abilene, Dodge City, and Ogallala sprang up along the railroads, serving as hubs for cattle trade and centers of lawlessness. These towns were the frontier's new Wild West, where cowboys celebrated their hard-earned pay with gambling, drinking, and occasional violence. The arrival of the railroad brought prosperity to these towns, but it also marked the beginning of the end for the open range. The rise of the cow country was closely tied to technological innovations. The invention of barbed wire in the 1880s allowed ranchers to enclose vast tracts of land, transforming the open range into private pastures. This shift brought stability to the industry, but also signaled the decline of the cowboy's nomadic lifestyle. The railroads, which had made the cow country possible, continued to expand, bringing farmers who fenced off the land and restricted the movement of herds. Overcrowding of the range further contributed to the industry's decline. The plains became overstocked as more ranchers sought to capitalize on the lucrative beef market. Competition for resources led to conflicts, while diseases like Texas fever spread through the herds, decimating populations. State governments imposed quarantines to protect their livestock, effectively ending the long drive by the mid-1880s. By the time the cow country disappeared, its impact on American life was profound. The industry transformed the meatpacking business, creating powerful corporations in cities like Chicago and Kansas City. Innovations in refrigeration and canning expanded the market for beef, both domestically and internationally. The export of American beef introduced new competition to European markets, sparking protective tariffs and quarantine measures. The cow country's brief existence encapsulated the spirit of the American frontier: opportunity, innovation, and the inevitable march of progress. It arose at a unique moment in history, made possible by the convergence of railroads, open land, and technological advancements. Yet it was destined to fade as the frontier closed and agriculture replaced the open range. The legacy of the cow country lives on in the mythology of the American West, a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of those who thrived in its fleeting moment of glory. Chapter 57. The Closed Frontier. The completion of continental railroads marked both the zenith and the destruction of the open frontier. Between the Civil War and the early 1890s, these railroads reshaped the American West, opening it to settlement and development, while simultaneously ending the era of the open range. This period of transformation unfolded in two distinct phases, separated by the economic depression following the Panic of 1873. In the first phase, Congress chartered new railroad projects, granting vast tracts of land to support construction. However, the panic abruptly halted progress, leaving many projects unfinished and companies bankrupt. It wasn't until the return of prosperity during Rutherford B. Hayes's presidency in the late 1870s that railroad construction resumed with vigor. By 1883, most continental railroads were completed, connecting the coasts and penetrating the vast interior. One of the most significant figures of this period was Henry Villard, a German immigrant and financier. Villard's strategic acquisitions and mergers consolidated control over key transportation routes in the Pacific Northwest. By 1883, he had completed the Northern Pacific Railroad, celebrating the achievement with a Golden Spike Special that carried prominent guests across the continent. Despite this success, Villard's vision faced challenge from competing railroads, including the Canadian Pacific to the north and James J. Hill's Great Northern to the south. The Southern Plains experienced their own railroad boom, with lines such as the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe expanding aggressively. The Southern Pacific, controlled by a group of Californian investors, leveraged local interests and strategic connections to dominate rail traffic in the Southwest. By the mid-1880s, the railroads had woven a complex network across the West, drastically increasing the region's accessibility and accelerating settlement. The railroads were not merely tools of transportation, they were agents of transformation. They advertised the West's potential, sold lands granted to them by the government, and facilitated migration on an unprecedented scale. The Homestead Act of 1862 continued to attract settlers with promises of free land, though many found the realities of frontier farming more challenging than expected. By the 1880s, most of the best farmland had already been claimed, forcing new settlers into less hospitable areas. The railroads also intensified conflicts over land use. Large cattle companies, taking advantage of public lands, built vast enclosures using barbed wire, often seizing water rights and grazing grounds through questionable means. These actions provoked tensions with smaller ranchers and homesteaders who found themselves excluded from resources. State governments and Congress struggled to address these conflicts, reflecting the broader challenges of managing public lands during a period of rapid expansion. By 1890, the Census Bureau declared the frontier closed, marking the end of an era. The once continuous line of settlement had fractured, and the West was no longer a land of open opportunity. The migration of the 1880s had been so large that the plains were overpopulated, with many farms struggling to sustain their owners. The romantic notion of the frontier as a boundless expanse had given way to the realities of a settled and industrialized nation. The closing of the frontier signified the culmination of America's westward expansion, a process that had shaped the nation's identity and character. The railroads, which had opened the West, also symbolized its transformation into a new kind of landscape, one defined not by wilderness and opportunity, but by agriculture, commerce, and infrastructure. The frontier was no longer a place, but a memory. Chapter 58. The Admission of the Omnibus States. In the aftermath of the Panic of 1873, Colorado became the 38th state in 1876, marking a new phase in the Union's expansion. While its admission did not alter the geographic boundaries of the United States, it symbolized the closing of a long hiatus in statehood admissions and foreshadowed the political maneuvering that would define the next wave of state entries. For 13 years following Colorado's admission, no new states joined the Union. During this period, roughly two-thirds of the country was governed by autonomous state governments, while the remaining third, comprising 8 territories and Indian Territory, remained under congressional oversight. The territories, stretching unbroken from Canada to Mexico, were often seen as inhospitable lands, initially categorized as part of the American desert. While mineral wealth spurred some territorial growth, sustainable statehood typically required the support of agriculture. By 1880, the population in these territories had grown to over 600,000, with most residing in scattered farming and mining communities. Colorado's journey to statehood was fraught with delays. It first rejected an enabling act in 1864 and later faced political opposition from President Andrew Johnson, who vetoed its admission, viewing the territory as insufficiently developed and potentially Republican-leaning. Following the completion of major railroads and the rise of agriculture through irrigation, Colorado achieved statehood in 1876, narrowly casting its electoral votes for Rutherford B. Hayes, helping secure his controversial victory. Statehood for other territories was stymied for years by partisan politics. Democrats, controlling the House for much of the late 19th century, resisted admitting Republican-leaning territories like Dakota and Washington. Meanwhile, Republicans blocked Democratic-leaning territories such as New Mexico and Arizona. These political maneuvers created a prolonged stalemate, where the question of statehood became intertwined with presidential elections and the balance of power in Congress. Dakota Territory was a prominent candidate for statehood. By the early 1880s, it was clear the territory had 2 distinct regions: the northeastern wheat belt along the Red River and the southeastern farmlands near the Missouri and Big Sioux rivers. The discovery of gold in the Black Hills and the establishment of towns like Deadwood brought additional attention to the region. However, partisan politics and financial disputes over unpaid railroad bonds delayed its admission. Despite repeated efforts, Dakota would not achieve statehood until after the Republican victories in the 1888 elections. Washington Territory saw an early push for statehood in 1878, but its aspirations were similarly blocked. Montana, too, faced delays despite its burgeoning mining and cattle industries. It wasn't until the 1889 Omnibus Bill that a path forward emerged. This landmark legislation, signed by President Grover Cleveland on February 20, 1889, provided for the admission of North and South Dakota, Montana, and Washington as states. That summer, constitutional conventions convened across the West. Territories drafted constitutions to meet the requirements set forth in the Omnibus Bill, which included guarantees of religious tolerance, protections for public lands, and commitments to public education free from sectarian control. These constitutions reflected the evolving distrust of corporations, railroads, and banks, incorporating measures aimed at curbing their influence. Wyoming and Idaho, though not included in the Omnibus Bill, were admitted in 1890, bolstered by Republican desires to expand their majority in Congress. Both territories had populations too small to justify statehood on merit, but political expediency carried the day. Meanwhile, New Mexico and Arizona, with their perceived democratic tendencies, remained excluded. Utah, long delayed due to the issue of polygamy, moved closer to statehood following the Mormon Church's 1890 renunciation of the practice. The admission of the omnibus states marked the beginning of the end for the American frontier. By 1890, the Census Bureau declared the frontier closed as the Western territories transitioned into statehood. This period of expansion underscored the complex interplay between politics, economics, and the ideals of American democracy, as the nation continued to reshape itself in the final decades of the 19th century. Chapter 59. The Disappearance of the Frontier. With the admission of the omnibus states and the subsequent addition of two more, the long process of transforming territories into fully integrated states was nearly complete. The 44 states that now constituted the Union included lands that had once been dismissed as barren deserts, unworthy of settlement. In less than 9 months, 6 new states joined the Union, a remarkable accomplishment that symbolized the culmination of the unique American process of expansion and state formation. This rapid incorporation marked the close of a transformative era and the fulfillment of the vision first articulated by the Ordinance of 1787. The process of statehood distinguished the United States from earlier empires. While most empires perpetuated colonial dependency, the American model promised that territorial status was temporary, a precursor to full participation in the Union. This principle, rooted in the revolutionary ideals of equality and self-governance, was consistently upheld. The Ordinance of 1787, originally designed for the Northwest Territory, proved just as effective for latecomers like Wyoming and Idaho. One key factor in the success of this system was the absence of a centralized colonial administration. The inefficiency and impermanence of the federal appointees who governed the territories ensured that no entrenched bureaucracy arose to block their progress toward statehood. Instead, Congress adapted the principles of the ordinance to the evolving needs of the territories, ensuring a degree of flexibility that enabled the steady march toward statehood. Congress played a pivotal role in shaping the admission process through enabling acts. These acts authorized territories to draft constitutions, set terms for admission, and ensured compliance with federal policies. While some territories initially resisted the terms offered, as in the cases of Iowa and Arizona, the enabling process generally facilitated orderly transitions to statehood. The act of Congress, not the drafting of a constitution, ultimately marked the moment of a territory's transformation into a state, underscoring the centrality of federal authority in the process. The democratic ideals enshrined in these constitutions reflected the changing political landscape of the 19th century. Early state constitutions were often promulgated without popular ratification, but by the Jacksonian era, the referendum became the standard method of validation. This shift mirrored the growing emphasis on popular sovereignty and the belief that governance should be rooted in the consent of the governed. The final frontiers. After the admission of the omnibus states in 1889, only 4 territories remained: Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, and Oklahoma. Each faced unique challenges on the path to statehood. Utah overcame decades of resistance stemming from its association with the Mormon Church and the practice of polygamy. The federal government's crackdown on polygamy through the Edmunds Acts of the 1880s forced the church to formally renounce the practice in 1890. This concession paved the way for Utah's admission in 1896 under a constitution that explicitly prohibited polygamy. Oklahoma emerged from the remnants of Indian Territory, a region originally reserved for Native American tribes. The opening of these lands to white settlers in 1889 sparked a chaotic rush for land and rapid population growth. By 1907, Oklahoma was admitted as a state, its constitution reflecting the progressive spirit of the era with provisions for worker protections and public welfare. New Mexico and Arizona faced prolonged delays due to their cultural and demographic differences. New Mexico's substantial Hispanic population and Arizona's corporate-dominated economy created tensions that complicated their bids for statehood. In 1912, both territories finally joined the Union, though Arizona's constitution initially faced opposition from President William H. Taft due to its inclusion of judicial recall provisions. After removing this clause to gain admission, Arizona promptly reinstated it, asserting its independence as a newly minted state. The end of the frontier. By 1912, the admission of Arizona marked the final chapter in the story of American statehood. With 48 states now united under the Constitution, the physical frontier, the driving force behind much of the nation's development, had disappeared. The census of 1890 had already declared the frontier closed, and by 1912, the process of reclaiming and settling the land was complete. The disappearance of the frontier brought significant cultural and political shifts. For over a century, the frontier had been a symbol of opportunity, self-reliance, and expansion, a space where American ideals were forged and tested. Its closure marked the end of an era and the beginning of new challenges. The agrarian conflicts that had defined earlier decades gave way to struggles between rural and industrial interests as the United States transitioned from a frontier nation to an industrial power. Though the frontier's influence faded, its legacy endured in the nation's identity. The ideals of democracy, self-governance, and resilience cultivated on the frontier continued to shape the American character as the country embarked on its second century of independence. The forces that had driven westward expansion now turned inward, fueling debates over labor, industry, and the role of government in a rapidly changing world.